140. Whereas these two, I think it's the kind of blueprint of this Australian white ball team is that they go for it. Get out the traps fast, particularly Travis Head.
Yeah. But Vaughan, did you see Warner's 6 over off the back foot over extra cover in Dharamshala? Incredible shot. So 9 for no wicket. We're into the second over. Head is on strike, and in goes Woakes. Let's see how he goes. His bowls, his first ball is driven, not timed though, and a scrambling save there by Willie at mid-on, and there is no run.
Just seriously, so Joss Buller wins the toss and he bowls because of the dew, and he thinks it'll get easier for batting. Like, what do you think in the back of his mind now is a number that he would accept?
320.
320. So 320. Yeah, I think 320 is chaseable. But the problem is, on this kind of pitch and this kind of heat, could be a lot more than that.
Yeah. The dew didn't strike me as being bad here. I've done a couple of games here now. In goes Woakes, and he bowls a good ball. It beats the bat. Head there probably trying to run the ball to third man, but there's a little bit of bounce and a little bit of angle across him, and almost found the edge.
Vaughan is captain. Do you believe in the good toss to lose sort of? I'll tell you why I ask. This World Cup, 34 completed games. The team that's won the toss has won 9. The team that's lost the toss has won 25.
The problem with that, Phil, it's quite hard to lose the toss. Because if you were that good, you'd be in the casino every night.
Woakes on his way, bowls the left-handed Head. There's that wide ball, and it's gone high too into the offside, and it'll be retrieved again. He sort of chipped it really. There's that ball again that goes out there full and wide. It's not quite got the control that you'd normally associate with Woakes.
I guess it's fair to say that Travis looks quite committed.
Yes.
To anything that he feels he's going to hit. He's going to give it absolutely everything. I mean, he's kind of rightly goes away. He goes down the middle of the pitch, and this is a wide ball. He's just kind of thrown everything at it.
Yeah.
Leans back to get the elevation.
Still a slip. There's 4 in the offside circle. Head's faced every ball so far. He's 11, and now he's edged it to slip. A little nick, a little fiddle, and that will make Woakes feel so much better. It's edged straight to Root's waist. No mistake. And that is a big wicket. Gone early. He scored all of those 11 runs that are on the board. But Head is now out. Little bit of movement there. But a wristy flick as well, wasn't it? Yeah, it's the same shot that he played at the start of the over. Just mentioned that those full balls, he was fully committed. Well, that's a half-hearted little dab, trying to run it down to third. Travis Head goes for 11 from 10. He'll be dreadfully disappointed with that, because this looks such a good pitch. It is Steve Smith. Steve Smith to number 3. They've not decided to put Cameron Green at number 3. Smith's had a OK World Cup, Phil.
Yeah, OK
not
at
bad.
best, really, yeah, for a player of his quality. The highest score of 71, but that's his only half century in the tournament so far. 161 runs at 26.8.
Well, he punches gloves with Warner, who I don't suppose can tell him very much. He hasn't faced a ball yet. At 11 for 1 in the second over.
It's a bonus wicket, that, isn't it? That really is, because Travis could, of course, chaos there for an hour or so.
Yeah. So right and left-hander then, and in fact there's a second slip there now, so 2 slips. Woakes trying to get that ball away from Smith, who's playing lots of shots down there at the striker's end.
Have you found that the DJs have been loud at all the venues?
Oh yeah, very.
Wankhede was
Yes, they've got some stamina. 11 for 1. We're in the second over. Woakes is bowling to Smith, his first ball, and he lets that go by outside the off stump. Has a look at it, and it goes through at a reasonable pace through to Butler. So 2 slips, and then 3 in the offside circle, 2 in the leg, and there's a third man and a long leg. I was just mentioning more people coming in. Saturday, of course, all the shops are busy. Lots going on downtown Arm about as we rattle through in our bus. But it's been pretty much the form of the tournament where people have come in later on. Here's Woakes bowling as a thick leading edge. He's got away with that. And it's running out towards the point boundary, pursued by Milan, who dives, picks it up and throws the ball back in again. And, well, that's 2 overs gone, and they've run 3, and Warner has lost the strike again, the opportunity to have a strike. 14 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, that's what I like. From the airport to the hotel this morning. Now, just look at this down the street. Nice fruit and veg on a... What do you describe that as? It looks like a
barrow.
It's a 4 bicycle wheeled barrow, I describe it as, and it's fully laden.
Bananas, melons.
That's great.
Cauliflower. It's like a few courgettes on there as well. Beautiful. A few green beans. So it's like red pepper as well.
Straight through the traffic. That's what you want. New Zealand 344 in the 344 for 4 in the 45th, and that game is on BBC Sport website and the app. And if New Zealand win that match, and then England, Pakistan, Netherlands, Sri Lanka all get knocked out as a result. 14 for 1. 2 overs gone here, and Smith fidgets, pulls at his pads. He's over his bat again as Willie prepares to bowl the 3rd over. 14 for 1. Here it comes now, and he bowls, and that's tucked away by Smith into the leg side. Mowing fields at mid-wicket.
You mentioned the shops and people shopping. It's Diwali next weekend, of course, so yeah. Lots of
lights are
shopping,
up.
yeah.
It's on the 12th, isn't it? No, I've been invited to a Diwali party in Mumbai.
You enjoy that?
Yep.
It'll be loud.
What outfit do I need to wear? Do I need to get a certain outfit?
Oh, I think full shalwar kameez.
Really? Oh, I'll go and get some. Yep.
Definitely.
I'll be
get yourself
right into it.
Yourself measured up.
Yep.
14 for 1 in the 3rd. And comes Willie. That's tucked away by Smith for a single to deep square leg. So Warner finally comes down on strike in the 3rd over. Well, I can tell you that Calcutta, where are we going? We'll be in Calcutta for Diwali. It's revving up already. Park Street, which is one of the main roads there out of Charingay, is fully lit. It looks fantastic. I mean, just miles of it, way down. So that's going to be a noisy night. I've had Diwali in Calcutta once before, and their thunder flashes are of a different league to anywhere else. They are extraordinarily loud. So that's going to be fun. Get the full shower.
Yep. There you go.
It's a nice colour. It's sort of a ready burgundy red. 15 for 1. Willie's on his way, bowls. Warner's first ball there, where he's shaped to play a ramp shot and then ducked back into his original position again. But that would have been adventurous. Mind you, he did play a magnificent one the other day again, with the fine leg up on the edge of the circle. He played a little over-the-top hook shot over his shoulder, so therefore over the fielder who was up there in the circle. I mean, he really was. He was at the top of his form in that match. 81 from 65 balls he got there. 15 for 1 in the 3rd. There are 2 slips still as Willie comes in, bowls to him, and an inside edge into the pad this time, and Milan will field that at backward point. England deciding to bowl first. Hot day, but they do have the wicket of Head, and Australia are without both Maxwell and Marsh, so they've had to bring in Stoinis and Green to replace them. And Willie turns on the run, moves in again, bowls, and has driven hard, but well fielded by Moeen there at cover. Made that look effortless, actually. It was hit very hard indeed. And there's no run. And Willie, who's retired, of course, from international cricket, he made that announcement during the week, but still in a pivotal place in this team at the moment, taking the new ball. Not many candidates in this side who like to take the new ball, so he wheels round in the distance. 15 for 1, 1 ball to go in the 3rd. Up again now, past umpire Erasmus, driven hard into his right hand. Stokes will come and pick it up, and there's no run, so
just
3 overs gone.
Just back on David Willey, I just found him, and he was a part of the T20 World Cup winning team just recently.
Yep.
The
Didn't play in the final, did he?
No, but the T20 World Cup in a few months' time. I mean, England have so many injuries.
Yep.
The Reece Topley will be a part of that T20 team, I'm pretty sure, if he's fit, but Reece has been so unfortunate with injuries. Left armers are so important for T20 cricket. That's why I was staggered that he didn't at least get one more year of a central contract with the T20 World Cup. only a few months away. I just found with 29 contracts, how you've not found one for David Willey when you found one for 29 others is beyond me.
Well, we need some proper explanation to what's happened there, really. 15 for 1, 3 overs gone. Smith on strike, and Wokes comes in and bowls him quite straight. There's a peel flag before wicket. It's not a sort of particularly confident one. Butler's after the ball, racing all the way down to the boundary. He'll come back for 3 there.
Fast outfield, isn't it?
Yeah, he didn't often see 3 leg byes. But it's gone so fine, and the fielder at long leg is quite square, and so quite a gap there. And now Butler's got to decide whether he can review that or not. He did get quite a long way in front, but they're not going to review that. And Mark Wood got 3-year contract. I wonder how many matches he's going to play for that.
Well, 3 players on 3 years. Harry, I know Joss Butler got offered 3 years. I know that. Oh, he's just going down the leg side. He does get a long way over Steve Smith. The England Test match captain got offered a 3-year, just decided he wanted 1, which was a little bit concerning for me that he wouldn't accept the 3-year.
What it seems to me about it all, because the different lengths and decisions like that of Ben Stokes on, the players, we know what players are like, we've all been there, they must have been talking about it a lot. There must have been all these conversations going on about those contracts, and there's David Willey sitting there thinking, well, I haven't got one.
Well,
so
I always believe, Aggers, in sport, you've got to try and clear out the whispers.
Yeah.
And by having so many different contracts, the whispers would have just been going on for day after day after
Absolutely.
day. And the fact that they couldn't announce it 2 weeks in because there were still negotiations going on with a few of the players tells you that the contracts were being
talking all the time. What are you doing? What are you going to do? Well, I think I might sign a 2-year. I've been offered 3, but I think I'm going to sign 1. Oh, really? I mean, you can imagine all the conversation, can't you? Here's Wokes bowling, and Warner tucks him away. He wants 2 here. The ball rolls outside the circle at square leg, and they will come back for that second 2, as the man we're talking about, Willie Fields, there, sprawling across the grass.
This is a really good pitch. I mean, there's nothing through the air. Will it spin? Might offer a little bit. It's a really, really good pitch for batting. You kind of just bowling, hoping for mistakes. We've seen 1 mistake already from Travis Head. Just bowl enough balls in the right area, put a bit of pressure on, bowl a few dots, and that's going to force the error. I don't think it's the kind of pitch that you're going to see 2, 3, 4 jaffers like we saw Bumrah and Shami co-bowled the other night in Mumbai.
In goes Wokes. Bowls. Oh, it's dragged this into the leg side. Chase down there for the fielder. Rashid is not going to get there. And again, he didn't just tickle it away. He's really given that a bit of bottom hand.
That was a hack, wasn't it? There's a fella here with the Aussie Whites on in the stand. He's come for the wrong format.
It's a bit like Mitchell Johnson.
Yeah. He's got a fully set of whites on. That is a hack. It's probably a stump high delivery. He leans back and just tries to wallop it through the onside, a thick inside edge, and it's raced to the boundary.
Well, they must know that Wokes is vulnerable. I mean, his confidence, they'll know that. They're just after him, aren't they? But he has taken an early wicket. 24 for 1. Warner waits. Wokes comes in, bowls to him full, and didn't quite go where he intended. There's looking out towards the leg side, but in fact it's fielded by Stokes at mid-off. 24 for 1. We're in the 4th over.
He's grown his beard, isn't he? The England Test captain.
It's quite big. He looks quite. Some in Aussies, don't take it the wrong way if you're living in Tasmania. A lot of Tasmanians have these long beards, don't they? Sort of.
It's a good look.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Tasmanian beard.
Looks like he's been on a desert island for a few months.
24 for 1 in the 4th. In goes Wokes. Springy run up, and he bowls short outside the off stump. Now again, they've got underneath this, and so it's not going to go all the way down to the boundary. It's stopped again down there at 3rd man.
And that actual delivery is my concern with Chris Wokes in this World Cup. But that's a really, really bad ball for someone like Wokes, who is so consistent. You go back through the last few years in white ball cricket, he's been the tone setter for England. He pretty much hammers off stump, decent lengths, gets the ball distant. Look how wide and short that is.
That's a poor ball.
That's miles off his zone.
We've seen a few of those. 26 for 1. 1 ball to go in the 4th over. England-Australia here in Ahmedabad. And Wokes kicks up his heels, moves in and bowls outside the off-stump, hit hard, but acrobatically stopped there by Bairstow at point. And that ends the over. 26 for 1. 4 overs gone. Good to see you, Michael. Welcome to the tour. And some thoughts from you, and then Geoff Lemon will continue commentary.
Yeah, it's been an aggressive start by the Aussies. 26 in 4 overs, but crucially for England, they've got that 1 wicket. Travis Head. Nice catch by Joe Root at first slip. Chris Wokes, the bowler. Just looking at this Australian batting line. Labuschagne next, then Inglis, then Green, Stoinis, Cummins, Stark. They've got a formidably long batting lineup and a good pitch, hot conditions. You'll be staggered if Australia don't make hay and get a decent number.
Well, the other part about getting rid of Travis Head, not just the threat that he poses, but it will make Warner play a little bit differently as well. He won't be able to be as free for all, probably, as he would be. As we saw the two of them against New Zealand, that was extraordinary, that opening partnership. It's Smith now waiting for Willie, and he's guiding the ball down to deep third for 1. Stephen Smith goes up to 5. Australia 27 for 1. They put on 175 in 19 overs. Head and Warner up at Dharamshala, 118 off the first 10
in the day. In the heat.
In the heat.
I don't think it's that hot up there, is it?
It was pretty warm.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was coolish at night time, but during the day it was warm enough. Not like it is here, but it certainly got hot enough in New Zealand. Matt Henry 27 off and over, and no wonder he said, "My hamstring's gone. I need to go home." Willie up to Warner, who tries to turn it off his pads but gets a little leading edge back to the bowler. Rolls right down the middle of the pitch. 27 for 1 still the score.
Yeah, just seeing the light roller that was used before the game just on the television screen. Just keep talking about this pitch, but it's a really good one. Decent crowd in. I mean, when you've got 130,000 seats, it looks like there's not too many, but I bet there's 20 to 30,000 that'll be in the ground now.
Willie runs up to Warner, who's edging behind. They're appealing for it. Willie certainly is. He's down in the crouch. Butler has his arms above his head, and Warner's just standing towards square leg, looking at the umpire, leaning on his bat, looking as unperturbed as he can, which makes you suspect that maybe he thinks he's out, but he's going to see if he can bluff them. The DRS timer ticking down. Butler still talking. It goes to 1 second, and with 1 second remaining, it's as if they're contractually obliged to use the full 15. They will go upstairs and have a look. First thoughts, Michael?
I think it might be a little bit
TV
high.
umpire to direct, sir.
It's a good delivery. It nips back.
LBW, on-field decision, not out. Check the front foot. Fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Well, Butler took it behind the stumps, so if seeing this first replay here, there's definitely no inside edge. It looks like it's going towards the leg side. So it beat Warner on the inside edge. Initially, that's what I thought they were going up for. Might have been that nick onto the pad through to the keeper. But there's a big gap there, so they won't bother looking at the sound graph technology.
Is it going to be umpire's call leg stump?
Looks like that to me.
Nicked quite sharply, didn't it?
Ball tracking coming up.
So we're seeing the replay now. Pitch is just outside the line. Hits him in front of middle and leg. It is umpire's call. Not just on width, but on height as well. It might have been flicking the top corner of the leg bail. So I think that's one that Murray Erasmus could reasonably say, I can't give that out on the field. 27 for 1 still the score.
Yeah, the first ball that's moved. You know, that was genuine seam movement back into David Warner. Not an understandable decision by Murray Erasmus. He'd have felt that he's probably a little bit too high, nipping down the leg side as well.
On that replay, I mean, it hits him on the back leg and on that thigh, but it's low enough that it didn't seem like height would be the problem, but the angle on the ball. So Warner survives. Gets one going his way. Willie, little bit of shape. It's steered away by Warner. Down towards deep third. Will be fielded. They won't even get a second. Initially, they thought they were taking 2, but 28 for 1 the score. I wonder if Warner will get in the press conference tonight and praise the umpires for how great they are. He was very salty when he got given out on an umpire's call impact on leg stump about how the umpiring wasn't up to scratch.
And what did he say? He wanted
it was a joke.
Board or
he said they put our stats up on the screen when we come out to bat. They should put the umpires' stats up there as well. Which was a sort of David Warner off the cuff attempt at humour, I think, that got reported far too seriously. But Willie comes up to bowl to Smith, who's driving it, trying to on the bounce, slices it behind point and tumbling away. It's fielded 28 for 1.
What I like with World Cups is there's always opinion everywhere, isn't it? Great opinion and, you know, some quite strong opinion. Hassan Raza has come out with a comment that I've seen in Pakistan that he believes India get different balls. They get a ball with more lacquer on.
Especially lacquered ball.
That's why the ball is doing so much when India bowl.
Oh.
I've never heard that before.
Finally, we're getting to the bottom of this. Willie comes up to Smith, who clips off the pads. Steve Smith loves that shot. Short finds up in the circle. And in the end, Rashid will just trot back towards the rope to collect the ball. 5 overs gone. It is 32 for 1. Australia batting first. Phil Long.
That single from Steve Smith at the start of the over took him to 1,000 World Cup runs for Australia. That 4 obviously takes him to 1,004, level with Mark Waugh in terms of World Cup runs. Ahead of him now, Adam Gilchrist, David Warner and Ricky Ponting.
Joe Root's about 30 runs away from that, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been about 30 runs away for the last 3 games. Yeah.
He's Joe. You can't bowl that to Steve Smith. That's his bread and butter. Yeah, but I think of all the excuses to why India are bowling so well, to think that Hassan has decided that he believes that India get a different batch. Do you think?
Sure.
Just, they've just decided this batch of balls for India is just a special batch. And
I think it might be to do with the fact that Mohammad Shami and company bowl really well. There might be something to do with that too.
They might just be better.
So I got a lot of correspondence after New Zealand got blown away by South Africa after choosing to bowl from some correspondents who claimed that this was a stitch-up by the ICC and the BCCI to make sure that Pakistan qualified for the semi-final so they could have an India-Pakistan semi-final. They presented this case very seriously. Started a new over, and it's Wokes getting a forward defensive shot from Warner. It doesn't really account for the fact that New Zealand now have nearly 400 on the board against Pakistan batting first.
Well, they're 368 for 5 with 2.4 overs remaining.
Yeah.
If Pakistan get a really good start, you just never know.
It's all part of the fix.
The semi-final could still be on. Maybe Kane Williamson might have to bowl his 10.
Then you'll know. Then you'll know what's going on. And they'll get a special set of different balls that just travel a really long way out of the stadium. Wokes up to Warner, who does exactly that, slams it out of the ground up towards the commentary box here. Huge arc on that. It wasn't the straightest bat in the world, but straight enough, and he hits it right back over the bowler's head in a perfect parabola. And Australia go up by 6. Warner's got 15. They're 38 for 1.
Oh, hello. That's the length ball. Probably a yard outside off stump, and he just throws his hands at this David Warner. Just the weight transfer. Times it perfectly, straight over the side screen. Great intent from Australia's batters.
Warner gets back in position before Wokes is even at the top of his mark. Taps the bat. Hungry for runs. He's 15 off 14 with a 4 and a 6. Wokes to Warner, who just punches out to point. Won't get a run there. Didn't face a ball until the 3rd over, making up for lost time. His last couple of innings in this World Cup have been absolutely massive. He made a couple of hundreds and nearly made a 3rd. 163 against Pakistan, 104 against the Dutch and 81 against New Zealand his last 3 starts.
Yeah, he's remarkable really, isn't he, when you think he's retiring just in a couple of months' time from international cricket, to find that energy and that buzz to go and do it again.
Wokes up to Warner, who pulls him. Skies at top edge, should be caught here. Running around underneath it, the catch is held at mid-on, and Warner slumps the shoulders, looks disappointed and knows that it's time to walk off. 38 for 2, and it's starting to work out. David Willey takes the catch. England chose to bowl. They're in the 6th over, but they've got rid of both the openers, and that blow is maybe the biggest of them all, with Warner gone for 15.
Yeah, in the form that he is, it's a cutter from Chris Wokes, and it's a good catch from David Willey. Wokes with a couple. The Aussies are going ultra aggressive to try and really target Wokes. Well, it's been the downfall because they've gifted him a couple of wickets. Warner goes for 15 from 16, 38 for 2 in 5.4. It'll be Marnus now, will it? Marnus and Smith for an hour or 2.
The old firm back together.
The old firm, a bit of old school batting.
Well, they can just nudge things around. They might need to do a little bit of repair work here. It is the 6th over only. And Australia not 100% convinced by that batting lineup. Cameron Green's done very little in recent times. He's looked overwhelmed with his workload this year.
If I'd have been Australia, I'd have put Green to number 3. And I'd have kept Smith and Labuschagne at 4 and 5 where it's been working. Marsh has been batting at 3. go really aggressive at the top, and then you've got those two at 4 and 5 to do a bit of a repairing job if needed. And then you have the likes of Stoinis and co after that. But I think Cameron Green is, we saw him for Mumbai at the top of the order. Very, very dangerous. I think England wouldn't mind him coming down the back when you can bowl spin to him to start with. Whereas if you throw him in now against the seam, they've been in the second over. I think it'd have been better suited, but they've gone with the old school.
He's not a great strike rotator either, Green, at this point in his career. He does get becalmed at times, can get stranded at one end, just coming forward and looking to defend early in an innings. He did make a Test 100 here a few months ago, and that was one of the most docile batting tracks you could ever see. It's 38 for 2 after 5.4 overs. Chris Woakes has both the wickets to fall, 2 for 19. He's into his third, on for a few runs, but importantly he's got the wickets up and he's bowling to Labuschagne, who plays the patented leave across the line of the ball. And Chris Woakes, well, 1 ball to go in this over, so both openers gone. Exactly what England wanted. It just felt like a huge risk to ask Australia to bat first in these conditions, in the heat. I had to take early wickets. I had to take the catches as well. David Willey took one that was in the air for a long time. Labuschagne gets off the mark with a little inside edge behind square. He's got 1. Smith has 9. Australia after 6 overs. Run rate's good. 39 on the board. 2 wickets down. Michael Vaughan's off for a spell. And I'm pleased to welcome for the first time today the Australian correspondent for CricBuzz website, who's followed this team around the world, also known as the Net Whisperer, who's spent more time watching the Australians train than anybody in the history of Australian cricket, I'd wager. Bharat Sundaresan, welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, Geoff. Good afternoon to everyone listening. And looks like I've come in at the right time. This is what I do for a living, watch Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith bat.
That's true. They do occupy the large majority of hours in the nets, these two.
Yeah, I think I've spent more time watching them bat this year than I have with my wife, and I am getting into trouble for that every time I speak to her back home. It's been that kind of year for me and the Australian team.
Well, we've had a huge year on the road. 4 Test matches in India, some white ball stuff as well. Went to England for the Ashes, World Test Championship final, and then white ball games on the road in the lead up to this World Cup, and now we're into month 2 of the World Cup itself. Start of a new over. It's David Willey getting Labuschagne almost chopping on. Inside edge. Ends up with the wicketkeeper Butler past the leg stump. 39 for 2.
There's been a few balls that have stopped at the batters, haven't they? And that one of those that Marnus Labuschagne thought it was coming much quicker at him. Just opened the face of his bat, nearly played on, but the ball kept low. A lot like the pitches at the back in the nets in Ahmedabad. They've been really shoddy. Looked like they've been used a lot during this World Cup already.
David Willey starts at a bit of an angle as he runs in, left arm over, and there's a little bit of shape on that ball as it angles across the right-handed Labuschagne. He doesn't play at it. Phil Long?
You mentioned that docile wicket in Ahmedabad for the Test match. We were lucky enough to be here, weren't we?
Oh,
it
yes.
brought me out in a cold sweat. It was so, wasn't it? Oh, that was a long 5 days.
Yeah, Virat Kohli made 100 that took about 3 of those days. Cameron Green made 1. Who else made 100?
Oh, Usman Khawaja is still batting.
Yes.
I can still see him on the pitch next to the one that we're playing today.
Willey bowls to Labuschagne, who's punching into the ground, very straight bat. Again, won't get a run. Livingston comes in from backward point. 39 for 2. That was the one that broke Kohli's Test drought. He didn't have a Test 100 for a couple of years. 3 years almost up to that point, and finally got one there. Couldn't have asked for better conditions to do it in. India were 2-1 up going into the 4th, so after 3 rapidly spinning pitches, they got a very flat one for the 4th Test. 39 for 2 is the score. Australia playing England here, and driving is Labuschagne down to mid-off. Won't get a run. You're on BBC Test Match Special, but also hello to everybody back home in Australia. We're on ABC Sport nationwide. A lot of ears on an Australia-England contest. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are, what the context. An Australia-England game will always have a little bit extra for people from one country or the other.
Which is why I was surprised by how tepid the two press conferences were yesterday. Pat Cummins played down all the chatter, the banter. Ben Stokes did the same.
David Willey. Up to Labuschagne, who is looking for a run here, but can't beat mid-off. Good dive across. It's fielded, stopped there by Stokes. 39 for 2.
I guess the biggest barb between the two teams came from Ben Stokes about his own team. I won't use the word that he used to describe England's performances so far. The press conference, I guess, kind of accurate, what he said.
To paraphrase, he said, we haven't been very good.
Yeah. Slightly stronger words.
It wasn't that strong.
It wasn't that strong. Yeah, I agree.
David Willey. Up, and it's trying to flick the ball away as Labuschagne, but getting it on the pad as it's swinging down the leg side. 39 for 2 after 7 overs. Smith on 9, Labuschagne on 1, and that is a maiden over from David Willey. So England have done a good job here. I mean, the run rate's 5.5, but they've got rid of both openers, and they've started to slow things down, and who knows? If you keep that scoring slow for a couple more overs, maybe you squeeze out another one, and Australia with this unsettled batting lineup changes. Maybe this was a masterstroke. Maybe we've unfairly maligned Joss Buttler at the toss.
Look, I saw Pat Cummins with a smile on his face. I won't deny it. As soon as Joss Buttler decided to field, he had a smile when he turned around and told his teammates that they're batting.
He looked so relieved. I was even as Buttler said it, just a tiny little smile flickered. He went, oof, like, thank goodness.
No, I don't have to bowl in this heat.
Yeah. So I think that part alone is such a big part of the equation, especially, you know, against, say, a team like South Africa where Quentin de Kock keeps wicket and opens the batting. He's been prolific in the first innings of matches because he hasn't had to keep yet. If you make him do 50 overs of squats and then come out and peel off 100, it's a different story. Wokes comes up and bowls to Smith, who's stepping across his stumps and playing back to the bowler with a straight bat. Chris Wokes has had a pretty good record against Steve Smith in the last few years.
Oh, he's had a wonderful record against Australia this year. He turned the Ashes around, was the player of the series, continues to take wickets. Just the length he bowls to Travis Head. Travis Head likes to free his hands, but whenever he faces someone at Chris Wokes' pace, who can pull the length back, you see his hands reaching out.
Wokes up to Smith, who steps into a drive but hits it straight at cover. Can't get a run there. And this wasn't on air, so we can't prove this, but you did say to me about 3 balls before Travis Head got out. You said Travis Head is getting out to Chris Wokes here.
I did, and it's not for the first time. It is just the way Chris Wokes brings his length back to someone like Travis Head on a pitch like this, where you have Travis Head reaching out, and clever captaincy as well to have that slip slightly wide. It was more a second or third slip than a first slip, which is where the ball goes when Travis Head reaches out with his hands. Yeah, and Chris Wokes then getting rid of David Warner, big smile on his face. Wasn't a send-off, but yeah, he was looking at David Warner. He was punching the air.
Even having a slip is significant. Butler still has that position in place. As Wokes bowls to Smith, who's playing it on the bounce towards slip. Butler comes across in front of the catcher to field. As the ball bounces up there like one of those solitaire cards when you've just won a game. 39 for 2.
9 successive dot balls. The score predict has just been on the TV to our left. 270.
Oh, really? During this World Cup? Generally is in the 500s at this point.
6 and over from here would be 294. I think that'd be the minimum they'd be looking for. Wokes bowls with some width and almost chops it on to Smith as he reaches outside the line of his body. And the ball ends up at fine leg. He'll get back for 2. Smith up to 11. Australia 41 for 2, but that was streaky.
It was. Once again, the slowness of this pitch. Steve Smith, horizontal bat. Again, now I can see him shadow practicing it. Nearly chops on, much like Marnus did at the other end. But yeah, Marnus Labuschagne in all likelihood might have missed this game, or would have missed this game, if Glenn Maxwell hadn't fallen off the back of a golf cart.
We thought you'd ever utter those words.
Wokes up to Smith, who just defends. Bat and pad close together. 41 for 2. Yeah, fell off the back of a truck has a different meaning. Where did you get that spin bowling all-rounder? Fell off the back of a truck. 41 for 2 is the score.
It was an interesting day that day.
Was Labuschagne driving the golf cart?
We should have asked him that.
Maybe.
He did the press conference that morning.
No, you're not asking the hard-hitting questions here, Bharat. Did he do a handbrake turn on the golf cart? Wokes pitches the ball up, and coming forward, Smith just defends. So happy to be relatively watchful. The Smith and Labuschagne pairing. 11 off 14 for Smith, 1 from 8 balls Labuschagne, 41 for 2 after 8 overs.
Yeah, just on the golf course though, I mean, Marcus Stoinis said a day after that it's probably just boys being boys, and that quote has obviously been
well, that quote implies that you're doing something stupid.
Exactly. It doesn't imply that, you know, there was a lot of alcohol involved. Not to forget, we are in Ahmedabad. It is a dry state, Gujarat. Doesn't mean that as a foreigner, or even someone like me, Mumbai, from the different domicile, cannot have a drink in this state. But obviously there's a quota for it. It goes back to... I was reading about the history of why it is a dry state last night, as you do, when you are in Ahmedabad.
Was it to do with Gandhi at some point?
It had to do with Gandhi for sure. The Gandhi ashram not too far away from where we are here at the Modi Stadium.
David Willey will bowl his 5th over. Up to Marnus Labuschagne, who's driving him straight down the ground for 4. That's the shot that Labuschagne was looking for in the previous over. Hit it a little bit wider and found the fielder. This time he gets better timing and power. Lovely off drive. Goes up to 45. That's Australia's score, and Labuschagne has 5 of them. Smith on 11 in the 9th over, 45 for 2.
That's a really good shot. It wasn't a half volley. Hit it on the up on a slow pitch like this. Tells you that Marnus picked it very early, and that'll fill him up with some confidence. He's looked very scratchy so far in this innings.
Really had to put some power into that step into the ball, swing the arms through hard. Willey bowls again, tries to pull the length back, but he smacks it, Labuschagne, straight at mid-off, and Ben Stokes does a backward roll to try to get his balance after he stops that ball. There'll be no run.
Yeah, just going back to this being a dry state, it's not just Gandhi though, it's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel as well, another freedom fighter from these parts. This ground was called the Vallabhbhai Patel Stadium before it was rechristened with the name of our current Prime Minister, or the Indian Prime Minister. But yeah, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, another one who was a big advocate of abstinence.
Willey balls to Labuschagne on the hip, and ball bounces away to square leg. They run through for what will probably be an extra. Umpire Erasmus confirms that with a sensuous tap of the thigh. 46 for 2.
Yeah, it is always a little sensuous. But in 1960, this is when there was no state of Gujarat. It was all part of the Bombay state.
Right.
It had all of Gujarat and Bombay all together, and then they split up, and there was Maharashtra, and Gujarat separated. So around 1960 is when the diktat was made that this should be a dry state, the whole presidency, the whole state of Bombay.
David Willey up and bowls to Smith, drops the ball into the covers, goes for the run, and that might have been close at the non-striker's end. Little underarm flick, and Smith makes it home. 47 for 2. We're into the 9th over. An update from Bengaluru. New Zealand have cracked the 400 mark. So there were some fast runs late in the piece. Glenn Phillips 41 off 25 balls, and Mitchell Santner 26 off 17. Tom Latham dropped himself all the way down the order to, what, number 9? Sending the faster scorers up. Willey comes up and bowls to Labuschagne, turns it to mid-wicket, can't get a run. So they've got their way up to 401 for 6 from their 50 overs after being asked to bat first, New Zealand, by Pakistan. You can hear the Pakistan reply on the BBC Sport website and app, if, as seems likely, because only one team has ever chased a score beyond 400, and that was South Africa in 2006. If New Zealand win, or when New Zealand win, that will knock out England, Pakistan, Netherlands and Sri Lanka. Only Afghanistan will still be alive once that win is, I think we can safely say, formalised,
yes,
unless something incredible happens over there at the Chinnaswamy. Wide of the off stump, flayed away by Labuschagne, but straight to point on the bounce. Gets good contact on the ball. He'll be a little frustrated that he's not able to get that one past Johnny Bairstow at backward point. 9 overs have been bowled. The score for Australia, 47 for 2. Both of the openers have been dismissed. Head and Warner gone. Smith on 12, Labuschagne on 5.
Yeah, speaking of formalised, just to finish off on that, 1960 is when that decision is made, but soon after that, everything split up. We had Maharashtra, Mumbai as the capital, Gujarat, which originally had Ahmedabad, was one of the key cities, and then Gandhinagar got formed. And Gujarat State a dry state. I think the Gandhi factor played a huge role in that. While Maharashtra, as you know now, has its bars and restaurants and some of the
Mumbai
best.
certainly.
Mumbai certainly. All around Maharashtra for that matter.
It's very much a drinking city, and Ahmedabad very much the opposite.
A lot of history in this part of the country.
The level of complexity, even the idea that India is a nation is something hard to get your head around. Such diversity across the breadth of this nation. On the pads is Wokes, and he's turned away behind square leg. They'll get through for one. No second. Smith was not interested. Labuschagne wanted to turn for two. 48 for 2 is the score as Smith goes to 13. Phil Long?
Yeah, I arrived on the train yesterday lunchtime from Mumbai, came through Ahmedabad station. They were x-raying all the baggage as you came out of the station. I thought, what's going on here? Of course, a couple of bags before me, a couple of bags of whiskey had tried to be snuck into the city. They weren't going any further.
My first trip to Ahmedabad, I was also stopped at the X-ray. Just let you know, 10 years ago when England were here, actually.
Chris Wokes bowling his 5th over to Marnus Labuschagne, who's playing the ball behind point, won't get a run.
It took a lot of negotiation on my part to get away with just leaving the bottle with him, and then I had to pay a fine, which was negotiated on. And once I finished paying the fine, though, he said, no, I can't keep it. I'll get into trouble. You take it and go with you.
That's the cost of doing business in some parts of this country. We're in Ahmedabad. Wokes in and bowls back of a length and trying to play it to the onside. Curious sort of shot from Labuschagne. Just tried to wrist across the line and in the end was happy to just play the ball down into the pitch. Bailed out of looking to flick it through square leg and just patted it on the head. Chris Wokes has a laugh about it.
Yeah, again, the thing, he just realized that the ball hadn't come on. He was ready to just use his wrists, play it towards that vacant square leg region. It just didn't come on, so just chose to defend it into the pitch.
Wokes. Right arm over to Labuschagne, who tries to drive through mid-off, but that ball, the length wasn't there for it. It wasn't full enough. And it cramps him up, and he can only play it hard down into the ground again. So they've struggled to get away, Labuschagne especially, 5 from 16 balls.
Yeah, before this game, just 2 other batters had a lower strike rate than Marnus, 2 of the Afghans. And so Marnus comes into this game with a strike rate of 77, averaging 33. He really hasn't set this World Cup alight yet, anyway.
Wokes up to him, and he plays a huge drive and misses completely and stays down on one knee with the bat over his left shoulder. Like a mirror image Brian Lara, except for the fact that he didn't hit the ball. 48 for 2 remains the score. If this were the 1992 World Cup, those numbers would be great. Averaging 33, strike rate of 70.
Yeah.
Slaying it.
Probably one of the stars of the tournament.
Yeah.
The run rate's gone up over to a run a ball.
Oh, wow. 77 strike rate. Like, who are you, Mark? Great batch.
Well, Australia's run rate has gone down to 4.8 when it was well over 6 earlier. Wokes into the pads this time and gets an outside edge as he plays across the line, Labuschagne, and there's a bit of swing there. So 10 overs gone. Chris Wokes has 2 for 23. Stephen Smith on 13. Marnus Labuschagne on 5. Australia 48 for 2. I'll leave you with Bharat Sundaresan with Jonathan Agnew to come in.
Australia were flying with the openers, David Warner and Travis Head. Travis Head obviously getting out for 11 before Warner had even faced a single ball. Then the slow pitch, ball's not coming on. Both Marnus and Steve Smith have tried to force the issue, but haven't been successful so far. Could easily have played on to their stumps time each, and John Agnew comes in.
Hello, Bharat. Very nice to see you. And you're very conservatively dressed by your standards today, which is
I am.
a bit of a surprise.
I have the national or the state flower of South Australia on my shirt. That's
Right.
the Sturt Desert Pea.
Very nice.
The Magpies on my shorts. Magpies, obviously the reigning champions of the AFL.
Oh, I see. So there is some logic to this.
There is.
Oh, okay. I'd assumed it was just thrown together. Not at all.
Nothing is just thrown together.
Fair
Jonathan.
enough. Well, I get that now. 48 for 2. England have a couple of wickets. The 2 openers are out. Smith and Labuschagne together. And Mark Wood's on the way, urged on by the crowd. His first ball was a good length on off stump and played back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, 48 off that power play last game. Australia 118 without loss after 10 overs, so England will be pleased with that. They'll also be pleased with just the 4 fours and 1 6 in that opening 60 balls.
Just shows you get a couple of wickets, you can peg it back, because Australia not necessarily going to rebuild here, but they'll have an eye. 48 for 2. It means that Smith and Labuschagne can play their natural games for a little while, get themselves in. Slip's gone. There's 5 inside the circle. As Mark Wood again, who's had a pretty tricky World Cup, moves in, bowls. A bit of bounce there. Lifts and hits Smith up on the bottom hand. He turns the ball away into the leg side. What's Mark Wood going at the moment? I mean, he's very about 7 and over, wasn't he, on average?
Yeah, he's had a couple of games where he has really gone round the park. Yeah, 5 for 50, 55 runs off 5 overs against New Zealand in the opening game here. He went for 76 off 7 overs against South Africa. He's got 4 wickets at 69 apiece.
Yeah, it's not been an easy World Cup for him, that's for sure. 48 for 2 in the 11th over. He wheels round in the distance, turns on the run, and then comes scampering in again. Past umpire Erasmus, and he bowls, and Smith's got that away into the leg side from a ball. I think they would have missed off stump probably, but he gets in these very peculiar positions. Flicks it away. Root Fields, one more, 49 for 2.
Yeah, but Mark Wood's numbers are illustrative of the pitches we've played on. Now, you see some of the seamers who have done well. It's either those who have somehow managed to swing the ball early on, or those who bowled the cutters smartly in the middle overs, except the Indians. I mean, Indians have been operating at another level.
Yeah.
You see Mitchell Stark's numbers as well haven't been flash in this tournament, and Pat Cummins has modified himself as a cutter bowler in the middle overs. You'll see him do that today as well, and he's got wickets that way. Extra pace on the ball, that's what the batters have been waiting for, and already we've seen this afternoon. Wokes and Willie have not been easy to put away.
49 for 2 in the 11th over. Labuschagne on strike. Wood comes in, bowls to him, and he drives. Ball comes off a thickish edge out to Bairstow. Out to our right there, backward point. Crowd getting energised, coming in now. It's just impossible to tell how many are in here. It's such a cavern. Absolutely immense ground. And there might be, I don't know, 15,000 in for all we know, but it's impossible to tell.
I guess a better way for them to do it would be just fill up one stand at a time.
Well, I think you're right. They're all scattered
Everywhere.
all over the place, way up high, some right at the very top up there, gazing down. In comes Wood, bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side, a little awkwardly by Smith. He'll look for 2, as Rashid hasn't got the strongest arm, but in fact he's got that away, so just 1 run it is. 51 for 2. I'm just thinking of our old friends listening in Melbourne in particular, how this entire stadium compares to the height of the Shane Warne stand, the Great Southern stand as it was known before. Do you think it's higher here than that stand?
I think it looks higher also because it's just 2 tiers, right?
Yes.
I think at the MCG, because of all these nooks and crannies that you see all around, including even with the Great Southern stand, all the corporate boxes, I won't say it looks smaller, but this just looks bigger as a result.
It's vast.
Yes.
It goes all the way around at the same height. There's these 2 tiers. There's some posh boxes down there at the far end that I've got some people in today. 51 for 2 in the 11th over. Wood gives a great leap and bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side by Labuschagne, fielded by Stokes. And that's the end of reasonable over there, actually, from Wood. There's 3 singles coming from it, but as I say, Australia's a little bit pegged back with the loss of those 2 wickets.
Just about the stadium as well, Jonathan. You'll be happy to know that the last ever cricket game that was played here before it was brought down, I played in it, took a couple of wickets. It was a West Zone versus South Zone journalist match.
Oh, I see. As I said, that good.
It ended. They saw me bowl off my wrong foot,
right,
and they said, "Yeah, that's enough.
We'll need to demolish the ground." You're off the wrong footer, are you?
Oh yes, very much so. Yeah.
You'd be quite a sight because you've got long hair. And is it quite a quick approach? Is the hair flowing?
It is flowing, yeah.
Oh, Bharat, I need to see it.
There are clips of my bowling.
Are there? Well,
they've done the rounds on social
media. If I'm really
media.
desperate, I'll have a look. I've got another long flight to look forward to. 51 for 2, and Wokes is going to continue. So he's into his 6th over now. Might be puffing a bit in this heat, but he has taken those 2 wickets. And in he goes again now, and he bowls to Smith, who drives thickish outside edge. They're not quite timed, but gets a single out to deep point. 53 for 2.
Agus, you were talking about cricketing injuries before the game.
I was.
How's yours, Bharat? You were carrying one in the summer, weren't you?
Yeah,
oh, there we go.
There you go. Like, yeah, I got a surgery done. So, the Adam Collins wedding match. Took one of the greater catches, running in from long on, but also broke my thumb.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it's just before the Lord's Test. A few days
Right.
before that. I needed surgery once I went back home.
In goes Wokes, bowls on the off stump, pushed away out to cover. And there's no, but you've got protection on that still. Whereas
Yeah.
Tim Southey, I have to be honest, I thought his injury looked really possibly worse.
Oh.
He's out playing again. So what's happened? So why you got all this on?
It's colourful. And
It is colourful.
Yeah,
It's a pink protector.
yes, it is, yeah. And I still have some metal in there, which needs to be removed once I go back home.
Oh,
so.
Bharat. Well, it serves you off dropping a catch.
I took the catch.
He took the catch.
One of the
Oh, I
best-
see.
Oh, it was a great catch.
Oh, it's worth it then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Worth a bit of pain.
And there's a video of that as well, so there
Excellent. In goes Wokes. Bowls on the off-stump edge, to sort of running down to third man, sort of an edge. Ball bounces in front of Root, who fielded slip, and there's no run. 52 for 2.
you go. But the real reason for the ground getting a makeover, obviously, it was one of the few grounds which did not get a makeover once the 2011 World Cup was awarded to India. Every other ground, Mumbai, Calcutta, they all were redone. But 2015 is when it was brought down. A year before that, Narendra Modi and the BJP win the elections for the first time. And this was the first project after that.
Is that right? In goes Wokes again. Bowls short and pulled into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. The ball heading out towards the boundary. It'll get there as well. Didn't quite come out of the middle of the bat there, but Labuschagne's got enough on it. And the fielder at deep mid-wicket couldn't get there. An Australian flag flies somewhere in this cavernous ground. I saw it there on the picture. And it goes to 56 for 2. It's hard to imagine because the actual site of the ground is the same, isn't it? So I've had a number of test matches here, but I mean, it's just completely, it's just beyond all recognition. But it's got very good infrastructure. You can get to it, get out of it. In goes Wokes. Bowls, and that's just gone past Root's right hand, down to third man. A desperate save down there. Very well done too by Rashid. He keeps that in. He's not the quickest, but they're under pressure going to his left. A nice piece of work. 57 for 2. The ball to go in the 12th.
Yeah, just to finish off on the stadium got built in 2004. It was brought down in 2015, but it wasn't named the Narendra Modi Stadium till the morning of the first international game here. I'm sure
right.
you were there.
So it was a big surprise for him, was it?
Oh, yes, it was. I guess so.
Yeah, I'm sure. 57 for 2. Ball to go in the 12th. In goes Wokes. Over the wicket. There now, and he bowls. That's flicked away from around about off stump again. Maybe even missing off stump. Out to long leg. And they take a run. Lovely to see you, Bharat. We shall catch up with you during the course of the day. And it's 58 for 2. 12 overs gone. Smith 17. Labuschagne has 11. Both openers have been dismissed. So Head and Warner both dispatched. So a nice start for England, just pegging Australia back a little bit. Here's the man of the moment, Aaron Finch. You didn't tell me you're bringing out the trophy as well. I mean, you're just doing everything. You'll be rolling the pitch soon. You've been everywhere in this tournament.
Oh, it feels like it at the moment too.
Well done. And you started off in the commentary box as well. I mean, what is going on?
Yeah, there's a little stint for Sky, a little stint for Star as well.
Oh, I think you need a new agent.
You're not wrong.
Wow,
You're not wrong.
Running all over the place. 58 for 2. Anyway, it's good to see you. Haven't seen you for a little while. And we've got Mark Wood continuing, and he's bowling to Smith, who dips at the knee. Wood tearing in from that far end on a hot afternoon. Bowls, that's tucked away into the leg side. And Smith will take one there down to deep back, good square leg. So you've been all over the shot, everywhere, haven't you?
Yeah, I was in Lucknow yesterday for the game between Afghanistan and Netherlands. And the alarm went off at 10 to 4 this morning to go and catch a flight to get to Ahmedabad. It's all good. It's all part of the game.
Yeah. Well, you're finding the thing I'm finding difficulty with, honestly, is remembering room numbers.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're not
my
wrong.
own. Obviously not anybody else's, but my own room number. When it's becoming a challenge.
Yeah, when you have to go and ask reception every couple of days, it hits home.
Indeed. In comes Wood, bowls. That's pushed away down to gully area, fielded by Milan.
It's been a very good start from Mark Wood. his pace is right up from ball one today, averaging 145 kilometres at the moment, 90 mile.
Yeah. Well, you've seen so much. Where are you, England? I mean, India. You've probably done a few of their games, have you? Are you sort of nailed on for them to win this thing, or what do you think?
At this stage, they look superior, don't they? I mean, their bowling unit at the moment is bowling as well as I've ever seen in one-day cricket in particular.
South Africa
have got the power.
Yeah.
And they can be unconventional at times.
Wood again, a big leap, a bowls a quick bouncer, very quick bouncer. Labuschagne thought for a moment, having a little dabble at that, but very wisely. Last second, and it really is just a split second. Withdrew from that, took his head out of the way for a start, and then the bat and the gloves. Quick ball from Wood. It's nice to see. Boyd, I think, by those couple of wickets that fell. Yeah, I've seen a bit of South Africa actually, and they don't look rattled, and that's something that they obviously have done in World Cups before. They've actually been quite calm.
Yeah, the game that they lost, they had to chase, and it was a modest chase as well against the Netherlands, so that would still be at the back of their mind.
59 for 2 in the 13th. Wood again scampers in bowls, turned into the leg side. Now they want 2 here. They won't get it though. Wokes will deny them that coming in from that leg side boundary. And so 60 for 2.
And every time they have to chase it, doesn't matter what the total is, they always have a little wobble.
Yeah.
Whereas when they bat first, the South African team, they play with just freedom. Quinton de Kock takes a little bit more time. Once he gets in, he's been going big. He's never scored a 50 in ODI cricket in India, only hundreds. So it's a great conversion.
It's not a bad stat, is it?
400s.
Yeah, I've seen him score, I think, 3 of those. He has looked excellent. 60 for 2. 2 balls left in the 13th. Wood on his way, comes in, bowls, and he gets all squared up here. Smith, he gets in these very awkward positions. And that climbs and hits him on the thigh, I'd say.
Yeah, Quinton de Kock with those 400s, batting second, scores of 20 and 24. So as you say, in the back of their mind, batting second might still be a question.
Well, it might be hot. That's the trouble. I mean, we've seen him not keep wicket, and there's been a bit of rumbling about that, hasn't there? He goes out, smacks 100, and then doesn't feel anymore. And there's been a few people talking about that.
Is there?
Oh yeah, I have been for a start. Doesn't seem right to me. Whilst poor bowlers are out there flogging away, you know.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Heinrich Klaassen did it against England when he got that brilliant 100 at Wankhede Stadium.
Yeah. And comes Wood, bowls, tucked away down towards long leg, and Rashid will field that. They'll take a single. I mean, it is hot, of course it is. But do you think it's right that they don't come out and field because they're a bit tired?
Well, you can justify it any way that you want. That's the issue that you face with as an opposition. Because you go straight to the fourth umpire and you say, where is he? Why isn't he on the field?
Well, you do.
This is an unfair advantage. And
my point really, Aaron, was not so much those games, but a semi-final. You know, if it's a real crunch game, I could just see that. I thought that they should do something about it, because that could be something. Because it's such a precedent now. I mean, they haven't come out and fielded, have they? So that's 3 occasions now that South Africa haven't. The batsman's gone out there and smashed 100, hasn't fielded. That's quite a lot. And
it is a lot.
They have allowed it to happen. I can see it being a bit in a niggly semi-final, because they can be a bit like that, can't they, to get through to the final? Anyway, I don't suppose anything will happen, or even that it might raise its head. But now we've got Livingston coming on here, and he's coming on quite early too. He's coming on before Moeen, and he's going to try and just run the ball away.
Yeah, it's an unusual decision, I think, especially with Adil Rashid in the side as well.
Yeah.
It looks as though the way Liam Livingston's warming up, that he will bowl leg spin. That would be preferred with 2 right-handers at the crease.
Do you think Joss Butler thinks these two are just kind of playing their way a bit here? We'll just get a couple of overs of Livingston.
Yeah, potentially. And I think he might find it a little bit more difficult to get overs out of Moeen Ali now.
Now we've got Livingston coming in bowling. First ball is just short of a length, tucked away around the corner. It was a wrist spinner. It turned ever so slowly, picked up there by Wood inside the circle. So he's got a deep point and a long off, long on, and a deep square leg. And as Livingston trots in again, bowls, and it's a little bit short, and cut off the back foot. Single to Smith takes him to 20 from 27 balls. That hit 1 boundary in that. Labuschagne's hit 2. So after Head and Warner were full of intent, but both got out. It's just a little bit of rebuilding going on here. 62 for 2. So that's possibly why Butler thought, I'll just get a couple of those of Livingston in while they're just playing themselves in here.
Yeah, that's right. And with the man at deep square leg in front of square, expect Marnus Labuschagne to try and sweep.
There he goes, and that's a bottom-handed drive out to go out to cover. Really. Funny old shot that. 62 for 2. 13.3 overs gone. Livingston again bowls, and that's cut off the back foot. To deep point, they take a single. I find it quite hard to see the ball today, don't like you, but whether it's the glass or what it may be, I don't know. But the white ball sometimes can play tricks with you a little bit. From a long way away. 63 for 2, and goes Livingston again. Bowls, and that's cut off the back foot again. It's short here. Picked off. Wokes is the fielder.
The inexplicable black paint on the window doesn't help, does it?
Well, it doesn't. You're right, there are a few smears, but I think maybe I've miscalculated by wearing a white shirt, which reflects, and therefore
I think you might be reading a bit too much into that.
I think that's it. Here's the next one then. Pushed away out to cover, to end the over, and Willie Field, so 64 for 2, with 14 overs gone. Smith 21, Labuschagne 13. Is this the first Ashes match you've done from this side of the fence?
Yes, it is.
How do you feel about it? I mean, it's a bit. We're trying to give it the full impetus, aren't we? But,
Yeah, we are, but it obviously has a huge difference when you don't have as many travelling supporters or home supporters wherever the game may be played. So there'll still be some spice in it, no doubt. You could see after David Warner's wicket, Joss Butler, the celebration that he had, that how much it meant to him.
$64 for 2. Yes, it's different, isn't it? I mean, even at the bottom of the table, desperately want to win this one. Smith, 21 not out. Waits as Wood's on his way in. He bowls to him, and he works that away again. He sort of shovels the ball around the corner. He's such a difficult man to bowl at. It really is. I mean, a lot of this would be missing off stump, I think. He gets it away behind there, and a little bit wider you go, and bang, he hits you out square.
Yeah, and he's getting as far across his stumps as I've seen him for a long time as well. I've seen him leading edge quite a few balls already today. One of his first balls, he got right across, and it was in front of middle stump, and almost as if he was too early through the ball.
You'd have seen him, I guess, as a real youngster, wouldn't you? I mean, did he always bat like this? Right in his early days?
Not as pronounced as what it is now. He's gone to a new level now with the amount of movement across his stumps.
Here's Wood again, bowls, and Labuschagne forces to point.
He's just struggling to get off strike at the moment, Marnus. There's not a real lot of flow into his game at the moment. 13 off 31 deliveries, striking at just 42. It just feels as though he's building for something. There will be a big shot come in the next over or so. There'll be a calculated risk at some point, as he doesn't want this pressure to continue to build up on him.
There's a slip there. Root's taken a catch already today. Dismiss Travis Head off Chris Wokes. 65 for 2 in the 15th over. England Australia here in Ahmedabad in the Cricket World Cup. Wood's on his way, and he bowls and stuck away into the leg side, runs that first one busily. So what he'll get though is Stokes Field. It's interesting because he must have gone through a few troughs, Smith. And the obvious thing for a coach to say is, yeah, but look where you're getting, look at the positions you're getting in. But actually, by the sounds of it, that wouldn't have happened. They've just let him continue in his own way.
Yeah, I think one of his great strengths is his mental toughness, so his ability to understand what he's trying to do with his technique. And when you go through a significant change, he used to be very side on, quite still. And then he started exaggerating that back and across movement, and the back lift started to go out more towards backward point or gully. And for me, that just said how mentally strong it was for him to commit to that at international level.
Yes.
Since he started playing international cricket, there hasn't been a huge amount of time when you go away and you have time to work on your game or really groove a change in your technique.
He's on strike now, dip at the knee, the bat waving around as Wood's on his way. There's a slip there, bowls a quick bouncer.
That's quick.
Yeah, and he dipped out of the way again there, rather like Labuschagne did in the previous over. Looking for the speed to come up on the screen there, but it's not coming up. But this over so far, 146s and 147, and that was a quick ball on an Indian pitch. That's got some wheels on it.
Sure does, and especially on a surface that's been a touch slow throughout. Steve Smith not in any position to attack that delivery. Just sways out of the way, bobs his head at the last minute.
Do you miss facing that?
Not particularly.
Here's Wood again, rushing in from the far end, bowls. And again, he works that ball away off his hip. That's a deep backward square leg. One more, 67 for 2. I've never understood why batsmen somehow enjoy this.
And it's interesting what we're talking about, Steve Smith's technique, and there's just a graphic coming up on the replay screen at the moment. The amount that he's moving to each different bowler that he's faced so far. There's one against Wokes, Wood and Willie, 3 Ws, and it changes his technique depending on who he's facing, and that's the sign of somebody who understands his own game, but tactically is so adept to change on the fly, and that's happening over to over, and that's not easy.
Labuschagne waiting. Wood comes in, bowls to him, and now it's his turn to tuck that away. Now we'll get a couple here this time. Stokes has long chase out towards deep mid-wicket. And it beats Wokes to that. And they're going to come back for 3. That's really good running. A rather wild return there from Willie. Hurling the ball at the stumps as they make that 3rd run. Good effort. They were puffing a bit. Labuschagne's having a breather. In fact, they're all going to have a breather. They're going to have a drinks break. 70 for 2, 15 overs gone. Got the ground staff tearing on too. And an army of them rushing on. And the inevitable drinks cart that comes on that...
It doesn't go anywhere near the players.
No, everybody ignores. On it comes anyway. They've managed to flog some sponsorship there. And the ground staff will get about dusting up the pitch. So 70 for 2 from 15 overs. We had to say that Australia recovering really from the loss of those 2. He's to put on 32 together now since Warner was caught by Willie, giving Wokes that 2nd wicket. And of course, you can always watch the highlights on our BBC Sport website on the app. Now, the New Zealand-Pakistan game, and that is important because if New Zealand win that game, it condemns 4 people or 4 teams to be knocked out, including England. That's going on the BBC Sport website. Pakistan are chasing 402. So that's going to be quite a tall order, I would think, down there in Bangalore. I watched Pakistan the other day playing in Calcutta. Actually, they knocked those off pretty well against Bangladesh and did their net run rate some good. We're getting down to that phase now where net run rates and points and all these things start to come into it. But
yeah, at this point of the tournament, it's so hard to change your net run rate significantly. That's why you have to keep that in mind at the start of the tournament. Once you get into a position in a match where you think that you're comfortable enough to win the game, you have to go all out attack. It's interesting to note again, and another case of a team winning the toss and sticking the opposition in. New Zealand getting 401.
Yeah, I know. I must admit, I did gulp a bit when Joss Butler announced that he was going to put him in again here today.
I think this might be the exception, though. The Ahmedabad,
I think it's all right.
Narendra Modi Stadium. It does seem to get a lot more dewy than other grounds around India, and it tends to come in a little bit earlier as well. So there's been that crossover period between the sun going down and the lights taking full effect, where the ball seems to zip around and swing and seam a lot more than what we've seen in the first half of the match. So a lot of times teams are already 2 or 3 down and the game's almost gone by the time that ball and the wicket flattens out and the dew starts to come. So it's fraught with danger, because if it doesn't come at all, then you can be in some serious trouble. Or if somebody gets 400 like New Zealand have done today, then that's extraordinary.
Yeah, there seems to be little rhyme nor reason to the dew. I mean, the dewiest place I think we've been so far is Lucknow, actually, where it does come down there, and you see the tracks of the drinks carts and the bowlers' run-ups and so on. That really does seem to be quite dewy. But here, well, we shall just wait and see. But we've got a sort of a greyish, hazy sky overhead. Again, no threat of any rain here. There's been some around Bangalore where that game has been taking place, but nothing here. And according to my long ranger, the forecast for the final is good too. They're already able to forecast that way in advance. That's a week tomorrow, of course. World Cup final. No, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks tomorrow, not a week. I keep losing my weeks. So 2 weeks tomorrow. A week tomorrow. We're in Calcutta, aren't we? 2 weeks tomorrow. There's still a way to go yet.
I'm not sure where I'm going tomorrow, so I don't even look that far ahead.
I don't know. No. Has all your baggage made it with you everywhere?
Everywhere.
Oh.
Been very, very lucky with flights.
I've
haven't
had
had a
one go.
flight delayed. Every flight's taken off on time.
Really?
I've
that
been
is good.
incredibly lucky.
Yeah.
Touch wood, obviously.
It does tend to go pretty much like clockwork here. 70 for 2, 15 overs gone. Livingston shuffles in. Bowls, that's pushed away down towards backward point. They've got a couple here. Chase the fielder out there in the deep, who picks up, sends it back. 72 for 2. No, mine went. My suitcase
Harry
went
Brook
to
on the field.
It is. My suitcase went to Delhi
Okay.
when I'd actually gone to Calcutta.
That's not ideal. They're miles apart.
Bad. They're completely the opposite directions. And the chap, I have to be honest, at the airline desk wasn't particularly bothered about it. Here's Livingston bowling, driven for a single down the long off. It wasn't really bothered, and this was about 8 o'clock at night. I think, well, hang on, where's my case? And he said, well, you know. Anyway, he sort of shrugged it away. Then he said, oh, it's gone to Delhi. I thought, well, thanks very much. When's he going to come? Well, I might come tomorrow. It's that sort of attitude.
Yep.
Anyway, next morning, I turn up again at Calcutta Airport to go and get the bag. So, a single down to long on, and he's all over me. He's like a new man. Mr. Agnew, your case, here it is waiting for me. Here it is, you know, he almost gave an apology, but here it is, fantastic. So then he said, I've seen your WhatsApp. I've seen you interviewing Mr. Ben Stokes. This is my picture. Whole thing changed. Here's Livingston, moves in bowls. A little bit of a leading edge there. Labuschagne tried to turn into the leg side, picked up at cover. Yeah, so the whole changed. As soon as he saw that picture of Ben Stokes and me, case was there, it was kind of dusted off and pushed out, put it in the car. It's amazing what cricket does, isn't it? It's Labuschagne picking up a single. And the other day we're going to Calcutta. That one game I was talking about, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and we get to the sort of outskirts where all the barriers are. And I'm with our other team there, so I'm with the Simon Man, Carlos Brathwaite team over there. As Livingston bowls, tucked away down to long on for a single, and as usual security says, no, you can't come in here. But we've got the pass, you know, the fellow in the front there, the driver, we've got a pass. No, not coming in here. So we did. Carlos, stick your head out the window. So we wind the window down. Carlos stuck his head out the window. Oh, sir, please, you can all drive through here. Come up to...
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous, really. But,
Similar thing happened to me leaving the ground in Pune. There's a long and windy 1.5 lanes.
hard getting out of there.
Of all the traffic in the ground trying to get out. But there is a sneaky exit that goes straight onto the freeway.
Oh.
Before you get to that road, and at times you just need to pop your head out the window and they say no, they wave their hand and say no, you can't use this exit, it's straight onto the freeway. Come on, wind the window down, and the driver is always, they're panicking because the police are guarding the exit.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, we're very lucky in this country.
In comes Wood, starts a new over bowls, and it's steered away down to backward point, filled by Livingston, and there's no run. Well, I think Michael Vaughan needs to find a way out of there because he's driving back after our game next week, so he might be grateful to know where that escape route is.
It mightn't do him much good because that's the road that then goes into Pune.
Oh, he wants to go the other way.
Not the one back to Mumbai.
Okay.
So I think you might get stuck in that traffic anyway, so it's just unlucky for
Right.
Michael Vaughan.
It's a very nice ground.
That's a beautiful ground.
It's a very nice highway, but there's no connection between the two. That's the problem, apart from some enormous potholes and some fields that we went bouncing through, and we were trying to get out of there. But when they join them up, it'll be great. In comes Wood from the far end, bowls short of a length, pushed off the back foot by Smith for a single. To Bairstow coming in off the point boundary.
That's not a particularly convenient location at all either, is it?
No.
But it is a beautiful ground. I was lucky enough to play a season out of that stadium, and it was beautiful, and the city is excellent itself.
Yes, they're not necessarily connected.
No.
But actually, we had a good time. We're back there next week, but our little commentary box, I don't know if you went into BBC Radio there, but it's a little, very flimsy little building actually in the crowd. It's quite fun to get all the noise. We did an India game there. It was a terrific atmosphere. In comes Wood, bowls, and that's driven, leading back slightly, but he's got it away. Labuschagne will feel better for that. Just picking up a boundary through the covers. Wood there, rather over-pitched.
Yeah, it was a good shot from Marnus
Yeah,
Labuschagne. Like you said, he just leant back on it when Mark Wood's running in bowling 147. Not a huge amount of footwork, but it doesn't have to be at that pace, and he hits it right out of the middle. Beats David Willey at extra cover. That raced away. It's a very quick outfield when the ball's hit along the deck. I've seen a couple of times. Once the ball's in the air, it plugs and doesn't roll at all.
81 for 2, halfway through the 17th. Wood again bowls. Labuschagne's hit on the pad. Appeal play with full wicket. Murray Erasmus not interested. Heads off to go and signal a leg by, presumably. Well, he does. But that will confirm to England that he didn't edge it. And they're going to have a conversation about this, certainly Wood and Butler.
He got a long way across his stumps, and Josh Butler's having a real think about this as the timer starts running down. I expect him to go, and he has.
Yeah, he has done. A couple of seconds to go, so we're going to have a review. See how this one goes. He did get across in front of his stumps. Shoveled it around the corner. Murray doesn't get a lot wrong.
Director.
We'll see. It's been given not out, so just bear that in mind.
Decision, not out. I've checked the front foot. Fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Umpire Holdstock then is the man. I'm not sure where he sits here. I suppose he could be anywhere. But I rather imagine he might be down our end because of all the television stuff here. But I don't know which box he's in. Let's have a first look then. Well, Murray didn't think he'd edged it because he signalled leg by. That's going down the leg side.
Sliding
down.
down.
Doesn't appear to be any bat, but you got an ultra-edge confirmed bat or no bat, please.
That's going down leg, and I think England have given up already on that.
Keep rolling it for me, please. There's a clear gap between bat and ball, flat line. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please.
I mean, you can see the base of the leg stump, but given the fact that he's been given not out.
Just on the angle, you'd have to suggest sliding out at best.
Yeah.
Might be 1% clipping it, so they keep their review.
Decision, not out. Pitching out off, impact in
missing.
line. Wickets missing. Murray, you can stay with the original not out decision. Stand by. You on screen signal now.
Well on Murray. He gets a lot right. Our friendly South African. Always good company. Have many evenings with Murray Erasmus?
A couple, yeah, and
good fun.
Seeing him around the hotel a lot of times over the years. He's a lovely man.
He is.
Very, very good umpire.
81 for 2 then. You got that one right. And Labuschagne Smith on strike. That's played away down to backward point. And there's no run. Score predictor pops up. 296 it's saying at the moment, but it's still very early days.
I think Australia would snap your arm off for that.
I think they would. Smith gives back this batter twiddle, looks around. 82 for 2. Ball to go in the 17th over. And Wood to complete his 4th over. He's gone for 17 so far. Takes a long time to wander back. A hot afternoon. Turns and scampers it again past Mr. Erasmus, and he bowls. And Smith a little crookedly plays that. It rolls up the pitch. And Mark Wood does the fielding himself. So, ended over. Nice to see you again, Aaron. 82 for 2. 17 overs gone, and he'll be drawn by Geoff Lemon.
It's just under 5 runs and over Australia at the moment. It's been slightly slower in the last couple of overs. Marnus Labuschagne 25 off 39 deliveries. Steve Smith 26 off 37. So this partnership is just building, but they need this one to go a lot longer. They've already gone 68 deliveries, so you can't afford to have to restart again, particularly on a wicket like this where it looks like it's slightly slow and there's been enough movement.
Livingston coming up the bowl to Labuschagne, who gets the front leg out of the way, drives back hard at the bowler, who only half stops it, so they'll get a single there. 84 for 2. This is red hot 1970s one day batting, the way these two are going.
Yeah, at the moment, but I think it's what the situation has demanded.
Yep.
I think particularly with Stoinis and Green coming back into the side, haven't played a cricket for a little while.
Livingston, a lot of loop in towards the leg stump, driven by Smith down the ground to Milan at long on. 85 for 2. Phil?
Yeah, that score predicted to get up to that target. Australia need to score just under 6.5 and over. We're to the 18th over now. There's been 6 4s and 1 6 so far.
So manageable from here if they were to carry on. Backing away goes Labuschagne and cuts out to the deep, where the point fielder will lob the ball back in. 86 for 2. And with those couple of wickets early, they did need to take a bit of time.
Yeah, they did. Travis Head started off so aggressively. He got 11 only, but it was quick.
Livingston darts it through this time, quicker and flatter, and again it's deep point doing the fielding. It's doing it in singles at the moment, Wilfred Rhodes style. 86 for 2 the score. Labuschagne 27, Smith 28. These two who batted together so much. I'm sure English listeners will be overjoyed at hearing Smith and Labuschagne forging a partnership. There's another run for it as Labuschagne cuts out to the deep point sweeper once more. 87 for 2. They've got one run from every ball this over.
Yeah, it's been risk-free batting at the moment, and I still find it unusual that Livingston's still on. I think they'll be able to find enough overs throughout the middle of the game, particularly if they pick up a wicket, they can go back to him. But I think Adil Rashid, go to your number one spinner first.
Livingston, there's some loop coming down the pitch, whipping it to the leg side and getting it past the short mid-wicket fielder. Milan has to come all the way around from long on to a fairly wide position. That's a 50 partnership between Smith and Labuschagne, with a single from all 6 balls of that Liam Livingston over. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 15. Mark Wood 4 overs, none for 17. Australia 88 for 2 in the 18th over after being invited to bat. Former Australian captain Aaron Finch has wandered off. Former England captain Michael Vaughan is back to take his place, and this is the kind of one-day cricket that doesn't necessarily thrill everybody, but it's good technical stuff.
I've got to be honest, Jeffrey, this is the kind of one-day cricket that I produced. Just one, the odd one. Nice partnership, 50 off 74. It's a bit of a throwback. Australia just trying to rebuild those 2 wickets that Chris Woakes got. Big wickets of Travis Head and David Warner have been in electric form.
Yeah.
And now the spinners come on. Liam Livingston's done a decent job, 3 overs for 15. Ala Rashid can see he's warmed up. Moeen Ali's now going to come into the attack with those fancy boots on, bright blue and with a yellow stripe and a luminous yellow kind of stripe down the side.
One of the Indian players had these on the other day, didn't they?
I think they're quite common. The brand that most of the players are using seem to have produced, I think there's some bright orange one for the Netherlands. And
right.
I think most teams have got. They're not always in perfect kind of contrast with the kit.
The blue doesn't match.
The boots are a bit brighter.
Moeen Ali will bowl to Smith, who's coming across very early and playing a lap shot down to fine leg, kneeling down outside the off stump and letting that deflect off the face of the bat. 89 for 2, Phil.
The 10th time Moeen Ali has bowled in a one-day international in India. He now has 1 wicket for 355 runs, but that 1 wicket is
Sachin Tendulkar.
Virat Kohli.
Everybody got Sachin out at some point. Moeen Ali comes up, bowls. Labuschagne trying to cut, hits it straight to David Willey at cover. 89 for 2, still the score.
Yeah, there's going to come a time where Labuschagne's going to have to take a risk. He's 28 from 43, and it's where his risk can be taken. Extra cover maybe over top of mid-off.
Moeen bowls very flat. Labuschagne steps across outside the off stump and flicks it away into the leg side. Can't beat the field. If he takes a risk and gets out at this point, that's when it really damages Australia. Strike rate of 63 in this innings. Moeen, Labuschagne carves him away off the outside edge. A little bit fortunate, but he'll take the 4 runs down through deep third. Was looking to hit that square of the wicket. Gets it fine, goes up to 32. They're 93 for 2, Australia.
Yeah, that was a panic shot from Labuschagne. He knows he's going to get this scoreboard ticking. Ball just outside off stump, and he just kind of rocks back. He gives himself a bit of space. Thick outside edge. He gets a fortunate boundary.
Might have been playing for turn there, and there was none. Expecting it to come back into him a little bit. Takes the outside edge. Moeen bowls again, gives it a little bit more flight. They take a quick single to mid-wicket, racing through, and a direct hit might have had Steve Smith. It deflects off Joss Butler's gloves. Away to backward point. There's no overthrow. They make it through. 94 for 2, but that might have been close.
Yeah, just a little bit of a delay there from Smith. Livingston at mid-wicket. Yeah, direct hit. Would it have been? Yeah, I think it might have just have had Smith.
Not exactly a chance. A completely cut and dried one. Would have taken a good bit of fielding. Moeen, lots of flight in the air, and Smith outside edges in for 4. That was a little bit more deliberate, looking to steer the ball, Stephen Smith. And he's got such delicate touch at times. And it races away. So Smith to 34, they're 98 for 2 after 19.
Yeah, 10 off Moeen Ali's first over. And he's played that. That's glorious. He just waits and waits. Just only, you're talking it's just the width, really. I don't think it's that short. He plays it because of the wide nature of the delivery and just lets it come, and he just dabs it past that right leg of Joss Butler. Yeah, that's the over that this partnership needed.
It's almost off the gloves from Smith there, just on the very splice of the bat, just under the gloves. And he manages to dab that ball away. So he's got 34 from 42, starting to lift that rate a little bit. Labuschagne 33 from 46, bit of catching up to do. 98 for 2.
Well, this is a key period. Adil Rashid into the attack, and 8 wickets in the World Cup. He averages 33.25. He's bowled okay against Australia. He always seems to do pretty well.
Adil Rashid, the veteran leg spinner, gives it a rip, gives it some loop, and coming forward to greet it. There's Marnus Labuschagne pressing it to short cover, no run.
What's Zampa got? 16? Phil was 16,
yeah.
Adam Zampa's been fantastic for the Aussies.
3 4s and a 3 in there. 4 for 8 against the Dutch. Rashid, bit too wide, and is trying to slap it through the offside is Labuschagne. They've got a deep cover sweeper, so he'll only get 1. But opened the wrists up and gave that a clobber. 99 for 2.
Yeah, you just see the field that England have got set here. You've got mid-on and mid-off on the boundary. Mid-wickets in front of square, because I don't feel that England feel that the Australians sweep the ball. So you almost can protect that quarter of the ground behind square on the leg side.
Rashid bowls in tighter to the stumps, and Smith is driving a run down the ground for 1. There's the 100 for Australia, 100 for 2. Labuschagne will play that sweep in front of square. He plays that, we've been calling it the straight sweep, where he gets down very low to the ground and hits it hard through mid-wicket, but he doesn't play the one behind square so much, and Smith hates the sweep shot. Got out to it here during the Test series and was furious. Looped up from Rashid, driven into the covers. They'll get a run past David Willey, 101 for 2.
Well, I always look at that cover point on the boundary, because I don't think the reverse sweep will be in the equation either for this pair. That cover point can come in front of square. When you start reverse sweeping, cover point on the boundary has to go square and even behind, which offers the extra cover region for a boundary option. First slip's just put on the drives, a straight mid-off drive.
Rashid gets his one through a bit more quickly at the leg stump. It's turned to short mid-wicket, no run. So just shifting this field around a little bit here and there. Yeah, it's almost a short, wide mid-off more than a short cover, because they've got a regulation cover there as well. And then a mid-wicket fairly close to the bat too. Reaching outside the off stump, Smith plays the ball to point and yells no. 101 for 2, 20 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, it's a nice start for Rashid. Just a little bit of spin there. 3 from his first over. There's a close-up of the Australian cap, just up against the digital advertising horn. All Steve Smith gloves, I think those. He likes to change his gloves very often when he's out in the middle. I think someone told me that he has around 16 pairs of gloves. Is that right?
About that, yeah. We've seen him. I remember seeing him change gloves after facing 8 balls at one point during a T20 international against India. That's the record that I've got listed down. Moeen Ali. There is a reverse sweep from Marnus Labuschagne. He hits it to the short fine fielder, so won't get more than a run. But we weren't necessarily expecting the reverse this early in proceedings. Labuschagne up to 36. Smith's on 35 and on strike. Taps the bat like a woodpecker going at a tree. Moeen Ali, and down the pitch comes Smith and hits it just wide of mid-off. Almost caught. Did he get fingertips to it? Smith scolds himself, shouts out, points down the ground, indicating where he wanted to hit that ball. He's talking to himself, but he almost hit the ball to someone else. 106 for 2. He gets the boundary for it, goes to 39. Smith's not happy, England not happy.
Yeah, he got too close to it, actually, so he couldn't get the elevation, so hit it flat. Great effort from Chris Woakes.
Moeen gives it some air and gets an outside edge, leading edge through the covers. They might dash back for a second run here. And they are hustling. They will make it for 2. 108 for 2. Smith up to 41.
Well, they're definitely targeting Moeen Ali. He's bowled 9 deliveries. He's gone for 17.
I'm not sure that Woakes got a fingertip to that, but if he did, it was a terrific effort. Dived across to his left. It wasn't really a catch per se. Smith steps away, holds the bat up, and watches the ball go through. It's a bizarre little passage of play. Just refused to engage. Moeen Ali bowls the next one on the leg stump. It's turned away. I'll get through for a single. The umpire eventually signalled dead ball to that previous delivery. 109 for 2. Phil?
From Bengaluru, Pakistan are 10 for 1. Bad news for all England fans out there.
Moeen in and bowling. Decent delivery, a little bit of turn into the pads. It's worked away through the leg side for a single, just behind square. 110 for 2. Pakistan need to chase that 400 in about 35 overs to go above New Zealand on net run rate, so haven't started well. Who's out? Abdullah Shafiq's out. Fakhar Zaman is there. He could chase 435 overs if he gets on. Moeen drops it a little bit shorter, cut hard by Steve Smith out to that deep point sweeper, who I suspect will have a fair bit of work to do today. 21 overs have been bowled. Australia were asked to bat first by England. Both of the openers out pretty cheaply. It's 111 for 2. Stephen Smith on 43, Marnus Labuschagne on 37. If you want to listen to the New Zealand-Pakistan game, that's also available on the BBC Sport website now, so you should be able to find the link. Click through to listen to that. With New Zealand win, 4 teams get knocked out of semi-final contention. England, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Netherlands. So if or when New Zealand win, that means Afghanistan will be the only non-top 4 team still alive in this comp. Adil Rashid floats the ball up to Steve Smith, who drives him down the ground. A lot of wrist crack on that ball, keeps it down. 112 for 1 with the single. This Australian pair just looking to keep things turning over at the moment. They've improved the overall run rate up to 5.3. It was down at about 4.5 a few overs ago. Rashid floats it right in at the toes and puts his hands on his head. They dash through for a single out to that short mid-wicket position where Livingston's racing in, and that's well run, alive to the opportunity. 113 for 2.
Yeah, will Labuschagne basically start trying to sweep out of Rashid? I don't think Smith will do. He's looking for anything slightly short to latch onto.
Smith on 44 waits for Rashid and just stretches forward and plays a ball right back down the centre of the pitch. Rolls slowly up to the bowler, no run.
Sam Curran's on the field. Is he on for Chris Woakes? Is he? No, Chris Woakes is at 45.
Woakes is there.
Who's he on for?
Width from Rashid, cut by Smith. Away behind point, he's been caught. It's looped up and the catch has been taken. Moeen Ali backward a point. The old firm combines, Rashid and Moeen. Smith gone for 44.
Yeah, key breakthrough. It's a googly actually wide of off stump. Smith trying to cut it away past Moeen Ali at backward point. Top edge, good catch. And this is England's great chance now to put the squeeze on. Spinners on against the Australian middle order. There's no Glenn Maxwell, who plays spin so dangerously. And England feel now they can really put the squeeze on the Aussies.
So Smith out for 44 from 52, and Labuschagne 38 from 52. The pair of them did bring that early fast run rate down, so this is an opportunity for England, especially if they could nip out Labuschagne before he gets a chance to try to catch up. Josh Inglis coming to the middle. He's been impressive in his few outings in this World Cup, but he's very inexperienced in international terms. He's played a lot of domestic cricket and prospered, but this is a big job. And there's just that sense of occasion. Australia-England has something else to it. For players who haven't played a lot of cricket against these teams, Inglis will feel that keenly. He was on the Ashes tour but didn't get an opportunity. Yeah,
there's always those little moments in your career, isn't it? You want to play for your country, and that's always a pressure moment. You do okay, and then all of a sudden you play against the arch enemy for the first time, and it's always just that little bit more nerve-wracking. You're just desperate to try and put a number on the board, get a score, help the team, prove that you can do it.
Bit of AC/DC blaring out to make him feel more at home. Decent crowd in by now. It always looks empty here unless it's absolutely full, but they're starting to block out some of the yellow and orange chevrons on the seats on the second tier. So I suspect we'll see a decent number if we get told a number at the end of the day. They haven't always been releasing the crowd numbers, the BCCI. 113 for 3 with Smith gone and Adil Rashid 1 for 5. He's into his second over. Could be the key for England today. The leg spinner in and bowling to Inglis, who's back and cutting, getting his first run out to deep point. 114 for 3.
Well, this for me is what England have done so well over the last 7 years in white ball cricket. Just when they're in the field, the likes of Rashid and Moeen Ali have been a good combination. Moeen's not started brilliant with the ball, 2 overs for 20, but that combination has always managed to just eke out wickets when the opposing team are looking set. And Rashid's done it once again.
Rashid up and bowls a nicely flighted leg break that dips on Labuschagne, and he just defends it to end the over. 22 overs bowled, 114 for 3. Labuschagne's on 38. Josh Inglis on 1. A Yorkshireman too. He was born in Yorkshire.
Yeah, he's
let him get away.
Well, the Australians needed a bit of help.
I don't think he had much choice in the matter. He was a child when he was taken to Perth.
Matt Renshaw was another one, wasn't he? Sheffield Collegiate. He played where I was brought up as a kid. Who's going to be the test opener when Warner goes? Bancroft, he started well, hasn't he? Back home in the Shield.
It's a Bancroft-Renshaw battle, I think, which is interesting because Marcus Harris has been the reserve opener on about 53 test tours now. He's been touring the world for 5 years, but as soon as there's actually an opening, they pick someone else. Which isn't the strongest vote of confidence. Marcus Harris is a similar to Warner kind of player without quite the same level of quality. Driving down the ground is Josh Inglis. Moeen Ali's off spin for a run. 116 for 3, but in a way it would be like for like. Harris is short, blocky, punchy left-hander, likes to carve through the offside behind point. So there might be some value in continuity. Moeen, bit of flight, backing away. Labuschagne cuts to cover, can't get a run. Another dot ball on Marnus Labuschagne's score sheet.
Yeah, he's starting to panic a bit here, Marnus. He's chewing quite a few balls up. It's a good pitch. There's not a great deal there. There's a hint of spin, but nothing drastic.
38 from 54. Moeen to Labuschagne, who glances the ball straight to short fine. Inglis tries to take some pressure off Labuschagne by setting off as soon as that ball leaves the bat. Races through for a single to get his partner off strike. 116 for 3. That's a bit of teamwork there. But Labuschagne struggled in Dharamshala against New Zealand as well. A huge total Australia made. He couldn't hit the ball cleanly that day. Inglis is getting a thick outside edge to short third. Won't take on the fielder this time. Yeah,
I mean, the Aussies have got a little bit of old school. At 3 and 4 today, it's been at 4 and 5 in Smith and Labuschagne. There'll be many saying, can you win a World Cup with those two in the same team? Moeen, quicker, flatter at the off stump. Ball's punched back to the bowler by Inglis. You could have one of them, you think, but maybe not both. Although Smith has lifted his scoring rate in a lot of his innings recently. Didn't do it today, but has done so. Moeen coming down the pitch is Inglis and driving him down to long on. Good positive footwork early to end the 23rd over, but only 3 singles from it. So the slowdown continues. Australia's run rate just above 5 and over now at 117 for 3. Yeah, I reckon the likes of Head and Warner, if one of them still in at this stage, the Aussies have got another 40. Oh. That's the difference. That and those the rest. Maybe 50 or 60. But Travis Head is such a dangerous player. He's just got this freedom in all formats of the game. We saw it in the Test series in the UK. He's a brilliant, aggressive player that looks so controlled. And Warner's been in incredible form. That's why it was so important that England got those two early. And even if Warner's not smashing boundaries, he's such a good strike rotator. He very rarely soaks up deliveries. Yeah, and I think Travis Head, as soon as spin comes on, he's hitting them out the ground. And he's not even thinking of ones. He's thinking, right, it's in my arc, I'm whacking you into the stands. Rashid will continue to Inglis, who tries a reverse sweep and hits at the backward point.
Well, that's another one. That is remarkable. He's absolutely picked out the fielder there. And he's gone for 3. It's the same combination. It's Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid. He reached for it, got it down towards the toe of the bat and smacked it at forehead height to Moeen Ali, who caught it in front of his broad-brimmed blue floppy hat. 117 for 4. Australia in some strife now.
Yeah, this is perfect for England and Adil Rashid. He's 2.1 overs, 2 for 6, and he knows now that the Aussies are under a huge amount of pressure. Probably won't be able to take too many risks against him, so he's going to be able to just keep chipping away. I actually didn't mind the shot of Josh Inglis. He just hits it straight to Moeen Ali. Head high, decent catch. But I do think you've got to have those kind of shots in your armoury in this era of the game. He just spreads the field more for you, gives you more options, and it makes it more difficult for the captain and the bowler to continuously just churn out the dots. If you can have everyone in front of square, you know, the angles all get a little bit tighter. You know, if you've got 2 fielders that are really fine behind square and you've got your cover point a little bit squarer, more boundary options are there for the batter, and more singles. Big C Green in at number 6.
Well, it was just an anticlimactic sort of wicket in the end, wasn't it? It was just a casual little shot, very casually caught. There was no celebration. English players just wandered into the huddle. And 117 for 4 in the 24th over.
There you go. There's a poster in the stands that said this is the way to decide the Ashes. Is that right? Is this the...
I guess it's 2-all still.
2-all.
So do we put it down to
apart
today?
From the moral victory.
Yes, the moral victory was at least a 4-1, if not a 5-0.
A 4-1.
117 for 4.
Yeah, look at the last 12 balls, just the 5 singles and 2 wickets.
And if you're Australia, I don't know if Cameron Green is the player you want coming in right now. The kind who could very easily find himself 2 off 15 pretty quickly.
I think this is Australia's real concern about how they play spin.
Yep.
Good spin. I think this is their downfall.
Rashid bowled to Green with a slip and a short cover, and he's groping forward at it, playing it to that short cover spot with David Willey Fields. 117 for 4. Well, we've seen players like Stoinis and Green thump spin at times, but that's when Australia's on top. Maybe declaration batting in a test match for Green. Rashid, a little bit of flight, that's the wrong end, goes in towards leg stump, tapped away for a single to mid-wicket. Green's off the mark, 118 for 4.
I really enjoyed that field there, Geoff, from Josh Bully. Had a slip in place, a real short extra cover on the catch, backward point, 45, quite square, mid-wicket, but also mid-on into the circle, saying to Cameron Green, if you want to try and hit one over the top, good luck to you. He's doing it now as well to Marnus Labuschagne. I really like this from Josh Butler. He's trying to say to Marnus Labuschagne, go on then, try and play the big stroke.
So they've got 3 out, do they, for Labuschagne? Rashid bowls and he reaches for it, plays it towards point. Willie slides across the turf like Elvis down on his knees. 119 for 4 with the single. Labuschagne to 40. Yeah, I've always enjoyed it when fielding captains have that extra bit of boldness. Brendan McCullum was big on that. Get slips in one-day internationals. Have long spells from bowlers who are doing well. Rashid, flat, fast, punched away backward point. Won't get the run. Moeen Ali tumbles to his left.
It's busy down
He's
there,
very busy.
Thick outside edge again.
He's doing as much work as he would if he were bowling right now. So Labuschagne on 40. Green on 1. Tall figure. Hunched over his bat. Waits for Rashid and comes forward and just smothers the ball into the pitch as though it's the 3rd session of day 5 and he's batting out a draw. 119 for 4 after 24 overs.
Just looking ahead. Now, England are playing well here, but they were playing well against India just a few days ago where they restricted them to 229 and then lost by 100, so we can't just get ahead of ourselves. But if England could manage to beat Australia here, that makes that game on Tuesday hot, doesn't it, Phil? Afghanistan versus the Aussies in Mumbai. Both teams will be on 8 points. Afghanistan on fire, playing great cricket. That'd be an interesting game, wouldn't it?
It will. Great attitude, Afghanistan, haven't they? They really have. Right, 119 for 4. England going well here as Moeen continues. The first ball this over is clipped back at him by Labuschagne. And there is no run. So, 4 down, approaching halfway. It's Bowen, shaven-headed, bowls as an edge. Runs away off a thick edge, down towards third man. Chase for Rashid, and it's going to beat him to it. As I was saying earlier, the actual, when you hit the ball on the ground, flies over the surface of the boundary, but if you hit it in the air, it rather plugs and stops.
Yeah, that's the third time that Moen's been hit for a boundary to like a finest third.
A proper edge, that was.
Yeah, he's bowling a good line and an aggressive attacking line, Moeen Ali. Might be worth putting a slip in.
123 for 4 in the 25th. Moeen again moves in bowls. Labuschagne turns him into the leg side, or rolls outside the circle. Picked up by the fielder coming in. It's Root.
Now Cameron Green against off spin, he generally likes to thump it. He likes to dance down and try and whack it over wide, long on. Whether he's got the bravery to do it at this stage is another question, but that's his favoured kind of shot. They are going to put a slip into Cameron Green. Josh Buller's captain today has been excellent. Been very proactive, very busy.
Yes, I like the way he got Livingston to bowl a few overs, actually, when there's clearly a bit of rebuilding going on. He just slipped 3 overs in there. It's a little bit of a comfort blanket, isn't it? If something doesn't go well later on, well, he's had 3. He's taken those overs out of the equation. Rashid's taken, 2 for 8. And it's 3 overs now as Moeen swings his arm and bowls, and Green takes a quick pace down the pitch and then opts for defence. Be brave. You see him just back in the side. You see him going for the big one early.
Well, if he backs himself and he commits, why not?
Well,
the shot is on. They also got to look to score.
There's a fielder out there. Moeen comes in, bowls to him forward. Gets a big stride. Plays down to mid-off. 24 for 4. Ball to go in the 25th. We're here in Ahmedabad. We'll be here again in a fortnight for the final. Fortnight tomorrow. Moeen bowls, that darts that one in. I think he saw him coming there, or at least thought he was going to come. Fired it into his pad and picked up at mid-off. So 124 for 4. 25 overs gone. Rashid's bowled 3. Moeen now.
What about on the way in, Aggers? We saw an outdoor snooker club, didn't we?
Look very inviting. I mean, I think probably it's the right way to play outside here, isn't it? Well, he did have a sort of a roof, didn't it?
Like one of those. What kind of roof would you describe? It's like a tin roof.
Tin roof with a big gap between the roof and the walls.
Yeah.
I love driving around India. I mean, the things that you see really are some of the driving. I'm trying to work out. I got pranged the other day. 124 for 4. Rashid bowls, that's tucked away into the leg side. There's no one back there. He's not on that line. They'll come back for 2. Yes, Calcutta heading to the airport. Well, so lanes are sort of negotiable, aren't they?
Yeah.
So we're in. To be fair to the driver I was with, he was definitely in a lane, but coming up on the inside was somebody who wasn't. So he took a good hit first of all, bang, just behind me on the left.
Right.
I thought, oh, someone's hit us. And so the sort of chap in the front there wound the window down and gave this driver a mouthful, who claimed was asleep, actually. There's another short one, pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket, and the fielder there, Bairstow, rolls over, picks it up, and just keeps the ball in play. Back they come for 2. So gave him a mouthful, at which point this bloke apparently sort of woke up and he just did it again. Got a double whammy. Straight in the back, yeah. So that was interesting.
Yeah. Well, I had my 2-hour, 20-minute drive up to Pune from Mumbai. Just the one crash. That's not bad.
Well, that's pretty good.
It wasn't really a crash. You just took out a few cones.
This next one tossed up, driven out to short cover. I thought there was some roadworks on that road.
Well, there was, and it was in the tunnel. And he didn't realise, my driver, that there was cones, and the tunnel's quite dark. So he took out 3 or 4 and they stuck under the car.
Oh dear. Rashid bowls, and that's chopped away off the back foot out square. That's a deep point. 129 for 4. I love the use of roundabouts.
I think Phil, we're clapping. 50
off 63.
Yeah, played nicely. 63. He needs to probably up his tempo Now for the Aussies. I think it was Phil at Pune, wasn't it, Phil? You got on the back of a bike?
2 motorbikes, yeah, to get to the station, yeah. Got a lift. First lift, and he dropped me off at the highway, and then another guy came along and said, I'll take you to the railway station. I jumped on the back of it.
Thumb out type
Not
situation.
quite, no. More, I think they thought, what on earth is this white guy doing wandering around the sort of...
Looking lost.
The dark lanes
So
of
you just jump on the
out of
back, do
Pune.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Brave.
It's Rashid bowling and that's pushed off the back foot. Rashid will field.
Do you have a helmet, sir? No, just...
Yeah.
It's not the kind of thing you carry to the cricket, is it? It's the helmet.
I don't like seeing the kids without helmets
No,
on.
I think that's bad. I agree.
5 on a bike sometimes.
Yeah. I've seen more than that.
129 for 4. And what's going on here? I think Mr. Gaffney's lost count of the number of balls in the over. There's 1 to go. And so Green steps in again. There's a man on the drive there, but short cover. Rashid bowls, and he comes right over that, smothers it. Picked up there at backward point. 129 for 4. 26 overs gone. But roundabouts, if you approach a roundabout, it seems, and normally you're going to go off at the 3rd exit, it actually makes a lot of sense just to treat it as the first exit. So you go round the other way and go off.
Yeah, well, it's quicker, isn't it?
Well, it is quicker.
Just got to avoid. I've just seen Prince Harry and Prince William in the stands.
Are they?
Well, they
What's he next to each other?
yeah, well, not 2 or 3 away from each other.
Right.
I see them getting on again.
Right.
Lovely. Yeah, but they're quick, aren't they? If you think about going round a roundabout, particularly a lot of traffic, it's going to take you a bit longer, isn't it? Just
Yeah. Just go through it.
yeah, and go head on.
Yeah. Take the first
In and out,
exit
in
on the
and
right.
out. Yeah.
129 for 4. 26 overs gone. DJ's revving up the music on a... Well, it's an echoing ground because... Well, that's probably, I don't know, 15, 20,000 in here. It just gets swallowed up. The number of people.
What's that song, isn't it? What's this one?
I've no idea. I don't think I recognise any piece of music that's been played at any stage in this World Cup. Unfortunately.
Daddy Cool was on earlier.
Yeah, I'd rock around the clock, not
Oh, was there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So, Livingston's back to bowl his 4th over. Trots in, he's like a change of ends, and he bowls, and that's driven into the offside. Labuschagne's got his eye on 2, but I don't think he'll get them. Bairstow comes in with a shadow now, coming in from that side of the ground. He's over there on the west.
Yeah, I like this from Butler. Just 2 right-handers out there, so he's turning to leg spin. Liam Livingston just getting it spinning away from the outside edge.
Just a little bit, wasn't it? 130 for 4 in the 27th. So how's Green going to play this? There's no... So there's a long on, long off. Livingston again trots in bowls, bit of width there, driven hard now. He'll want 2 here, and he'll certainly get it too, because the field is slightly off balance there as he picks up throws. Oh, is that Stokes? It is, isn't it? Sprawling around out there. What's he doing with that knee?
What's he doing playing?
I don't know.
Seriously.
I don't know. It's hobbling away down there.
Yeah, this is where Cameron Green can play good, strong cricket strokes and beat those fielders in the deep because he hits it so hard. It's a good stop in the end.
Livingston bowls Green on the back foot, pushes into the offside, a bit of hesitation there, but Labuschagne picked out Rashid there at backward point. But you look at Stokes doing that with that knee, you think, what's going on? End up on the floor.
I just don't understand it when you've got Harry Brook
Yeah,
sitting on the bench.
he's holding his knee now. Livingston comes in, bowls, steered away off the back foot. Labuschagne takes 1, goes to 52 from 65 balls.
Yeah, this Australian approach since those actual 2 wickets has been very old school, hasn't it? Just knocking into the gaps, no real looking for the big boundaries.
Still a slip there. As the next one's tossed up, low full toss, really clipped away down the ground. Green says thanks very much. And some of that hits it for 4.
Well, this is when he can be dangerous, because I reckon if Labuschagne plays that shot, it's a 2 because he doesn't hit it as hard. Cameron Green hits it so hard, so if he beats mid-wicket or extra cover, those boundary riders just won't get the ball. It's raced to the boundary. Wow, he hits it hard.
Nasty ball there, wasn't it? Shin high, full bunger. 138 for 4. Livingston again bowls it flat out. And Mowing can field at mid-wicket to end the 27th. 138 for 4. Labuschagne 52. Green has 8. And so England is chipping away with his wickets. Head was out for 11, Warner 15, Smith 44. And Labuschagne rebuilt for a little while, and Inglis out for 3. A reverse sweep was caught by Mowing at point. So England just chipped away. When they needed a wicket, they've got one, basically, in the course of today. 138 for 4, 27 overs gone. Bharat's back. Have you actually had a look outside at all, Bharat? How would you assess the crowd? How many do you think it is? It's impossible to tell, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but it's grown definitely since I was on air the last hour or so.
So Rashid starts a new over. The first ball's pushed away by Labuschagne to cover. There's a nice little exit. You can go outside out here. I won't go out after this stint. Go and have a look. See what's going on. 138 for 4. Rashid over the wicket. Shorter this time, so he can get back into his stumps, tuck the ball away out to square leg. Take a single for Wokes to field there. Running round, he had a good start today. 2 for 30. He got head caught at slip early, which cheered him up a bit. There were still 1 or 2 balls that weren't necessarily Wokes at his best, but even so, a couple of wickets. And now Rashid again over the wicket, tosses that up. Green slices the drive out to cover. And one up there. Mark Wood's out there on that point boundary. It's quite unusual.
It's a really hot day.
Yes.
I'd say I just had to walk around 20 minutes to get to the ground. Couldn't get any VIP privileges. I tried for them.
You're not VIP?
Not enough, I guess. Not with the cops in Ahmedabad, anyway.
Oh.
I have history, I guess.
Rashid again. And that's an ugly shot from Labuschagne, trying to smear the ball away down the ground. Everyone's a VIP here. It's when you're a VVIP,
that's true.
Doors open.
I mean, but you can sweet talk your way into getting your way in some parts of India, not so much here.
No. Next one's a bit shorter, and it's a lovely little shot there. It's a quicker ball. And he's run that away past Moeen, who's dashing after it. Does very well, actually. Moeen's had a good day in the field. There on his hands and knees, desperately trying to stop the ball going for 4. And what do they get? 2 there. So 142 for 4. Was it lively walking in? Lots of good atmosphere?
It was, actually. A lot of English fans, I saw.
Yes, there are some, yeah. She bowls and chopped off the back foot. Now, runs here again. Chase for Wood. He's not going to get there. A couple of poor balls there. Just a bit short. And Green on that one very quickly. Labuschagne, rather. He goes to 59. 146 for 4. Crowd revving up now. You can hear them start to really get into this game. It doesn't take a lot. The enthusiasm for cricket in this part of the world is incredible. I mean, people here would literally sit and watch any game of cricket that happens to be on, doesn't matter how old it is, how many times they've seen it before. They just sit and watch.
Yeah, the beauty of watching games that have come and gone, especially if India is involved, is India never lose in them.
Never.
It's unlike, say, Australia and even England, where you do show close encounters where England fell.
Yes.
Just short. Not in India. Only
Indian victories.
Only Indian victories, yeah.
I bet you 10 rupees India win this game on TV.
Yeah, it is true. 146 for 4 then. 28 overs gone. Livingston's going to continue. He's bowling to Green. Shorter ball. Tucked away into the leg side. Bowen's after it. Picks up. Thinks about throwing at the stumps. And realises actually both batsmen are home.
Because there was this controversy about the famous tight test in Chennai, how it was recorded over at Doordarshan, and I think that's why it wasn't a victory. So they were like, yeah, we can just record a local office table tennis competition over it.
Is that right? This is short, too short really. Cut out there in the offside. Runs coming rather more easily now. Terrific effort by Johnny Bairstow, mind you. Keeps the ball in, that really was. And England's fielding has been good today. You know, they're under pressure and clearly open to a lot of criticism at the moment, but their fielding really has stood up. 149 for 4. Maria Erasmus checking with the third umpire that this does not go for 4, and it certainly doesn't. But I've seen so far anyway. Bairstow's done a very good job. So that should get the clearance. It does, and Murray's happy. Withdraws his left arm, which he will do when Labuschagne's ready. 61 now from 71 balls to Marnus Labuschagne. He's hit 6 boundaries. This one's tossed up, and he opens face to the bat there, drives out to point for a single. Have we had a 6 yet today? I don't think we have, have we?
Just the one.
One.
Early on from David Warner.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, straight down the ground. See Woody loosening up their cover. So the next one brings Green forward. Head over the ball, Livingston able to field. 150 up.
Yeah, two guys who might have expected not to play this game, Marnus and Cam Green, if Marsh and Maxwell was still here.
Livingston bowls, he's down the pitch now, driving, and he's missed up there, Willie. So that'll be another couple. There's a bit of a spurt on coming here, these last couple of overs. Might get a last 3 overs count from you, Phil. It seems like it's been a little bit busier from that last Livingston over with that full toss in it. 152 for 4. Here it comes again. The bowls turning to the leg side, straight to Moeen. So 6 off that over.
Yeah, 23 off the last 3.
There we go. Just lifting it a bit. Australian drinks bearer comes out. Mainly for Labuschagne, but I think Green's saying I'll have one as well.
I did say it's pretty warm out there.
Oh, yes.
It's beginning to cool down. That's why I see a lot more people come through. And it's not just for me. I spoke about having to walk 20 minutes. It's all the roads get blocked off. You know how it is in this part of the world.
Absolutely.
So you have to get off from your taxi or your auto or tuk-tuk at least 2 kilometers away.
That's what the metro's for.
Indeed, for long,
Is
obviously.
there a metro here that comes out to the ground?
Yeah, right to the ground, yeah.
Right outside.
I'm speaking only as someone whose flight leaves after the final.
There you go. Might be handy.
Is that right? So you clatter onto the metro. And where does it take you?
Well, it takes you into the centre of town. I don't know, does it go out to the airport? I don't know.
Not yet. No, not yet.
I think that's phase 2.
Which would take.
So that could be the way they go to escape the madness here.
Although it could be busy itself if 134,000 people are trying to
Well,
go.
that's the thing.
Especially if India win the World Cup.
Yeah.
You might have to postpone your flight, Jonathan. Just warning you.
I don't think that's going to be possible, unfortunately.
If India win a World Cup here in Ahmedabad in front of 130,000, because there'll be 130,000 outside the ground as well, don't forget.
Well, it happened in Mumbai, and they won and managed to get the flight home that night. 152 for 4. And in comes Adil Rashid then. Starts the 30th over. Prodded back by Labuschagne. Rashid picked it up.
In your walk-in, did you spot any England shirts other than Butler for sale?
Oh, I saw a Stokes.
Did you see a Stokes?
Yeah, not for sale, being worn.
A Warren, okay.
Yeah.
I only saw a Butler being on sale.
152 for 4. Floated up, driven out to cover. Very well fielded by Willie. Keeps his hat on as he rolls over there, which is no mean effort.
300 rupees to start with, then 250 and 200 as I then walked.
There's some
further.
bartering, was there?
Well, only in a one direction. I was continuing my walk by.
Right. Next one. Oh, he dabs it away. This time mowing Canfield.
There were also a couple of women performing rope trips to some Bollywood music, so it felt like a proper tourist attraction.
Oh, that sounds
on the
like
way.
good fun.
Yeah. They're doing the dance on the rope.
So the road had been closed. There was no traffic.
No traffic, yeah.
Right. 152 for 4. Rashid floats that one up. Played back by Labuschagne towards mid-on.
And the trick where they push themselves through the ring, sort of double jointed, don't they? They get a ring and sort of go through it. Yeah.
It's flexible.
Very.
Indians generally, yeah. We do yoga.
Rashid floats that up, and a bit of bottom hand there, sends the ball just airily for a moment back in his direction, and Labuschagne thumps his pad there with his bat, suggesting he wasn't entirely happy with that stroke. But there's no run off it. 152 for 4. The ball to go in the 30th over. Rashid spins himself a catch. Labuschagne is ready. 62 from 77 balls. Next one's just tucked away into the leg side. Nicely played that. He'll think about 2. Just the right weight on it. Bairstow's rushing in, but it's Livingston who got there first. And they take 1. So Labuschagne will keep the strike. Another profitable over there. He felt it. There's only one off it, actually.
Yeah, just the last ball.
Yeah, but it was after it, wasn't it? It felt like the positive intent was there. 153 for 4. 20 overs to go. So back in the day, you'd double it from this point to have a realistic idea of what... but actually, it's a little bit delayed now, isn't it? They score more.
Adil Rashid's figures 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22.
Very impressive.
Oh, well. Oh, very well.
Really given England an ability to put pressure on this Australian middle order, which has not been tested enough, or when it has been, it has failed. In the first 2 games, they failed to make 200. Like I said earlier, these two would not have played if Mitchell Marsh was still here and Glenn Maxwell, like I said earlier, hadn't suffered the freak injury.
Who was driving that cart? So I want to know.
Yeah, I think it was one of the people working there. I don't think it was a player.
Oh.
So I heard that there were 20 people, which included players and support staff, 12 carts, each being driven by someone.
By a caddy or something?
Yeah.
Right. And so he just sort of did a bit of a...
Yeah, maybe someone just pushed the brake a little too early. It was just 300 meters that they had to cover from clubhouse to team bus.
Right. And that was it.
Yep.
Off he came. He's concussed, isn't he?
Yeah.
It was all right. He's okay.
He's okay. He's been training the last couple of days.
Right.
Has to go through the protocols. So 2 days ago had a bit of a bat, but yesterday he faced around 58 balls of spin and he looked sprightly. I mean, obviously it's Glenn Maxwell, so he thinks he's ready.
Yeah.
But he has to wait.
Oh. Bizarre accident. 153 for 4. Here starts over number 31. Woods back in the attack, and the first ball is nibbled away. Nice angle there. Down to third man, and Milan tosses the ball back. He is quite fine. 154 for 4. A hot afternoon here in Gujarat. And Ahmedabad. Hazy sky. No clouds, but not a blue sky. But, weather is set well. And certainly weather for the final looks to be the same as it is today, really. And the same as it was last week. Just a big sunny blob and about 35 degrees. 154 for 4 in the 31st over. Mark Wood's on his way, bowls to Green, comes forward there, plays a defensive shot which finds Rashid at cover.
Just entering early winter here in India. Doesn't really cool down, doesn't go below 22 degrees, but places like here or Bombay, we call it winter. I mean, the moment the temperatures drop below 23, we'd get the woolen scarves out. You get like what we call the monkey caps out.
Bombay's your home, is it? Mumbai?
Yes.
Is your home? Okay, yeah. Well, sort of home. It's where
The Adelaide Hills
Australia is your home.
yeah, pretty much.
Exactly, 154 for 4 in the 31st. And Wood sprints in from the far end, is there now, bowls to Green, who drives and slices that away. Bairstow's after it. Can he get there? No, he can't. He's got that in the right place there. There was a desperate leap from Livingston at backward point, but he couldn't get there. It's that pace again of Wood. It's great when it's on message, as it were, when it's in the right place, but a width like that. And someone like Green, who's obviously got a very long reach, hit that hard into the ground. It bounced over the point field and into the boundary. So 158 for 4, and Australia are picking it up a bit here.
Such an important innings for Cam Green, this.
You might get a short one here. Here's Wood, rushes in now, bowls. No, it's a good ball. It's whistling past the outside edge. I think Green, like me, thought he might be getting a short one there. So he didn't inch out of his crease very much. It's a good ball, 146 kilometres per hour. So Wood working hard in the heat. At least you're always loose. That's the good thing about playing in weather like this, isn't it? I mean, you don't stiffen up. 158 for 4.
We'll suggest one place in Ahmedabad to you if you do want to cool down when you come back for the final.
Oh, right? Really? Wood again, big leap, bowls short. Oh, his bat's gone flying, and he's going to be caught. No, he's not. It's fallen between 4 fielders, and his bat has just missed square leg. What an extraordinary thing that is. I guess his gloves are wet. Umpire Gaffney there dived for cover. As the bat, well, it's gone 30 yards. It's gone to the edge of the circle. Well, that's an extraordinary thing. It's just absolutely slipped out of his hand. The ball went into the offside, and surely felt would have been caught by somebody there. But nobody quite could get there. I guess maybe somebody distracted by the bat. Flying away, poor old Mr. Gaffney. He's retreated a bit. He's gone to the edge of the circle himself now. He's got to give himself a bit of room here.
Then the bat went, what should we say, 29 yards,
Nearly
and I think
29
the
yards.
ball 3 from the stumps.
Yeah.
Ironically, Cameron Green was in the best position to take that catch.
He went straight up and straight down. And there were 4 fielders, including the bowler and Buckler, trying to get the catch. They couldn't get there. 158 for 4. Another quick ball from Wood. Shadow coming on. Wood is running in that shadow. Past umpire Erasmus bowls, and Green flashes at that. He's just throwing the bat at everything. He's got another boundary. Really swung the bat at it. And now he's heading off, I think, to go and get some dry gloves by the look of it. Got some glove bearers running on in Australian colours.
I don't think umpire Erasmus is very happy with it. Storm towards the 2.
Yeah, well, they're supposed to keep coming on, aren't they? I think possibly if Cameron Green said, "Look, I've got wet gloves there," I think probably that's unarguable, isn't it? You couldn't really contest that. But they are trying to stop the drinks waiters running on without permission. Now in Bangalore, Pakistan 83 for 1 in the 14th, chasing 402. That's on the BBC Sport website and app, as we keep saying. New Zealand win that. England, Pakistan, Netherlands and Sri Lanka. It's rather like a strike in a 10-pin bowls game. They all go down. 162 for 4. Here's Rashid bowling short, chopped away out to deep point for a single. And that gets Green back down on strike again.
Yes, so when you do come back for the final, Jonathan, if you do get some time, you should just wander over to the Gandhi ashram. It's not
Yes,
far away.
Adam went the other day, said it's very nice and calm.
It's very nice and cool, very well preserved.
Yeah. And there's Rashid, that's flicked into the leg side, straight to mid-wicket. Yes, that's definitely something that's on my list. In fact, I've got a day off tomorrow. I have.
You should, and you could spend like, if you want, to 3-4 hours. The museum's really nice. It's massive. You can learn a lot about the history of Gandhi.
That might be the thing. Here's Green, forward to a wrong one, or rolls away to mid-wicket. Bit torn because the fellow who picks up from the airport is taken part in a flea market just opposite where we're staying tomorrow, and he's very keen that we go. So I'm not sure what would there be in there. Do you think what would he be? What would they be selling? So Green again forward, and Rashid fields.
I'm guessing some local garbs. Like
It's quite big.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Find a lot of Gujarati clothes. It's festival season in India as well.
Yeah.
Diwali is just around the corner. We're just coming off Navratri, which gets celebrated this part of the world more than anywhere else.
163 for 4. Rashid bowls. Green on the back foot, cracks that away. Gets a single out to deep point. I want to get some herbs, some Indian herbs.
Should be able to get that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they can be, in a little bottle or something, or take them back. But, that's on my list. Just to up the home cooking a bit.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's a bit, compared to the curries and so on here, this feels a bit thin. I was banned from ghee. I brought that back last time, and Emma wouldn't have it in the house, unfortunately. Now, here's the next one. Floated up, driven, and that's a lovely shot. And there will be 4, I think. Oh, Root's done very well. Diving at full length there. I make the point again, England's ground field, it has been really good today. Under pressure, but they've flung themselves at everything. And certainly, if you think they're downhearted, dejected or whatever, well, their effort in the field so far has been really very good. So they're going to have a drink here. On the ground staff again, rushing on. That chap with a bucket always seems to lead the way, followed by those others carrying planks of wood and so on. They're coming on to sort out the pitch, and more sedately, they've got some drinks being brought out from both camps. So we've got 18 overs to go at 166 for 4. Labuschagne 67. Green has 21. So projected sort of scores, well, they're hovering just around about that 300 area at the moment. There's Stoinis, Cummins, Stark, and then Zampa and Hazelwood to come. So there's a little bit there left. Of course, and Labuschagne is nicely set as well. Thoughts from Bharat, and then Geoff Lemon is going to come in here.
These two have settled this innings down. Josh Inglis got out. soon after Steve Smith to Adil Rashid. Felt like this Australian middle order could be exposed. Haven't been in the best of form, Marnus Labuschagne or Cam Green. But Marcus Stoyne is coming back from injury. Australia would have been a little worried. But these two have got going, especially in the last few overs. Got a few boundaries away, but yeah, England have fielded excellently to keep them down to twos at least 3 or 4 times. Could have easily picked up a boundary, Marnus, but he hasn't been. Rude Bairstow throwing the bodies around.
There has been full commitment out there in the deep. So 166 for 4 after 32 overs. The issue for Australia being wickets in hand. They've got Stoinis to come in next, but they're not a great deal. You know, Cummins has been belting a few towards the end of innings, but isn't someone who you want out there with 15 overs to go. Stark similarly. So if England can get another one, they can really suppress this Australian score. It's only at 5.19 and over is the run rate at the moment. So, you know, a team that was a couple down, you might say they might look at almost doubling the score from here. That's going to be much harder for Australia with Labuschagne and Green in situ, and then it's only Stoinis to come in terms of genuine batting. Labuschagne on 67, Green on 21. But they might say you don't have to make 350 batting first.
Up against a team who've really not gone past 200 very often, have they?
Well, that's the thing, but that has to change at some point. Surely, when you look at England's batting quality, at some stage they have to click. They have to have a day where Bairstow makes runs, Joe Root, and Liam Livingstone's destructive power.
England's last 4 scores in this World Cup in order: 215, 170, 156. You can see the way this is going, and 129.
There you go.
4 scores and 7 games ago. So the drinks break coming to an end. Players getting back in position.
And England are 1 over ahead of the over rate.
And over ahead of the over rate. Who would have thought, especially during the Ashes when both teams were atrocious. But Sri Lanka took about 4 hours and 10 minutes to bowl their 50 overs against India the other night. They did have to pick a lot of balls back out of the crowd.
Oh, don't forget, Australia were behind against New Zealand. They had only 4 fielders out on the boundary. The last over against Jimmy Neesham.
True. They almost got them there. Mitchell Starc gave him 5 wides from the first ball of the over. That helped, but didn't quite get over the line. So to start things off, it'll be Mark Wood after the drinks break to Cameron Green down the leg side, and there is a wide. An extra to the score as umpire Erasmus spreads his arms ready for takeoff. 167 for 4.
Cam Green enjoyed the extra pace of Mark Wood. Yes, he got beaten 1 ball, and the other one, the bat went flying. Picked him off for 2 boundaries.
It's brought up the 50 partnership, that wide, of 54 balls, so it has been at a good enough rate. Labuschagne a very slow start, but has started to catch up a bit. 67 off 81 now. Wood runs up to Green, who's pulling across the line. Hasn't got all of it, but he'll get it over the leg side field. They were mostly inside the circle, except for the man out at the backward square. So he gets a couple of runs, gets back on strike, up to 25. 169 for 4, Australia.
Once again, rushed by the short ball. Cameron Green on the slow pitch. That's the X factor that Mark Wood brings into every English bowling attack. Yeah, hand coming off the bat. Hit so far high on the bat as well. This time the bat did stay in his hand, so that's a good sign.
Green on 23 correction from 28 balls. Wood bustles up as only he can and pitches up, flicked off the pads. That's a better bit of timing. He'll get 1 and they should come back for the second. As again it's deep backward square leg who has to come all the way in front of square to field. Chris Wokes doing the work out there. 171 for 4. Green is now on 25.
Another way of looking at it from an Australian perspective is that this is what they needed. They needed middle order runs, but they're coming from 2 guys who would not feature in their first 11 or the
first choice 11.
Yes. Once Maxwell comes back, one of these 2 will miss out. Same will happen when Mitchell Marsh returns home from Perth.
Wood. Bowls to Green, who's trying to flick, but it's down the leg side again, so he doesn't get runs, but he does get another wide. Every little bit helps. As the extras count, which hasn't been too high to this point, goes up to 7. They've bowled... Oh, those are their first wides for the match.
Yep.
There you go. Oh, I was thinking I hadn't heard one called or called one. So England did get through most of their bowling innings against India the other day without bowling a wide. Small victories. Take them where you can. It's 172 for 4. Still 4 balls to come in this over, although 4 have been bowled. Wood. Right arm over. Express to Green, who drives down to mid-on. Won't get a run because he hits the ball so hard and it arrives at such pace that it's very quickly in Moeen Ali's hands at mid-on.
Even if Cam Green doesn't retain his place on this side, regardless of what happens from this point on, it's an important innings for him. He's had a tough year. He's been on the road so much. I think I calculated he's been slept on his own bed 14 nights since Jan 31st.
Wow.
The India Test Tour, the IPL, the Ashes, the Tour of South Africa, and then he's been here nearly 2 months. Still a young man in that sense. First big year for him on the road.
Wood. Bowls to Green, pitches it in short. It goes down the leg side. It's wide again. That one goes over the shoulder of Cameron Green, so it'll also count as a short ball. There's 1 for the over. 3rd wide of the over for Mark Wood, 173 for 4. So Cameron Green, you can talk about how much the players are getting paid and how luxurious their accommodation is, but there's still something about that insecurity of being away from home, the instability rather. You're not in your own environment. You don't have access to your own house, your own things, that sense of belonging that you have at home. Wood will try again, and this one is on line with the stumps. It's driven down to mid-on. They will take the run this time. It's sent just to the right of Moeen Ali there, so able to get through for a single. Green up to 26. 174 for 4. Still 2 balls to come in what will be a 9-ball over at least.
And I asked Marcus Stoinis about it the other day, about if he's having conversations as a senior player, fellow Western Australian, about just being on the road. And he said him and so Stoinis and Mitchell Marsh taken up a big brother role for Cameron Green, just getting behind him, just talking him through this whole phase, because as Marcus Stoinis said, something you just have to get used to as a professional cricketer these days, being away from home.
Wood looking for that radar outside the off stump, carved away backward a point, can't stop it, can Livingston, it goes for 4. That was steered by Labuschagne, nicely done, and Livingston took off, almost got hands to it. It was on the bounce, looking to save rather than catch. But there's another boundary. Marnus Labuschagne to 71. He's got that strike rate up to 86. Australia's run rate up to 5.42. They're 178 for 4 in the 33rd.
Now the extra pace of Mark Wood coming in handy to Marnus Labuschagne. Every time he's given them a little bit of width, he's been punished. Just been able to use the pace to target the vast expanse on the offside.
Mark Wood hoping this will be the last ball of his over. To Labuschagne, 4, strikes him on the pad. Wood appealing, is out! 9 balls in the over, and it's worked for Mark Wood. He gets the key wicket. Labuschagne will surely review, because he always does, but that was a quick decision from Murray Erasmus. Had the finger up in a flash. Labuschagne on 71 will need this ball to be doing a lot to try to spare him. 178 for 4. It was full, it was fast, and it looked like it was bang on line.
It did on target for the first time in this over, Mark Wood, but Marnus immediately reviewed. It's like Maria Erasmus hadn't even put his finger down before he had to signal for the DRS. That's how quick the review was.
That's efficiency, but that might just be a position of the match sort of review. Australia have 2 in hand. This partnership so important. And that one might just be sliding down leg, but it's probably taking a bit of leg stump on the way. Might just be height. Could be a factor there. I think it's going to be an umpire's call and a pretty marginal one.
Should be, you'd think. It's hit him just below the flap.
Just above, yeah, just above the knee roll. So
ball tracking when ready, please.
I reckon it'll be taking a a shaving of the leg bail, and that will be enough to send him on his way, but he might consider himself slightly unlucky if that's the case. 178 for
Original decision
4
is out.
is what it will be as it's upheld. It's not even umpire's call. It's hitting the very top of leg stump.
With the original out
But it's still 3 reds.
Stand by.
And a good call from Murray Erasmus, who
On
is...
screen signal now.
And Manus is, as he does, not in a hurry to leave the ground. He stood his ground even after 3 reds popped up on the screen. Waited for Erasmus to raise his finger, and he's still shaking his head. He still can't believe it. Could see him go, come on, when the 3 reds went up, but spits the chewing gum on his way out. It's been a good innings from Marnus Labuschagne, but he gets out just when it looked like he was getting some rhythm going and getting some momentum going. A big wicket for England.
Just hoping one of the English players will step in that chewing gum. Is that what he's doing? Just sabotaging their fielding. 178 for 5 as Labuschagne goes for 71. Played well, started slowly, caught it up to some extent. Faced 83 balls. And he's walked his way off the field finally. He steps over the boundary rope as Marcus Stoinis comes in with 17 overs left to bat. So this is significant. There's still a lot of work for these 2 all-rounders now to do. Green and Stoinis. 17 overs remaining. They're going at 5.4 and over. Phil Long.
He mentioned Marnus Labuschagne slowly making his way off the pitch. He's now slowly making his way up the very, very, very long tunnel up to the dressing room. I think that could be 3 or 4 minutes.
The rate that he's going, they should put an escalator in for him. It's the only way to speed things up. He goes about as quickly as if he was running the wrong way up the escalator. 178 for 5. Bharat Sundaresan is off for a breather. Michael Vaughan's back with us. Vital wicket, and Mark Wood, well, it worked out for him. 3 wides in the over, and he gets a wicket with the 9th ball.
Yeah, this is what England used to do. In white ball cricket, this is what the England fielding bowling team used to always do to all the teams around the world, where you just think they're getting set. They just get wickets at key times. They've not been able to do it in the World Cup, but they're doing it today. They did it against India as well in the last game. It was the batting that let them down. But those 2 early wickets, Head and Warner are the key, and then they got Smith at the right time. And Josh Inglis pretty much soon after. That partnership was starting to look a very strong one for the Aussies. And then Labuschagne, he was playing the anchor role, 71 from 83, a bit of an old-fashioned role.
Just feels like for this Australian team to prosper, so much relies on the openers doing their bit, and then Maxwell down at 6 or 7 doing his. Adil Rashid will loop a ball in, drops it a little bit short, and Green's able to cut out to deep point for a single. 179 for 5.
Yeah, Stoinis against leg spin. I think this is exactly what you'd hope for an England perspective. Slip in place.
Stoinis has sort of reinvented himself in the last few years as more of a hitter of spin at times. He's had a few brutal innings against spin bowling in white ball cricket for Australia. Doing it from ball 1 is a different equation.
And doing it in these kind of conditions. Mid-on, just been brought up. A little bit of a dangle here from Jospel, and square legs coming up into the circle. So what we got, 6 in the ring.
So he's got a deep square leg, a long off, and a deep point, protecting the offside more than the on, saying, OK, would you like to go over the leg side? Give it a shot. Stoinis taps his bat, waits for his first ball from Rashid, and he's playing a little sweep shot, delicate, straight to short, fine leg. Doesn't get a run. But that was a curiously unmuscular stroke from Marcus Stoinis, who does hit the ball very hard.
He gets down early, plays it quite nicely, but he doesn't get any rewards.
Got a slip in place. Joe Root, hands on knees. Rashid bowls outside the off stump and a little inside edge as he drives, looking to go offside. It ends up with Livingston at mid-wicket. 180 for 5 with the single. Stoinis, his first run of the day.
Yeah, the googly. Don't think Marcus Stoinis picked that. He was trying to play it through extra cover with the drive, and it just came back into him. Found the inside edge of the bat.
Rashid operating over the wicket, gives the ball a rip, and it's been cut by Cameron Green straight to short cover. David Willey on his farewell lap does the fielding. 180 for 5. Interesting to see if and when he comes back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs, Willie. None for 21. Flight from Rashid. It dips on Green, who just defends out to short cover. Cameron Green going back into his shell. Rashid 2 for 28. About to finish his 8th over. Still operates at such high quality. With a slip in. Bowls to Green, who drives. Gets it past the bowler for a single. 3 singles from the over. Another win for Rashid. He's got 2 for 29. Australia 5 for 181. They've got 16 overs to go. In Bengaluru, Pakistan, 127 for 1 in the 19th over, chasing 402 to beat New Zealand. Fakhar Zaman did take it on. He hit 7 sixes in his 85. Said we might as well have a crack at this, but he's out. He's not out at the moment. They're not quite at the run rate that they need to be to get 400, but while he's there, he might give it a shot. He beat India in the Champions Trophy final in 2017 with a blazing 100. So you can listen to that on the BBC Sport website and app. Of course, if New Zealand win, that knocks out England as well as Pakistan, the Dutch and Sri Lanka. Yeah,
he's made a good return into the side. It was Imran al-Haq who started the World Cup, and then Pak has come in for the last couple, and he's striking them nicely. He clubs it over mid-wicket, doesn't he?
He's a real clubber, you've got to say.
He gets that head the wrong side of the ball and just clubs it.
That 100 against India, there was a fair bit of across-the-line stuff in that one from memory. Start of a new over. It's Wood bowling to Green, who punches back past the bowler. It flicks off his fingertips and hits the non-striker's stumps. Normally you see that underneath the bowler with a drive low to the ground. That one was bouncing over his head, and he tipped it back literally onto the woodwork. Goalkeeper style, 181 for 5. There was no run. Ball being tossed around. Mid-wicket to mid-on. Back to the bowler. Mark Wood, who was so impactful. Dramatic entrance to the Ashes at Headingley earlier this year. Bowls to Green, who punches and punches well down to deep third. There's a fair bit of work to do. Harry Brook, the sub-fielder, who falls over picking up the ball and then falls over throwing it back in. He's managed to deck himself twice in a row of the same delivery, and he's not even in the 11. 183 for 5 as they pick up a couple.
He was off the pitch.
Wokes is there. Willie's there. It's not one of the bowlers.
Johnny Bairstow's out there. Stokes out there. Is that Ben Stokes at mid-off?
Yep, Stokes at mid-off.
Joe Root.
Joe Root's down here at fine leg. We've got Livingston. We've got Rashid at cover. So who's off? Moeen Ali's out there.
Milan's the only person
David Milan. Thank you. I knew we'd get there eventually. It's like guess who.
Yeah.
Drop the faces down until you wind up with the right one. David Milan catching up on some Netflix or something. Wood. Up to Green, who's flicking off the pads. He was late on that stroke and just got a little bit of bat on it. Out to the backward square. They're coming back for a second run. Well, that is sharp work in the end. They get the 2 quite comfortably. Green up to 32. Stoinis only faced a couple of deliveries. He's got 1. Australia 185 for 5. Halfway through the 35th. So much rests on this partnership. If England get another wicket here, they're into the bowlers. Stark and Cummins can bat, but not players who you want to be carrying the batting innings. Not at this stage. Wood starts. The Green's not quite ready. Taps the bat now and says, let's do it. Wood bowls short and it strikes Green. Hits him on the body as he shapes to pull. Didn't read that off the pitch. Wood checks he's okay. Green pops him the thumbs up. Hasn't timed the pull shot at all, Cameron Green, today. We've seen him mistime a couple and then didn't even get bat on this one.
Well, that's quick. That was 93 miles an hour. He just hits him before his back kind of come round to play the shot. Too fast.
Actually on the gloves, isn't it?
Yeah, it's onto him so quickly. This is the Mark Wood that we've been used to seeing. Yes, he's gone for 42 in 6.4, but he just looks like he's out there looking for wickets, hunting down to create an impact, bowling quickly.
Wood Up to Green, who squeezes out a full wide ball. Harry Brooks in the action again. He can't stop it. That is a brilliant shot from Cameron Green. There is width on that, but it is going so quickly, and he's just able to place the bat in the path. He gets it for 4, 189 for 5. That ball got clocked at 153 kilometres an hour, Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, and that's why it races away. Brilliantly played, as you said. He just puts his bat down, angles it towards that kind of wide third. Brooks got no chance. Races away. What was that? 152 kilometres.
What's that? 96 miles an hour, Phil? This is rapid. So the previous one that smashed the gloves was 150. This one's 153. I don't know if they've juiced the speedos a little bit. They sometimes like to do.
What for England?
Crank up the atmosphere. Mark Wood doesn't bowl. Cam Green has said that somebody's distracting him down the ground.
You're starting to get into the Hassan Raza territory there, Geoff. Just Hassan reckons that the Indians get different balls.
For England, everything.
Well, I'll tell you, look, speedometers are run by TV broadcasters, and sometimes it's in their interest to have exciting numbers pop up on screen, that's all. So 95.06 miles an hour is 153 kilometres.
Is it also in their interest for India to have better balls when they bowl?
Probably not, because that means the games are over. What was it, about 4 overs that Sri Lanka chase was effectively finished? So Wood, he's been above 153 times out of 5 balls in this over in terms of kph. For those of you in Australia who understand that quaint metric measurement that most of the world uses, 189 for 5 is the score. And Wood has Green in his sights, went for 4 from the previous delivery. I'll just go for 1 here. It's tucked off the hip, and Green is playing this with a degree of competence and confidence. 35 overs gone, 190 for 5. So they've got 90 deliveries left, Australia. They're going at 5.4 and over. And they'll need a fair bit more than this, you would think. At their current rate, they'd reach 271, 6 and over from here, 280.
Yeah, that last ball from Wood, I was just looking at the field, and England almost put all their fielders in the ring on the circle, almost saying to Cameron Green, you can have the single. Not too sure about that. I thought they would have wanted Stoinis to be on strike for Al Rashid, but that's what England have opted for. Some grounds around this huge arena. There's a couple down the back there that look quite nice and lush. Practice grounds. And I don't think the training facilities were great yesterday. I think England had to go indoor.
Indoor is a long way away. We played a test match there earlier in the year, just before the one here at Ahmedabad. Yeah, the river flows past this ground. Adil Rashid start a new over, and Green's punching a run down to long on, 191 for 5. In Bengaluru, Fakhar Zaman has just brought up a century from 63 balls, Michael. He's hit 9 sixes en route to that 100.
What's Baba?
He's 42 off 45. Of course he is. So they're 149 for 1 coming up to the end of the 20th over. They need 252 from 30 overs. Well, we've seen teams make 250 in 20 overs, so they could probably do it in 30. Keep an ear on that one. Rashid bowls flat, and it's cut flat on the bounce to Willie. Short cover, 191 for 5.
Yeah,
still.
I'm just looking at some of the bowling figures. Glenn Phillips, who's doing pretty well for New Zealand with his Australian 4 overs to 35, and they've been on the back of some pummelings of late.
Glenn Phillips
the Aussies going for 388.
Yeah, 388, but Glenn Phillips 3 for 37 off 10 in that game, coming forward and defending across the front pad is Stoinis. So Phillips is the only one who hasn't been smashed.
Bolt 4 overs 0 for 42 at the start.
Yikes.
Southey was excellent, 5 overs 1 for 27.
Rashid. Slog sweep from Stoinis. Massive. Absolutely massive. That 6 matches this ground in size and magnitude over deep mid-wicket. Down on one knee. Slog sweep. 197 for 5. Stoinis goes from 1 to 7 in the space of 1 hit.
Well, you say that he's become a good hitter of spin. That's a perfect example. The lap slog that goes quite straight for a lap slog. The Aussie flag's been waved around here on the right-hand side.
Rashid to try again. Lot of flight, and he just gropes forward, Stoinis, and lets it turn past the edge of the bat.
It's a bit slower. Beautiful bowling.
Just the second boundary Adil Rashid has conceded. He's into his 9th over.
One ball to come. In the 36th. Slip in place. Rashid bowls with a loop and Stoinis drives and doesn't get a run to short cover. 36 overs gone. 197 for 5. I believe that you can get highlights of these games on the BBC website. Is it the iPlayer and the app? Is that correct? I'm doing this from memory.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
There we go.
BBC website.
Yep.
Jeffrey, just log on there. You can see all the glory moments. No doubt you'll be able to see that 6 if you want to see that.
You can see the 9 sixes that Fakhar Zaman has hit. I wonder if they put them all in a highlights package. You know you're batting well when they can't put every 6 that you've hit into the highlights reel.
The problem with that chase is Fakhar might need to get a double.
Yep. Well, he's got one before.
Yeah, he might need to double it up.
I think he was the first Pakistani to make a double in 50-over cricket.
They'll be revving up, though, because Rizwan, he's in next. He likes to have a dash. Iftikhar Ahmed, he's playing quite nicely.
Yep. Saad Shakil has batted well in a couple of games, and Hassan Ali made 100 off about 50 balls in a first-class game a couple of years ago, batting down at number 10. So can do it. Well, if they run down 400, they'd be the second team ever to do it. They're a long way away, but 249 from 29 overs. It's not beyond the realms. Mark Wood hunting for another wicket here. Bowls to Green, short pulled, and again can't time it. Short mid-wicket on the bounce this time. So he's got some off the top edge, some off the bottom edge, some off the gloves. Yet to get a pull shot out of the middle. Can't gauge this surface and Mark Wood's speed. The final ball of Mark Wood's previous over, by the way, was up to 155. So he had a 153 kilometres an hour, and they followed it up. That little tuck off the hip was 155.
So the 147's his slower ball.
Yeah.
Just dropped it down just to vary his pace.
Change of pace. You've got to have those variations. Imagine what would happen if you tried to bowl that back of the hand leg break thing that James Faulkner used to roll out. Wood up to Green, who is cramped for room and can only play the ball down into the ground on the bounce.
James Faulkner, what's he doing now?
Not a lot, as far as I know, cricket-wise. Isn't playing in the BBL anymore.
He was class for a while.
He was a wonderful player for a time. He has one of the most successful ODI chasing records in history. He was almost never dismissed in a winning run chase. And he was a very useful bowler. Player of the match in the World Cup final of 2015 with his 3 for not many.
This is a big ball. 2 dots to Cameron Green to start the over for Mark Wood, and he's itching. He knows he's got to get this scoreboard ticking.
Wood to Green, who just tries to play it down outside the line of the leg stump and does in the end. Gets it to root at fine leg for 1 and gets off strike. 198 for 5. Let's see what Stoinis can do facing extreme pace like this. None of the Australian bowlers are quite this quick anymore, really. Stark and Cummins pushed the 150. Stark got up to 160 allegedly at one point.
Good to see Finch next door working again on the screen. I think he's had 10 minutes off today.
Yeah. He's missed about 7 deliveries of this match. He's been commentating for one outlet or another.
He had to get up at 3:30 this morning to get the flight from Lucknow.
It's a popular one.
Straight back to Mumbai tomorrow. I think he's in the studio for the India-South Africa game.
Every game he hasn't been at, he's been in the studio. So either we've stuck our heads out the door and seen him walking past, or we've turned on the TV and there he is back in Mumbai at the studio. So they're getting his pound of flesh.
They have them in, they need at least a 3-hour pre-show.
Of course, yeah.
We're going to talk about Virat for at least 2.5.
I think they had 11 commentators on the tally for the India-Pakistan game.
Yeah.
We're making do with 4 or 5. Mark Wood will run up to Green, and Stoinis rather, inside edge into the pad and squeezes it away behind point. 189 for 5. There's no run.
Yeah, it's the pace. I keep looking, and that looks a quick delivery from 153.6.
154, that one. 154.
So it's hit. You can always tell from the batter's reaction. It's a reaction from Stoinis. He was like, oh.
The bat's almost in the back lift rather than playing a shot. The ball hits the bat rather than the other way around. So Stoinis, I think at this stage, just has to get out of this over. 2 balls to come. Say to Cameron Green, okay, you've been out here a bit. You've faced it a bit. you take care of this customer. Wood bowls in at the stumps and he's punching at Stoinis to cover. Rashid Fields, no run.
Yeah, Stoinis is 7 from 9 when you point to the equation, the 6. He's scored 1 off 8. And this is what England always feel they can do to the likes of Stoinis. There's time in the innings that I feel that they can really squeeze him and bowl him lots of dot balls.
He's the kind of player, he plays in that sort of Afghanistan opener mould, or the way that they used to be, which was a lot of dot balls and the occasional 6 to get you up to about a run a ball. We saw him in that white ball series in England in 2020, 20 over and 50 over games. Played some good innings there, but some of them were along those lines, struggling to break free and then finding the fence once in a while. 1 ball to come in the Wood over. It's only conceded 1 single. I think if you're Australia here, you just look to survive this one, see who you can score off at the other end.
A leg gully, quite a fine one. David Willett been put on the catch to Stoinis.
Covers open. There's no one between mid-off and deep point. Inviting the shot, and Stoinis plays it. Well, tries to play it in that direction. Gets it further behind point. It's actually going to go for 4. It looked like that'd be a simple stop for deep backward point where Harry Brook is subbing. But in the end, Mark Wood's pace means it scorches away. So that ends up being a reasonable over for Australia. Stoinis up to 11. He's faced 10 deliveries. Green on 39 from 45. Australia's 200 comes up 202 for 5. 37 overs bowled. That's 13 to go. I'm going to leave you with Michael Vaughan, and then Jonathan Agnew will join him.
Yeah, the Aussies will be starting up like 300. 8 and over gets them to 306. England will be hoping for a couple of more wickets now. Try and restrict Australia to 260, 270. The pace of Wood-Aggers.
Yes, they're good today, isn't it?
Yeah, he's bowling quickly, but the problem with pace is he flies off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's not. I don't think he's bowled a really bad ball. Yeah, he's been hit down to third 3 times to the boundary by just glances.
We've seen some good pitches in this tournament. If you look at the games that England have played, really can't look at anything, or nothing's spun too excessively. You know, they have been good tracks.
Your friend Fucker, he's going nicely.
Fucker's on great form. He was on form the other night.
106 off 69, he's at 967 fours as Fucker's a man.
Apparently he's very cross at being dropped.
Well, understandable. He's answering them in the right fashion. In the last 2 games, he was great.
They could win that game.
What, 402?
They could. Well, that way Fucker's going.
Well, rain stops. Why? It's raining. It's raining in
No.
Yeah, it's raining.
So are they ahead? They've got 20 overs in. That's all that matters.
Phil, can you check that? They must be quite close to being ahead.
Yeah. Duckworth Lewis on that one.
10 runs ahead.
They're 10 ahead. Yeah. New Zealand they've had it.
Oh, I'm going to put the radar up Bangalore.
Well, there you are. See how much is going to be in there. 202 for 5 here, and no rain in prospect. An arm and a batter. There's a lovely stroke. Hasn't Green played well today? As Wokes comes back into the attack, gives him a little bit of width, and he's driven that through extra cover. Classical stroke. Goes to 43 from 46 balls. That's his 5th boundary. He's played a really good shot. 206 for 5 in the 38th.
A couple of PM storms in Bangalore.
Well, they can add an hour on. Where it's 20 overs completed, so then the game is in. Not sure how much time they got to go there, because... Oh. .206 for 5. And goes Wokes, moves in, bowls, and that's been flogged away into the leg side, out to deep square leg.
Well, for all the Pakistan supporters listening, Aggers, I mean, the BBC weather app is telling me that there's an 83% chance of rain now. Then it goes to 86%, then 85%, 72% at 8:30 tonight. How many hours can they add on? Because it's a day game.
1, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
We don't want it to be raining in an hour's time, or thereabouts. Because we're supposed to be having that game in our interval.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm afraid it's at 83% then.
If there's no play well, you got to do some talking.
Well, for the World Cup, I think it'd be fantastic if Pakistan are still alive, and that
Well, everyone's still
that
alive.
semi-final. Well, you were here for the stage game, weren't you? India-Pakistan. It
Yes.
could still be on
It could still be on.
in Calcutta.
It'd be in Calcutta, that'd be lively. 207 for 5 in the 38th. There's Woke's bowls on the leg stump. It's clipped away by Stoinis. Down to Moeen Ali, who's been busy in the field today. He's at mid-on. No run. Good crowd here. I say it's 25, 30,000. It could easily be looking around.
I reckon more.
Could more, yeah. You might have got a full Lords in
If
here.
you just look down here to the right, actually, it's quite full in the
Yep.
the first two orange segments. Out to my left, yeah, there's plenty in.
Oh, it's just a huge place. The ring of fire has been lit as Wokes comes in bowls. Stoinis stands up, plays out to cover. That's the sort of floodlight here. There's don't actually have lights poking out over the top. I mean, they'd be enormous. So they have the ring of fire type light. So the tip of the roof, very bright lights shining down. So we're into that stage of the day where are we? 5 to 5 is noticeable how much darker it got in Calcutta, how early it was.
Right,
Yeah, over there in the...
it's a grubby
in the
pitch
east.
there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just does it gets a bit better at night, but in the day it looks like a bit of a turn. A reverse swing Pakistan got there.
207 for 5 in the 38th. Wokes bowls short, leg stumpish, flicked away down towards deep backward square leg, chase for the fielder who just gets there, picking up off balance. As Mark Wood really didn't need that long sprint this stage in the day. Wokes just straying again into that leg stump. 209 for 5. Ball to go in the 38th.
I like the new addition on the screen. It tells you how high the sixes have gone. So the Stoinis six off 24 metres it went.
Yeah, is that high? I don't know.
I
Is
don't
that-
know.
I don't know either.
I've only just noticed that new graphic on the screen.
209 for 5, and in goes Wokes again. Bowls, clipped away to the leg side, going for that quick single. Fielder picks up, misses the stumps. There's Malan there, just inside the circle at mid-wicket. 210 for 5 after 38, 12 to go. How are you getting to Pune then, Phil?
I'm going back to... what am I doing now? I'm going back to Mumbai first.
Right.
For Australia, Afghanistan in a couple of days' time.
See you there, Phil.
Oh, you're
See
doing
you
that.
there, yeah.
How are you getting back though?
Well, I've not got anything put to them. I thought I might potter down maybe to somewhere like Surat and have a look round there.
Right, well, yeah.
And then
on the train or?
yeah, on the train, or maybe a bus. We'll see. And then get there tomorrow afternoon. Watch India versus South Africa.
So
which
what-
sounds like a bit of a cracker.
So what kind of time frames are we talking to
Sort
Surat?
of 6-7 hours, maybe 6 hours.
On a train?
Yeah, or maybe a bus.
And then from there to Mumbai?
About another 6-7 hours. So it sort of splits the...
Again, a train?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But of
The
course,
adventurous way to go would be by boat. You haven't done that yet, have you? You could,
of course, if you get the quick train, Ahmedabad to Mumbai is only 6 hours.
Why don't you do that?
Well, I don't know, just fancy a bit of an adventure.
Just a day out?
Yeah. As you come up from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, you follow what's going to be the new high-speed train with the bullet train between Ahmedabad and Mumbai.
Yes.
2 hours when that's finished.
Yeah, I've been reading about
2
that.
hours.
And when do you go on booking.com or something like that you book your hotels? Or?
Yeah, or I tend to have a look on there, or just turn up and say, have you got a bit of room? And normally there's
Squeeze you
rooms.
in.
Yeah.
if you go to Surat, then you can get the boat down to Mumbai.
There
Oh,
we
that's
go.
a good show.
There's a proper adventure, yeah.
It's a really nice way to do that.
You'd be impressed if I mentioned
Oh,
that.
no, I
wouldn't
would.
I think it might take a while though. It looked quite a long way.
It's quite a long way, but I mean the trains are all well and good, but
Might need a very powerful canoe.
there'll be a fisherman who'll take you on his sloop. 210 for 5, 12 overs to go, and we've got Willie back and he bowls, and that's tucked away out to mid wicket, and finds Rashid in there.
So that's on the coast, is it? So is there a beach there, Phil?
Not a kind of beach as we know it in Gujarat. Doesn't tend to be. If you go further down the coast, there's Daman, which is an old Portuguese settlement.
Is that
And,
nice?
well, that's like a mini Goa. I think that's maybe overstating it, but it's where a lot of people from Mumbai maybe go
That's
for the
south of
weekend.
Mumbai, is it?
And no, it's north of Mumbai, and have a...
Phil, what's the street
weekend.
food that they have over here? It's like a deep fried masala potato
Yeah.
in a bread roll with spices and chilies. What's
Pav
that?
bhaji. So you get the ball that's deep fried, put it inside your roll and sort of squeeze it down.
Yeah,
It's
very
very
nice,
good.
isn't it?
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
A bit on those of you. Here's Willie, left arm over, bowls, tucked away into the leg side by Stoinis. Very happy to give the strike to Green.
I was trying to get... well, I was talking to some locals in Mumbai yesterday, and they were telling me Marine Drive is where you get those. That's where you get the best ones there.
If you're
dug up at the moment.
Yes, it's quite hectic on that road. But they do say on the street food on Marine Drive is excellent.
If you're in Mumbai on a Friday or Saturday night, you must go to Chowpatty Beach at the top of Marine Drive. Absolutely incredible. Thousands of people there, but all sorts of food outlets. It's absolutely very, very, very memorable.
211 for 5 in the 39th over. Willie strides out, bowls, and that's thumped back at him, but not quite timed by Green.
And Phil, I know you've got a bit of a beard, but there's a lovely gentleman in Mumbai behind the Taj Hotel, the Gateway, down Ormston Road, on the right there, that does amazing shaves and haircuts and head massages.
I think I'm going to have a shave tomorrow.
Go and see my friend on Ormston Road.
As you were admiring Geoff's moustache,
yes,
I'm thinking I might leave the moustache on.
Yes, go for it.
Yeah,
go for it.
Yes. Looks like sort of 1970s about that. 211 for 5. Here goes Willie and bowls. That's thumped away into the leg side. Chase the fielder. Gets there. Very low. Well picked up by Wokes. I think he only got one for that. That was really very good fielding indeed. He ran to his right, dived down, stopped the ball going for 4, but then got up very quickly and threw the ball in. It was an accurate enough throw. Just getting it in the air was enough. Brilliant piece of fielding. 212 for 5. Have you been in, have you?
Here he is. I've just did a bit of a time lapse.
Outside?
Yeah, he's outside on the street. There he goes. Just chopping away.
Usual, sir.
I'll take you Aggers when we're in Mumbai.
Well, no, I'm not in there anymore. In goes Willie, bowls, tucked way out to mid-wicket. Now, can the throw hit? Well, let's see. The stump's been broken. It was Rashid, who hasn't got much of a throw. Moving to his right there at mid-wicket. Green's on his knees. Willie had to actually gather the ball and then throw it into the stumps.
TV umpire to the director. We have an umpire review for a run-out at the bowler's end.
I think he's back.
Yeah, I think he's dived in.
They do pick Rashid out. He doesn't have much of a throw. And although actually they sent him back there in the end, but let's have a look. Yeah, it's going to be in.
Keep rolling it forward for me, please. Just go back one frame for me, please. And roll it forward. The bat's grounded. Keep rolling it forward. When the wickets light up, I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
If that had been, Ben Stokes or someone like that fielding there, Johnny Bairstow, I think probably he'd have been gone there. 212 for 5. Ball to go in the 39th over. Green's puffing a bit. Now they're at the far end, 45 from 49 balls, which is a very valuable innings for Australia.
What about when he released his bat? That's a beauty, wasn't it?
I presume it's the same bat.
Yeah, I think it is. That's it. He's just picking it up now. He's just let it settle on the ground. Now he's ready to go.
212 for 5. Ball to go in the 39th over. Willie again wades in, bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side. There's Rashid again. They don't take the run. And it's the end of the over. 39 gone. 212 for 5. Willie 6 overs now for 23. Woke 7 overs for 38. Couple of wickets. Wood 8 overs for 52. Well, better than that. Need to get 1 wicket, but he's bowled well today. Livingston 5 overs for 30. Moeen Ali 4 overs for 28. Been quite expensive. And then Rashid 9 overs, 2 for 36. Again, doing a sterling job.
Bit of tequila now. This is what kicked me out of Strictly, this song.
Was it?
Did the samba to the tune Tequila.
Right.
Saw me off.
Did it?
Yeah, dance off. See you later.
Oh, what a shame. It's still going Strictly, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah. I've watched a bit of it, actually.
I haven't seen any yet. Who did
Les
you...
Dennis was my favourite, and he went the first one out. He was fantastic.
Oh.
Who did you lose in the dance-off to?
I think it was Nicky Byrne, Westlife.
There's no shame in that.
Well, he's been dancing around chairs all his life.
Who's the favourite now, then?
Good question.
Oh.
Very good question.
We'll get the run in, won't we?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Well, there's actually a professional dancer on the show.
Is there?
Yes.
Shouldn't be allowed, should it?
My daughter's a dancer, and she's actually been coached by him.
Who's the John Sargent figure?
Well, Les Dennis, but he only lasted.
Oh, right.
He was first to go.
He
Les.
must have been bad then. 212 for 5. In goes Wokes, moves in, bowls outside the off stump. It's been flogged into the leg side there. It was not a pretty shot. Fielded down to our right by Stokes.
I tell you who's doing well, actually. Annabelle Croft.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's doing well.
Well, she's a professional athlete, isn't she?
Is Angela Rippon still in?
Yes, I think she is, yeah. She was fantastic. I saw her first couple of weeks. Magnificent.
A lot of people were surprised. You have to remember the old Morecambe and Wise show, and there she was. Oh, well, we'll catch that when we get back. 2:13 for 5. Now, they feel quite tight here. They want Stoinis on strike. They don't want to let him get away and give the strike to Green. So quite tight there in the circle as Wokes runs in, bowls down the leg side, though it brushes the pad. Leg bye taken, and so Green is on strike. 4 away from a very good 50. Wokes talking to Beards. He's got a very well trimmed beard.
Yeah, he looks after his, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Makes it nice and smart. And the Aussies 214, 10.4. 8 gets them to 299. 10s gets them to 321. They'll be looking at those 10s, won't they, to get them to 320.
I guess. Seems a long way off still. In goes Wokes, and he bowls, and that's driven on the rise from Green, only for a single though. Finds Stokes down here. I mean, the question is, can England get them? They've just batted so horribly in this tournament so far.
Just looking at the overs left, who's going to be bowling at the end? You've got Wokes, who's got 2.3 left. Rashid's got 1.
Willie.
He'll bowl out. Willie's got 4. He's going at under 4s. He's bowled nicely again. Mark Wood, no doubt, maybe will bowl a couple as well. But Pat Cummins is dangerous with the bat as well.
He is. 2:15 for 5. Wokes bowls short, pulled hard, out to deep mid wicket, and no one can stop it. Not a good ball, that. I don't know whether he dragged it down on purpose or by accident, but there's no one out there at deep mid wicket, and he hasn't got the pace. And the batsman going to easily hit that in front of square.
Yeah, I thought it was a slow ball. It's not. It's just a genuine drag down. I thought he'd bowled a cutter, which did for David Warner earlier in the day. That was just this is I guess the problem with Chris Wokes in this World Cup. He's bowled some balls I've just not seen him bowl for the last few years. He's been so consistent. Mid-on's going back. Finally up into the circle.
2:19 for 5 then. 2 balls to go in the 40th. Wokes on his way again, bowls to Stoinis, short of a length again. Wokes can field that defensive stroke, following through. There's no run. 2:19 for 5. Ball to go in the 40th over.
Stoinis would be an incredible player if he could work the way of not just being a boundary scorer. Look at his score now. He's 19. He's hit 2 4s and a 6.
Yep.
So that's 14 he's got from 3 deliveries. So 5 from the other 18.
Wokes. That's turned into the leg side. Again, there's a gap there with mid on deep now. So another one taken. 220 for 5. 10 overs to go. Green 47. Stoinis has 20. Head out for 11. Warner 15. And there's a good partnership between Smith and Labuschagne. Smith is out for 44. Inglis reverse swept Rashid to Moeen for 3, and then Labuschagne was LBW to Wood for 71. And these were now put on 42 in as many balls. So sort of rebuilding, but also just pushing things along, and again just resetting that platform from which Australia can go quite hard at the end. It's all about flexibility, as 50 overs, which England have showed none of. It's all about going hard, going hard, going hard. It's some sort of mantra that they don't seem to be able to see beyond.
Well, this is a good pitch and it'll get better. So even if they're chasing 310, they should put up a good fight to chase those runs. Stoinis just had a little bit of a wobble there with his leg. I'm not too sure what he did there. He twisted or just had a little bit of a problem with one of his legs.
He did. It looked like a right hamstring to me. See how he goes. He's on strike, and Willie's on the way. Left arm over the wicket. He bowls as Stoinis runs him down to third man, but he's in the edge of the circle. And there's no run. I thought Murray Erasmus doing that little circle there, like a cheerleader, a big smile on his face. He just needed a couple of pom-poms. And it was a signal for the power play, but I thought he was supposed to rotate your whole arm round, but he just gave a little wave.
Just giving it a bit of a dance.
That was nice.
I tell you what, the little Foxy Rover can that goes just beyond that, it's fast, isn't it, when it starts flying around.
Where's that lorry?
Lorry's just having a chill out.
Goes William bowls, and, clubbed off the back foot out towards that camera. Long chase of Bairstow. I tell you what, he's done some miles. And he's going to bat soon. He really has been all over that boundary. 222 for 5.
He's just in a little Foxy Rover cam, isn't he? He's just down there, just had a load of Johnny. You're right, I wonder where that truck lives.
No, I don't know. It's the first time we've seen him. 222 for 5.
Has there been cars driving the ball out on other occasions? No,
none of that sort of... Right. What gimmicks in this World Cup? Certainly not. Here's Willie. Moves in now and bowls, and that's clubbed away past Moeen. Now, will they get 2? I don't think they will. Stokes is in position there, tossing the ball back.
Oh, there's lots of adverts, isn't there? I mean, the company I work for in Mumbai, we have a section where you're sponsored by headphones.
Oh.
Yeah, on the telly you have to wear these cool headphones.
Can you hear what anyone's saying?
No, you just tell me, you just wear them.
Oh, I see.
Yes, whatever the company's performance of the day, and you're wearing them as you're talking about. Massive headphones.
Yeah. There's an advert involving Rahul Dravid and a motorbike. If I see it again, I think I'm going to put a chair through the television.
What, he says Mr. Dependable or something, doesn't he? Yeah.
Mr. Dependable. Off he goes on his bike.
I think you see Sehwag and Sonny, they're on regularly, aren't they?
Chris Gale turns up now and then.
Yeah, Sehwag's got some lovely red glasses on in his hand. Chris Gale, he pops up, with a big smile. They're sponsoring the same thing.
Here's Willie. Oh, he's bowled him. And Green there, trying one adventurous shot too many. He stepped away to the offside and tried to hit that away. The fielder was back. It was a sort of shot that you might have seen a fine leg a bit up on the edge of the circle. But a bit of misjudgment there, and he's going off shaking his head. It wasn't a great shot selection, that. And Willie hits the stumps, really, by virtue of simply bowling the ball straight. A bit of a disappointing exit, that, because he played well. And it means now that they're still not quite that platform again. England have just managed to knock one of the legs away of it.
Yeah, they're just doing what they've always done for the last few years, is get wickets at key times.
Yeah.
I mean, it was there to hit. He just misses it. Hits his leg stump. This has been the story of Australia's day. Every time you feel that a partnership's set, England have managed to get a wicket. I mean, you're looking at the... this is a good tune, Phil. There you go.
Yeah.
That's better from the DJ. Yeah, every time a player's just looking like they're going to go on, you saw Labuschagne get to 70 odd, he gets out. Smith gets to 40 odd, he gets out. Usually to get the big 350s, you need 100, don't you?
Yeah.
One player, if not two, to get you a 120 plus.
Yeah. 223 for 6. How's our old friend doing in... of course, it's still raining in Bangalore.
Still raining, yeah. Covers are on, but apparently it's not that heavy.
Right.
Doesn't need to be, though. As long as it's raining, Pakistan.
Well, time will be ticking.
Yeah. Well, fucker, he'll be in that dressing room now getting massaged when he'll be ready to go.
Ready to go again.
He'll be revved up. Amrazam 47 from 51.
But I need to get out there fairly soon.
Pakistan in the last week or so. You've had Inzi had to resign.
He's gone.
Because they've really had a conflict.
All sorts going on.
The conflict which made me chuckle was that, they felt there was a conflict with him and Imran Haq, who they're related, it's related, but surely it was related to him before the World Cup.
Yes, years ago. It's been around a long time, Imran Haq. So Willie's on his way. Cummins is the new batsman, and he plays the first ball into the offside and finds Livingston at backward point, so there's no runs. Australia's captain at the crease, 223 for 6.
5:14 local time now in the Pakistan-New Zealand game. They're going to start losing overs from 5:40 local time, so another 25 minutes or so.
Okay, so
my app says 86%. Around that time.
Right. Well, it would certainly cause a bit of a stir, wouldn't it?
I mean, I will say, I don't want to just parage the BBC weather crew, but they don't always get it right.
Well, no. But actually, to be fair, I looked at the forecast today for up here, and I did see there was some rain around down south. That was just what was his forecast. There's Willie bowls, and that's a run down to third man by Cummins. Let's see what my thing says here. He's got a bit of a radar on it. It says rain around for a while actually down there. Next few days. It's be really funky, and have a look at the airport.
You have quite a lot of weather apps.
Oh yeah, I'm obsessed with it. So right, so here we go. So currently, weather thunderstorms with light rain, and it's going thunderstorms with rain from 5:30 to 11:30 tonight. Pakistan could slip through there.
Pakistan could be.
Yeah.
It could be on 8 points. That puts them up.
No significant changes within the next 2 hours.
Well,
Fuck, I might have done it.
fuck, it might be taking them to a potential.
I'd love to see an
Semi.
India-Pakistan semi.
Oh,
I mean, I just would. That'd be in Kolkata. That big, brutal ground.
this is
That
a big
would be an
over.
event.
Adil Rashid, the ball is last.
Yes.
Can he pick up one wicket?
Well, it's Bowling to Cummins has just come in, so there's a slip. 224 for 6. Rashid moves in, bowls. Cummins stretches forward. It's a googly. Bounces a bit, hits high up on the splice of the bat. Fielded at mid-wicket by Mark Wood.
Look at this, Harry Brooks in the
no run.
dugout. He's getting a massage. He's not even playing. Just.
Yes, he is. Not sure that chap who's massaging him either, actually.
just
224 for 6. And this is pushed away defensively again. Looks like Cummins almost just pleased to see the back of him. A couple of dot balls. Cummins getting himself in, adjusting his gloves, twiddling his bat. Rashid bustles in, bowls of a slower ball, pushed a little uppishly there by Cummins, and as far as Willie though at short cover. Give it a good old tweak, that one.
yeah, lovely drift as well from Adil Rashid.
Now Stoinis has had a conversation there with his captain. Not sure what about. Looking on the screen, quite a lot of England supporters there actually. 224 for 6. She bowls short this time, and Cummins can get it away.
One of my friends, the Fisher family, are from Belfast.
Oh, wonder where they are.
Well, they're in the stands somewhere. They're back tomorrow, here for the day. It's a good effort, that, isn't it?
It is.
Flying from Belfast
Cheers.
straight into Mumbai. Mumbai to Ahmedabad, here for the day. Back on the 5 a.m. tomorrow to Mumbai and be at school on Monday morning.
What did you do this weekend?
Lovely. 225 for 6. 2 balls left in this over. Stoinis drives now. I think it was driven into the ground. Not sure. Let's see a replay of that. Certainly thumped into Rashid's left hand. That's sore. And he's ringing it there. It's a fair amount of pain. It was hit hard at him. So I don't think that was a chance. I think it was just hit hard into the ground. Here's the last ball of his stint then.
I wonder how Finney's getting on. Do you think he's getting any better? Have you heard anything?
Wow. No, I don't. I haven't heard.
Be lying on
He'd be
his
getting a
bed,
massage, shouldn't he? Getting
You'd hope so, yeah. I think he'd. Well, he certainly warrants one or two.
226 for 6. There's Rashid bowling, pushed way out to cover. Dwayne Rashid spell, well bowled him. 10 overs, 2 for 38. Just the job. It's a bit sad yesterday on the plane because I looked across. He's always been 12A and I've always been 12F on the flights because you get a bit of leg room. And it was empty. His seat was empty.
Had to stay in Calcutta, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he's there for a good game tomorrow. Will he be at the ground tomorrow?
No.
No, still not able to get
Not
up and
unless you
down.
know, get some sort of block and
Well,
tackle to get in there.
if he's lucky and he stays there long enough, he might be there for the India-Pakistan semi-final.
Yeah.
That's where it'll be, in Calcutta.
Yeah. Yeah, go well be up for that. Oh, I hope so. Well, chap. It's a bit miserable sitting in your room for ages, isn't it?
It's a crumb of comfort, isn't it?
Well. 226 for 6. 42 gone. And Willie is going to bowl his 8th over. Here he comes. He's bowling to Stoinis, who's on 24. And Willie comes wading in like a man running through quicksand. That's outside the off stump. And a bit of a swish there from Stoinis. And there's no contact. 226 for 6. Aaron Finch is back. Looking pensive.
Every time Australia build a partnership, we just lose one.
Yeah, they do. Yes.
I say we. I apologise for that. Australia lose one.
You're getting a hang of it.
Australia lose one. And Cameron Green, that was a big dismissal in the context of this game, I think. Someone with his power at the back end.
Willie again hiding the ball, so just a bit of reverse swing there, but that's pushed out the edge of the circle. No means there. And they'll take one. Yeah, just pegged him back again, didn't it? Just wasn't a shot was on. It's on when fine legs up, but he was back. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do with that. He probably only got one for it.
Yeah, he was back, but he was very square. He was almost at a deep backward square, which I think encouraged Cameron Green to play that shot. And it's not one that I've seen him play all that often. So you have to say outthought from David Willey.
2:27 for 6 from the 43rd over. And Willie turns there at the edge of the circle. Again, hides the ball with his other hand and bowls to Cummins, who plays that back up the pitch. What about Bangalore then? Oh, fucker. He's gone berserk down there, and Pakistan are ahead on the run rate. It's raining.
That's a huge game, and particularly only being one down, the swing in the run rate is so huge. The more wickets you lose.
Still raining, is it, Phil?
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
No update.
It's a lifeline. It's a lifeline for the old country. If we beat you today, there's a 0.001% chance we can still qualify for the same. I think so. Here's Willie bowling. Oh, it's in the air, just over backward point, and away down to third man. They've taken one, come back for the second. The fielder throwing off balance. 229 for 6. Yeah, I wouldn't put it any more strongly than that, but it keeps a few alive. Sri Lanka, they'll be still in there. And Afghanistan, they've been the story of the tournament, haven't they? They've been brilliant to watch, and they've been clinical. When they've had the opportunity, you used to associate Afghanistan with reckless batting at times, particularly run chasers, but they've been unbelievable. In comes Willie then, bowls, and that's punched down the ground. Now that's a good shot from Cummins. He's just come in, timed that quite nicely. The ball running towards that long off boundary. Field away the distance there, slides full length. Gets thrown back in, and I must say, I think England's ground field today has been excellent. It really has. I mentioned earlier, they've been under pressure, under the cosh. Everyone's unhappy with them, but they've been really committed in the field today.
Yeah, they have been. It started off with a Joe Root catch, didn't it? It was a straightforward catch, but one that needed to be taken early on when Travis Head was looking aggressive. He was looking destructive, albeit only 10 balls that he faced, but it had intent.
That was Root out there then, fielding that one actually. Now that's a slower ball. Cummins tries to run it to third man and misses. It's the end of the over, so 7 remain. What will Australia end up with? They're 231 for 6 at the moment. Stoinis is poised, 25. Cummins has come in, is on 6. More from Aaron Finch, and then it's going to be Geoff Lemon.
Yeah, the current run rate, 269. I think Australia will need a lot more than that, with how much dew does form here at the Ahmedabad Stadium, Narendra Modi Cricket Stadium. 18 over gets them 287. I think that'll be the minimum that they need. They might even need a few things to go their way with the ball.
Pat Cummins launched a few the other day against New Zealand. Was it 43 off 17, Phil? That rings a bell. Hit 4 sixes, I think, most of them off James Neesham.
And that was a difference in the game. New Zealand put a couple of chances down, and while it didn't cost them with the actual total of the batsmen who they dropped, the fact that the other batsman got on strike, hit a couple of sixes, it happened twice in 2 overs. That swing in the game was so big.
Livingston, the bowler Stoinis, bowls a leg break, and it's cut away behind point, can't get a run.
Did you say 43 off 17? 37 off 14.
There we go.
Yeah.
Near enough.
Yeah, close. It's been a long tournament.
It's been a lot of numbers.
And a lot of sixes. Loop. Slog sweep from Stoinis. That has gone a long way. He doesn't hit small sixes. That's gone about 30 rows back over deep mid-wicket. And it disappears into a sea of blue India shirts down there just by the walkway, all the way out to that far side of the ground. 237 for 6. Marcus Stoinis goes up to 31.
Yeah, it's a slog sweep again. Saw him play one off Adil Rashid. That went a long way as well. This is a last over. of the so-called fifth bowler between between Livingston and Moeen Ali. That's gone a long way. That's a beautiful shot. Straight over the man at deep mid-wicket. That didn't bother Marcus Stoinis.
Livingston tries again, bowls a little flatter, and he baseballs him down the ground for 4. One bounce over the rope. That ball sits up, and Marcus Stoinis finds that easy enough just to swing through. He goes to 35. He's faced 31 balls, 241 for 6. And that was deliberate to hit it there. Placement.
Yeah, just overcorrection from Livingston. He looked to get it a little bit wider. It was just a fraction short, and Stoinis was able to hang on the back foot.
So long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a deep backward point. The 5 out, and Stoinis goes leg side again. Could be caught here in the deep. Sensational catch, tumbling backwards. Livingston has a wicket, and that was an overhead Aussie rules mark from Johnny Bairstow. Back with the flight of the ball into the forward line, and he claims it. 7th wicket falls. Stoinis going for 35. Australia 241 for 7.
Stoinis looking to bang it off the back foot, and it just wasn't quite short enough, and Bairstow come charging in. Has to backtrack. Grabs it high above his head. You go back and kick a goal.
Be lining up from the forward pocket. See if he can steer one through. Well, that was quite a take. Well above his head, airborne, both feet off the ground. Bairstow claims it. Gives it the big celebration. So does Livingston, who's got his first wicket of the day. Couple of balls left, most likely in his day's work, although might be some temptation to keep him on.
I don't think so. Be hungry, not greedy as a captain at times. You need to get 10 out of Livingston and Moeen Ali, and 2 balls to go, and that will be done. But expect him to go around the wicket and bowl off spin now that Mitchell Stark's the new man at the crease. Does it quite a lot in T20 cricket. For right-handers on strike, he'll bowl leg breaks. For a left-hander, he'll bowl off breaks. It's a good skill, good versatility to have in your team.
Yeah, he's developed that over quite a period of time, Livingston, to be able to bowl both disciplines. He will have the left-handed Stark on strike, so he's got a slip there, which also indicates there'll be some off-spin being bowled. Moeen Ali's in pretty tight at cover. They've got a backward point on the circle, deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, with Adil Rashid in fairly tight at mid-wicket inside the circle. So it's a kind of pub cricket field. 2 in close in front of square and everybody else out as Stark punches off the back foot for 1, beats backward point. They might think about the second. Stark's racing back to the striker's end. Very keen to have more of the strike. 243 for 7. 6 overs and 1 delivery left. What can this pair do with it? You wouldn't think they have enough at the moment.
Just seen a replay of Liam Livingston's celebration. I thought his head was about to pop off. It went so red with his celebration.
Absolutely howled. Livingston round the wicket, bowls that off break, and Stark plays it to short cover. No run, 44 overs bowled, 243 for 7. Well, what do we think now? It was critical at the start of the day of the decision to bowl first. We've seen so many teams punished for it in the last couple of weeks. It hasn't happened to England here today. They've had the work of being out there in the heat, but they've got Australia in a vulnerable position now.
Yeah, it hasn't been as humid as it's been in some other locations around India, so that wouldn't have taken as much of a toll on the England side. This is also a ground where it does get the most dewy of anywhere in India, I think, particularly this time of year. I've seen every game. The dew does come in really heavy after the sun does set. It's just a case of bowling well, fielding well. They haven't been blown away at all. Every time Australia's had a partnership, they've just lost a wicket. So they'll be disappointed with that so far. That none of their batters have been able to go on and get a significant score. Marnus Labuschagne, 71, I think, is the highest scorer for Australia. And you want a little bit more.
They haven't been able to hit that acceleration point. That's the part, isn't it? You can accumulate a score, but there's a point where pushing that rate along.
And I think that's what Marcus Stoinis was trying to do there. He targeted the fifth bowler in Liam Livingston and unfortunately got out.
Well, a fair bit relies on Cummins now, who plays a glide. Very neatly played for 4. That goes so fine. just past the wicketkeeper, and Livingston coming across, who was at deep third. They had the fielder there for the shot. Cummins managed to glide that. And that was like slicing sashimi. The touch on that shot, 247 for 7.
Yeah, it's angled back in towards Pat Cummins. He's played it from about leg stump, but it's on the back foot. As we see, Moeen Ali now comes into a second slip. Again, no man at cover. Doubt that Mark Wood will pitch it up.
Wood frustrated, and he bangs it in short. Pulled away off the top edge, will be caught. Navid Milan takes the catch at short mid-wicket. Cummins 4 and then out. He's going for 10. Australia in some strife here. They could be bowled out, with Zampa and Hazelwood not offering a lot with the bat. The only ones to come. 247 for 8. Mitchell Starc on 2. Cummins departs for 10.
Yeah, it's just too fast for Pat Cummins, and it was brought about, that shot, by the change in the field. Just meant that he couldn't stay leg side of the ball and try and run it down to third man. Had to try and stay in line and go over the leg side, and it's just hit high on the splice. Just ballooned up to mid-wicket. Who took a comfortable catch, David Milan.
Mark Wood 2 for 56 for him. He's had a frustrating day at times, but things have worked out for him here and there. That I can't quite get over that 9-ball over, bowled 3 wides and takes a wicket with the 9th ball. Sometimes you think things are going against you and then they go the other way.
Yeah, how often do you see it? That was a rhetorical question, mind you.
Phil Long can spend the break working that out. How many wickets have fallen from the 9th ball of an over, Phil? Enjoyed digging up that one. Adam Zampa out to the middle. Potentially 10 more deliveries from Mark Wood. And I don't feel unfair in saying 10 balls from Mark Wood might be too many for Adam Zampa to face.
I agree with you. And one thing I'm surprised about, Adam Zampa's, he's got a black sweatband on his front arm, which has a small, it's not as...
It's the mini arm guard,
It's the
right?
mini arm guard that incorporated into a sweatband. If someone's bowling 150 Ks at a tail ender, particularly a leg spinner, I would be putting all the protection I could.
I would have a telephone book gaffer taped to that arm. Zampa, braver than those watching on. He's facing Wood and getting a run. Squeezes it out inside half of the bat to deep backward square leg. And that's the best possible thing for Adam Zampa to do. Get one, get off strike. 3 balls left in the over, and now it's Mitchell Starc's problem. 248 for 8.
Yeah, that ball that Mark Wood bowled to Pat Cummins, it was fast and it was aggressive into the pitch. He said that with no man at cover that he couldn't really afford to pitch it up. Just seeing a replay of that, it hit right off the splice. Surprised it actually went that far, to be honest, with how high on the bat it did hit.
Yeah, it didn't look like Cummins had a lot of time to think about the shot. Just a reflexive stab of the bat at the ball. So he's watching on from the dressing room for the rest of this innings. Wood bowls to Starc, who stands up tall, drops the ball to point for 1 into the gap between cover and backward point. 249 for 8. The resumption at Bengaluru has been delayed owing to light drizzle, so they start losing overs at I think 22, so in about 10 minutes or 7 minutes from now they start losing overs from that Pakistan-New Zealand game. A reminder, if you're not familiar with what was going on there, New Zealand made 401 for 6, Pakistan 160 for 1 in the 22nd over, which means they're ahead on Duckworth-Lewis. Wood up to Zampa, who's getting a run out to point. Hasn't looked too phased by the pace so far. He gets his second run, 250 for 8. So that would mean, and Pakistan have a history of great escapes and doing some unbelievable things in cricket. If Pakistan could concede 400 and then win the game on Duckworth-Lewis and qualify for a World Cup semi-final on that basis, it would be the ultimate Pakistan cricket achievement.
Absolutely would. I think it was 1992, wasn't it, where they lost maybe their first 3 or 4 matches.
Yep.
And then went on an absolute tear to then win the final.
And had a fair bit of luck going their way in terms of washouts and favourable equations. Wood bowls to Stark, who's almost feathering through to the keeper. Doesn't quite get a touch on it as he pushes at the ball. End of the 45th over. Wood's got 1 to come. He's got 2 for 59 from his 9. Australia 250 for 8. Trying to scrap towards something competitive. So that would be the most Pakistan thing imaginable, though, to win a game. Only one game has ever been won by a team chasing more than 400, and that's the South Africa 2006 match.
343.
The
334. The 434.
434, or as the South Africans call it, the 438 game, because that's what they made that in second.
Yes, that's right.
Australians always call it the 434. But no one else has ever done it. So if Duckworth-Lewis decides that Pakistan have won it on that basis, that would be a triumph for statisticians everywhere.
The 1992 World Cup that Aaron just mentioned, Pakistan 74 all out in the group game against England. Surely they were going to be beaten there. Now, of course, the rain came with England, 24 for 1. That helped put Pakistan through, who then, of course, beat England in the final.
After facing, 8 overs out of 16 with the rain reduction. Driven away, first ball of the next over from David Willey. We'll add a single, 251 for 8.
I think Australia's goal now is just to bat out the remaining overs. 29 balls left in this innings.
So England had a rain-reduced target in that game of 64, but they had to get in 16 overs. They faced 8 of the overs, and the match was deemed incomplete. Interesting rain rules in that World Cup. That's when South Africa had the old get 22 runs off 1 ball, or whatever it was.
Yes. After being well in front in the game, wasn't it?
Yep, well in front. They used to strike off the least productive overs first from the previous innings, and that's how they'd work out. So there were some maiden overs that meant that 0 runs were deducted from the total, even though the overs had reduced. Willie comes up and bowls, digs it in short, pulled away by Stark, out to deep square leg. Only get 1 for it with the fielder back. He goes to 4. Zampa has 3 as he comes back on strike, 252 for 8. But whether we get back on for some more play in Bengaluru, probably will. But there is a shower delaying things, and if the overs get reduced, well, who knows what Duckworth-Lewis could spit out.
It's a pretty consistent mathematical equation these days, though, isn't it? That
Willie bowls to Zampa, flicks it away in the air behind square for at least 1. Thinks about the second. Stark says no. 253 for 8.
Yeah, if he looked to come back for 2 there, he was run out by half a wicket. Adam Zampa just jogging the first one.
So as a player, you were happy with DLS?
In the 50-over format, I think it's fine. It seems to be quite fair and reasonable right throughout. I think adapting that to the T20 format of the game needs a little bit of work, needs some tinkering.
Willie up to Stark, short ball again, and again he pulls it out to the deep on the leg side. That's a little tougher for the boundary riders out there, and they were able to get back for a second. Places it in between the deep backward square and the deep mid wicket, and Joe Root has to slide into field. 255 for 8. Stark up to 6. In 20 over cricket, because it can be so explosive, there are times when DLS doesn't seem to account for the run scoring that could be possible.
Yeah, that's right. Wickets aren't as big a factor in T20 cricket.
Willie bowls to Stark, who cluffs this pull shot. Another short ball. He'll get a run for it as mid-wicket runs around to mid-on. Malan picking up there. 256 for 8.
Yes, 6 runs off this over. 5 balls gone. I think Australia, they're just looking to bat it out now. The last thing you want to do is leave 18 or 20 balls out there,
which could be worth 15 or 16 runs, which is a pretty significant addition to this score at this point. See if they could get past 280. Willie bowls, and well, there might be a wicket here. Zampa is skewed it up in the air just over the wicket keeper. Butler running back. They had a deep third running up and Butler running back, and they met in the middle, could just about have shaken hands, and the ball drops in between them. 257 for 8 with one of the least conventional singles you can imagine, taken by Adam Zampa, who takes his score on to 5. Mitchell Stark's on to 7. Thanks to Aaron Finch, who's been keeping us company at times during the day. Former Australian white ball captain. 20 over cricket and 50 overs as well. World Cup veteran, 2015 and 2019 in the 50-over formats. 46 overs bowled. Australia 257 for 8, and England have done a good job here today. Felt like they were taking a big risk by bowling first. But Michael Vaughan, as you rejoin us, they would be pretty happy with their day's work so far.
Yeah, they've been the old England that have just got wickets at key times.
Wood to bowl his last over to Zampa, who's getting out of the way of a short ball that bounces over Butler and goes for 4 extras. Will it be byes, or has he got a little touch on it? He's got a tiny glove on that one. Very good from Zampa. Don't think he meant it, but it works. 261 for 8.
Yeah, that's rapid. 150 kilometres an hour, and just flicks I think it hits the glove and then the shoulder and goes over Joss Butler's head for 4. Mark Wood seems to have had so many 4s in the kind of quarter of the ground from wide third to just over Joss Butler's head. Just a little bit of a warning. England were chasing 230 against England. I'm sure in that first innings everyone was saying how great they bowled, and all of a sudden they came out and batted badly and lost by 100.
Wood bowls to Zampa, who backs away and slaps him down the ground for 4. Excuse me, Adam Zampa, that is impolite. Just steps to the leg side and baseballs it, and he takes his score up to 13. 265 for 8.
Yeah, England here against New Zealand, Phil, was it 278?
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And they made 281 in the chase, thereabouts.
Yeah, 282 played 283.
Yeah, the Australians are getting a similar kind of number, and if the pitch improves like it did on that first game, England should have a good chance. But the problem for England is there's no players in any kind of form with the bat in hand.
Wood looks for revenge on Zampa, but Zampa will get another run. Little inside edge, squirting out behind square leg. He'll come back for a second as it goes in between the fine leg and the deep backwards square. So Zampa doing this job nicely at the moment. He's 15 from 8 balls, 267 for 8. Mitchell Starc watching on 7.
Yeah, Zampa 15 from 8. I think he's bowled a lot better than 2 for 69 from 9.3. He looks a real threat. He's bowled with great energy and pace, giving it absolutely everything. It's a nice picture on the TV. Look at that.
Sun setting at the moment, dipping down behind the trees. You often see it. Fast bowlers do get mistreated by short formats at times. It's unfair to them. They can bowl really well and still go for plenty. Wood bowls to Zampa, who pulls him over the leg side. He's getting more runs here. Mid-wickets inside the circle. They decide on just one as that ball plonks into the turf and stops. And David Willey coming up from the deep does the fielding. 268 for 8. Zampa to 16. That's Starc on strike with 2 balls to come in the 47th.
I've been really impressed by the pitches in the World Cup because, you know, I guess we always think about India and slow, flat ones, but genuine pace. Some of the pitches have been flying through. That pitch in Pune when we saw Jansen bowl under lights, that was zipping through. Rabada, Agnew, Shami Bumrah and Siraj at the Wankhede just a few nights ago, they were getting the ball flying through, and this has got a little bit of pace in it as well.
We haven't seen a lot of big turning wickets. That first one in Chennai for India, Australia had some turn in it. Wood up and bowls short outside the off stump, and he's a bit lucky to get away with that not being called a wide. It looked wider than it was, perhaps because Butler came across to collect it. Maybe at the point that it passed Mitchell Starc, it was inside the blue tram tracks. 268 for 8. Phil?
Michael mentioned England batters being out of form. The last 4 games, there's only been one score in excess of 50. That was Harry Brooks, 66 off 61 against Afghanistan. Last 3 games, hasn't been a 50 from an England batter.
Harry Brooks has been sub-fielding today, but he's not in the 11. Wood to finish his evening, bowls to Starc and almost gets a nick outside the off stump as Starc looks to poke that over cover. Doesn't make contact. 47 overs gone. 268 for 8. So 18 balls left for Australia, just to try to nudge this up past 280, 290, something like that. Only Josh Hazlewood to come in the batting stakes. It's been a batting day of close, but not quite for the Australians. They've had to scrap. But like you say, you look at that India-England game, England did bowl really well and fielded really well in that first innings, kept the powerful Indian side to 229 and then got nowhere near it.
Yeah, you know, you look at decisions at the toss, and we've all been talking about captains that have asked the opposition to bat first and it's backfired. You know, I think this is a good... England's batting is not to do with Josh Buttler. He can get runs himself, but if they come out and bat really badly, it's not the decision at the toss of why they've lost the game. It's because the batting's been really poor. And that was the kind of equation against India. I guess if Australia had gone and got 350, which, by the way, Travis Head and David Warner came out striking, you thought, oh, well, this is a score that England should be able to chase down. Pitch is pretty good.
Chris
Outfield's
Wokes.
quick.
3 overs to come. He'll bowl the first of them in at the stumps, and Zampa's defending. Won't get a run down to mid-off. The other factor is the Australian opening bowlers have been ineffective. They took 3 wickets in the first 2 overs of this World Cup against India, and they've barely taken one since, certainly in the power plays. Conceded a century opening partnership to South Africa, century opening partnership to Sri Lanka, century opening partnership to Pakistan. Took a couple of wickets against New Zealand, but went for plenty in the first 10 overs. And only pulled things back a little later. Wokes in and bowls, and Zampa drives to mid-off and again can't score. So those Australian opening quicks, Stark has been erratic, Hazelwood hasn't taken many, Cummins, they haven't been effective until later in innings. So that's an important part of this equation tonight, I think. If they want to hold England, they need to take wickets early. Make England worried, get them nervous about, are we going to stuff it up again? At the moment, should be an attainable chase. Wokes digs it in short. Zampa pulls it well. Picks up 4 behind square. That is a very good shot. They've got a couple of men in the deep, one in front of square and one further round at fine leg, and he puts it right between them. And again, it's a baseball biff, and he goes up to 20 from 12.
I haven't seen a lot of Zampa batting.
It's not very good usually. There's not much to see.
Well, he's really playing some nice strokes. 20 from 12. This partnership's 25. Crucial runs for Australia.
I mean, he's a wholehearted player. Usually he runs like a rabbit, does his best, but he sometimes bats a bit like one as well. Wokes slogged across the line by Zampa, who's enjoying himself out there. Thick inside edge out to deep square leg, 273 for 8. He's got 21. But he's often a player who doesn't seem to have a lot of shots and doesn't have a lot of power, and often gets caught trying to hit one big and gets caught within the ring, something like that, for a single figure score. So you don't often see him blazing 21 at a strike rate of 160, which is Glenn Maxwell pace.
I'd like to know what the attendance is here today in Ahmedabad, because I think there's quite a few in. I think it was 130,000. I reckon there's about 40,000 in today.
I'd say 40 looks about right from the visuals we can pick up here. Wokes bowls to Stark, who flicks off his pads. They've got a short fine in position. He'll just get 1, 274 for 8. There might be 40,000 in and about 10,000 cops outside.
Yeah, there's a few. They generally like to get in and watch, don't they?
If they can.
Place in Pune, they were lively, weren't they? The security guards there, they were more interested in getting selfies.
There were a lot of selfies, but the searchers on the way in had some extremely intimate moments during this World Cup. Wokes to finish the over to Zampa, who backs away and carves him out through the covers. Stop it. Adam Zampa's going to get a couple. They've got a deep cover sweeper out there who has to come a long way around David Willey. 276 for 8. We've got a couple of overs to go, and the Australians doing a decent job, the tail at this point. Stark's got 8. Zampa, 23 from 14 balls. Strike rate of 164. Let's see if he can smoke a half century in one-day cricket. We'll leave Jonathan Agnew to pick up the call with Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be David Willey to bowl the 49th. Chris Wokes has got 1 remaining. You'd think he'll bowl the last. I'm going to want a couple of big sixes off Mitchell Stark at this stage to get that score to around 290 odd. The beat in the drums.
Well, it's a good effort by Australia, isn't it? I must admit, I don't think they'll get up towards 300, but they're inching their way there. They've got 2 overs to go. Stark 8, Zampa 23 from 14 balls. So can England just nip a couple of wickets here and finish it off. In comes Willie, bowls, and Stark clips him away firmly. Out to deep mid-wicket it goes. Turned back by Bairstow. It's a very busy day today. Excellent catch out there in the deep. He tosses that back. He's got some batting to do.
Are they struggling with their overs, England? Because Willie's running back to his mark. Are they on the deadline?
It just flashes up.
There you go.
1 over behind.
Right, so they've got the last
2
over.
minutes.
They'll have another fielder in the circle. Is that right?
Well, they've got to finish. They've got to start the last over
Be in position.
in 2 minutes' time,
Yeah.
which seems unlikely. It's a bit random when it flashes up. That's the trouble. But we got a glimpse of it then, anyway. 277 for 8. That would help Australia's cause. We got very excited in the first match. We weren't used to this rule, and we thought whoever it was 3 behind, weren't they? One of those early games. I thought, we're going to be one fielder in for the last 3 overs and this sort of stuff. It never came down to that, really. It's quite a good threat. It's a good idea, but I'm not sure it's been absolutely implemented as ruthless as it might be. In comes William, bowls, and that's played back at him. Little upper sleeve, both prodding sort of a shot from Zampa.
I like what they do in the Caribbean Premier League. So if you're down on your overs, you have to take one fielder off
Completely. Off the ground.
So you can't even have him in the circle.
Quite a row about it last year, wasn't there?
That damages your team.
It does. Well, I think it's ticked away now. I think England will have to have one inside that circle. There's a mighty swipe from Zampa, who's showing new talents here. 24 from 16 balls.
Every time Ben Stokes is diving around, it's clear his left knee is knackered.
Well, he limped out of the press conference yesterday. Yeah. 278 for 8. 9 balls to go. And England are an over behind, so we're 1 in the circle. In comes Willie, bowls a bouncer. That's a wide. Didn't think Murray would like that. So for all the running back to his mark, I'm afraid he's going to might as well steady down now, mightn't he? Just take his time, make sure he gets the ball in the right place and all that. Stark's on 9 from 11 balls.
Yeah, this partnership's 32.
Yeah. Willie again turns on the run. Up he comes, bowls, and that's swiped high into the air. I don't think anyone's going to get there. It's going to land in no man's land. And they take a single. And Stark looks at his bat a little ruefully. I mean, if he'd connected with that, it would have gone straight into the hospitality boxes, I think, way up there. But a missed timer. 280 for 8. He gave it everything, didn't they? Furious blow. That would have brought an oak tree down if he had an axe. 8 balls to go. 280 for 8. And Zampa is on strike. Fielders within the circle are right on the edge of it now. As Willie comes wading in again. Oh, he's hit that well. Very well. Out into the deep leg side and gets 4 for it. A dragging sort of a pull shot. But the last person to believe what's going on is actually Zampa himself.
Yeah, he's played great, 28 from 17, but England aren't going to the Yorker, they're just bowling length. And he's just thrown his arm. It's a good strike over mid-wicket. Mid-wicket goes back on the boundary. Who's it brought? Mid-off, come into the circle.
Fine legs up.
Fine legs.
284 for 8. 1 ball to go. He's off a little ramp. And, well, he hasn't timed it very well. It's dribbled out to mid-wicket. But he's got a single, and Willie has to go and get it himself. So, that's the end of Willie. 1 for 48 from 10 overs. I suspect he might be wondering, hands on knees, if that's it, finished for him. Who knows in international cricket. But he's been a great servant of England's white ball game from the 2015 World Cup. He's played a big part in England going up from bottom of the rankings to the top. He was the man who missed out, of course, of the 2019 World Cup.
What do you think? In the last 4 games, he's been outstanding with the ball. You think they'll call time limit for the last 2 games?
So they might do, won't they? I mean, we talked earlier about what's the point of people playing who aren't going to carry on. I think Atkinson had a raw deal actually after the South Africa game. He was like the only person that bowled in the right place.
But I mean, this is why it's ironic, and the situation's gone a bit silly. You're probably going to play Willie because you're desperate to qualify for the 2025
Champions
Trophy because he's been England's best bowler in the last 4 games. Yet
he's not going to be part of it.
He doesn't warrant a 1-year contract.
Right, there's an inspection in Bangalore at 6 o'clock. So apparently the covers are coming off. The ground officials believe that the cut-off time is 7 p.m. and here we are approaching 6. So Monday, as usual, there's an argument about that. The event officials think it should be 7:40 because the first innings ended late.
I think Pakistan think it's 6 o'clock.
Well, goodness knows. The overs will have to be shorn down. Here's the last over here, a mighty one. Now who's going to catch that? Butler coming underneath it, takes the catch. And that's the end of Zampa's little cameo. 29 he made. I played some excellent shots in that. He's just put a bit of impetus into the tail end of this Australian innings. Wokes picks up another wicket. Slower ball. Zampa tried to hit it to Rajkot. He went straight up. And yeah, it's the wicket keepers that. You've got to get that with your gloves on. Went a long way up. 285 for 9. Raucous atmosphere out there. And bear in mind this ground's only quarter full max, I think. So
Chris Wokes has had a better day because he's 9.1 overs, 3 for 53. He got the 2 key wickets at the start. Travis Head, who was looking hungry for aggression. He got him out for 11, and then David Warner, who was looking hungry as well. So to get those 2 powerhouses out at the top of the order is a really good effort by Wokes. That's really what set England off from running.
Yeah.
And now he's got 3 for 53, so can he end up with a 4 for?
285 for 9. There's 5 balls to go. And looking around, yes, there are 5 in the circle. So as well, they got that wicket, really. Hazelwood's on strike, the number 11. So third man, backward point, cover, mid-on and mid-wicket are inside the circle. Although Wokes wants a change. He's not getting it. Butler says no, so long off goes back. Five balls to go. In goes Wokes. Bowls to Hazelwood, who drives him into the offside. Nice shot. And Johnny Bairstow will field that on the boundary. So one more. 286 for 9. 4 balls to go.
Yeah, but just see what Wokes goes to here with Mitchell's start. Will he both cutter wide, trying to get Stark hitting across the line? I don't think he'll go to Yorker. I don't think he can put pace on. That's an easy deflection, so I think it'll be a cutter. Stark's such a dangerous striker. If he sees it early, he's known for hitting the big ball over mid-wicket.
Yeah, well, that's what they've got to protect, haven't they? They've got 3 out there. They've got to try and keep him away from the offside, because that's where they're bringing the field in from, that extra fielder. Fine leg is up. Not nice having to bowl in this situation for Wokes. They have got a deep point, but the rest are long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Wokes runs in hard, bowls wide outside the off stump, but a mowing shot is caught. He mowed it straight to Moeen. On the edge of the circle at cover, and Chris Wokes will feel much, much better for his day's work today. He's taken 4 wickets. They didn't complete their overs, all out in 49.3. And England need 287 to win this match. And just to frustrate Australia, who you fancy still are going to make it into the semis. But it'll just be a little bit of a setback today.
Yeah, I think England have done really well because the pitch is pretty good. And as we've seen here in Ahmedabad, it generally gets better. So Josh Buller's decision at the toss today, I don't think you can complain about it. Now, if the Bastards go and play badly, and they play like they did against India and lose the game, it's nothing to do with the captain's decision. It's the fact that the batting has let the skipper down, and I guess his role now is to really concentrate on his batting and getting a score for the team. But in the field, England were good. The spinners in the middle, particularly Adil Rashid, against this Australian side. There's not really an Australian batter that I watch and think, But they are really comfortable against the mystery spinners. I think they really lacked Glenn Maxwell, who's a brilliant player of spin. So England will be pleased with that. 286. Can they get the start? This Australian bowling attack, particularly at the start, have been travelling a bit. Nice of start. Cummins have been getting hit early, and can Bairstow and Milan just set that foundation. If England lose a couple of early ones, the memories of a few days ago against India will come flooding back. They need a good start.
That was 230 to win in that game. 287 today, but different pitch. It was a pretty sluggish pitch, that one, and just needed some patience and some discipline and some common sense to get them through. This is a better pitch. We're interested to see what happens if there is some dew around. Head was out for 11, Warner 15, both to Wokes. Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne put together a good little stand. Smith out for 44, Labuschagne 71. Josh Inglis failed today, made 3. Cameron Green, a very good 47 from 52 balls. Stoinis 35 from 32. And Cummins 10. Zampa 29 from 19 balls, hit 4 fours. And Stark out at the end there for 10, so 286 all out. David Willey, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48. Chris Wokes, 9.3 overs, 4 for 54. Mark Wood, expensive again, 10 overs, 2 for 70. Liam Livingstone, 6 overs, 1 for 42. Moeen, 4 overs for 28. And Adil Rashid, standout, under 4 per over. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 38. So that's how that all looks here. Look at the army of ground staff out there now. They're drying the roller. That's always a fair sign of what it might be on the surface. There's a lot of rubbing of the roller there with a towel that's been brought out from the groundsman's shed over to the right. I say it's not as obvious, but for instance, as at Lucknow, where in the interval they actually get super soppers out, tractors with stuff on the back. Here's Adil Rashid.
The ball looked like it was coming out your hand beautifully.
Yeah, it came out okay today. It was pretty nice to get into a rhythm early on. It was nice also to get wickets as well in the first 10 overs, which allowed myself and the spinners coming in the middle to get into some sort of rhythm. So yeah, I thought it was...
Talk us through your 2 wickets, in particular Steve Smith, someone who you've got a very good record against.
Yeah, for myself, you're just trying to keep it pretty simple, really. Just bowl a few leggies, a few wrong uns, trying to see if he's picking it today or not. Some days they pick it, some days they don't. But, you know, for me, like you say, that ball got a wicket there, fortunately for me.
Also, it looked like it came out slower. You've generally been slower in the last 6 months. Today, looking at the stats, it was your slowest in the tournament. Why and what were you thinking?
I think it's more of a gut feeling when I'm in the middle. Whatever, I'm trying to assess it quite quickly. So if the batsmen are struggling with a slow pace, I tend to try to stick to that. Some days if I ball a bit slower and they're getting hold of me, I'll try to crank it up a bit more. So I try to always go on the day and what's required. And today I felt as though a bit slower ball with a bit more revs, things were happening.
And you were also quite brilliant in the field. The boys backed you up well in the field.
Yeah, it was nice. I thought we fielded tremendously well all the way through. Boys put in, the ballers put in as well. So, you know, it was a good first half.
What did you make of the pitch?
I thought generally was quite a good pitch. I thought we bowled well as a bowling unit up in the middle, up top and the depth as well. So I think 287, I think generally we'd be pretty pleased with that.
Good luck with the run chase.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's right. They did feel very well, actually. I can't think of any dropped catches, and certainly the ground fielding was excellent. So, England need 287 to win for 50 overs. It's by no means one of the highest targets that's been set in this tournament, but can they do it? Have they got the confidence to get out there and do it? We shall find out in 20-25 minutes or so. We'll be back underway again here. Now, let's find out then what's going on in that New Zealand-Pakistan match. It's in Bengaluru. There's been some rain there, but there are all sorts of ramifications about the outcome of that game. So let's join our commentary team that's been led by Melissa Story.
Hello everyone, joining myself, former international cricketer James Franklin, Abhishek Junjunwala, former IPL player, and we've got the wonderful Andy Zoltzman with us here to discuss the position of this crucial World Cup game between Pakistan and New Zealand. The position currently, the covers have come off after a quite unexpected period of rain here at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru. Pakistan, they're chasing 402, a big total, but they're 160 for 1 in the 22nd over. Now, a win here would keep Pakistan's World Cup hopes alive. We're shortly going to go into the depths of qualification with Zoltz, who has an array of wonderful stats to share with us. He's been absolutely blowing our mind all day. But currently, as things stand, Pakistan are ahead by Duckworth by 10 runs. The covers are coming off, as I mentioned. We're going to be getting an update pretty shortly. We have started losing overs as well. We're currently trying to work out the exact equation. Zolt, you might have the exact one for us here.
Yes. According to Cricinfo, they've lost 9 overs. It'll be a 41 over innings, of which they've already had 21.3. Then revised target is 342. So they will need another 182 of 19.3 overs and 9.3 per over.
Okay, so first thoughts on that one, James?
T20.
It's a T20.
It's a T20 game. And, you know, if we go right back to half-time, Pakistan needing 402. If you gave them this scenario right now, they would absolutely bite your hand off for it. So I'm looking forward to this next 20 overs. I think it's going to be enthralling, exciting. Fakhar Zaman so far has been amazing. So I think we've got a fantastic hour 20 of cricket coming up.
Well, you quickly mentioned Fakhar Zaman there. We'll go on to his innings very shortly. But you speak of how exciting this is going to be. I'm going to talk about it first. Apparently there's some very exciting drainage facilities at this ground, which has captivated us. Abhishek, apparently these are some of the best drainage systems in the world, so we might be seeing play pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. This ground has one of the best drainage system, and it all controlled remotely. You don't need a lot of human interference. Yes, you need the super soppers, but majority of the water just being sucked by the system they have put in, which is pretty incredible.
I'm imagining something similar to the contraption in Wallace and Gromit and the Curse of the Were-Rabbit, where there's a machine which is used to essentially extract rabbits from the ground, and it's very technical, and that's what my imagination is letting me think about this drainage.
I can't comment on that because I've never watched it.
It's a great film. I would advise it. We've talked a lot about films and TV today, I'm sure. Let's speak about how this rain is going to impact both of these sides here. So first of all, Pakistan, they're well placed. I mentioned 160 for 1 in the 22nd over, and they've got 2 set batters with Fakhar Zaman on 106 off 69. First of all, Abhishek, we were saying that was one of the best World Cup hundreds we've seen.
Well, absolutely. Under pressure as well. A must-win game for Pakistan, and to come out there and play an innings like that. And he didn't have any support from the other end. Let's be honest here. Babar Azam was just taking a single and expecting that Fakhar will do all the run scoring, and which he did, to be fair to him. Yeah, it was an incredible innings. And as James was saying, it's going to be an unbelievable game of cricket for the next hour and a half. And I think Pakistan... advantage here, a massive advantage for Pakistan, James.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Abby. I think right now Pakistan are in the box seat. Again, you'd never have probably said that an hour and a half ago. But just purely through the start that Pakistan have had, led by Fakhar Zaman, they've now given themselves a right royal chance of winning this game. New Zealand are under pressure because of their bowling resources. They're spin heavy, which with the rain around is going to become difficult from a spin bowling point of view, being able to grip the ball, being able to get any sort of purchase out of this pitch. So I would say that right now the advantage is actually with Pakistan.
It's interesting you mentioned that the spin is available, because at the start of this game we were looking at two teams with very different approaches. Pakistan went seam heavy. In fact, they only played 2 part-time spin options, and it didn't necessarily fare well for them. We'll get round to looking at some of those bowling figures of the Pakistan bowlers, because Zoltz has some absolute gems for us in that regard. But then New Zealand, they've got potentially 5 spinners in that team. They've got Mitchell Santner, Ish Sodhi, Mark Chapman, Glenn Phillips and Rachin Ravindra. But just how hard is it as a fielding team? We've spoken so much about due this World Cup. Not many of us probably would have contemplated the rain in this situation. So going out there as a bowler and putting your almost self into the shoes of a spin bowler, how are they going to be able to deal with this? Is it just going to be a case of just keeping that ball off the ground, getting the rags out?
I mean, it's going to be difficult, as James mentioned, because there will be some sort of moisture now, because there's been plenty of rain. And it'll be hard for the spinners to grip and also to get any sort of turn now. Even though it's a very good pitch to bat and we have hardly seen much turn, but with the wet ball now, it could get even more difficult for the bowlers, and the ball might come even better on the bat. So at the moment, this whole game is playing in Pakistan's favour.
Yeah, and from a New Zealand point of view, the allocation of overs left, who has what in terms of how many overs can they bowl, I think roughly it's going to be about 8 overs each per bowler. So we've already seen Southee bowl 5, Bolt when the game got brought off for the rain was in his 5th over. So the resources, the way that New Zealand do it, the way that Kane Williamson manages this next 20 overs is probably going to impact whether or not New Zealand does win this game, how well he actually captains his resources through the next 20 overs of cricket.
And could this rain break, Abhishek, be costly for Pakistan in the regard that they had that momentum? You had Fakhar Zaman going along so nicely, playing such a powerful innings. He's alongside Babar Azam, who's just short of a half-century at the moment. He's been going along a bit more slowly. We'll also be probably coming to that a little bit later, but how will this disrupt them? Because very easily Pakistan could come back and lose 2 quick wickets, and that could be the game gone.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, it was very hot and humid. We've seen them sweating profusely. So this could also work in their favour. They've got a bit of time to rest. They can come out fresh. So we'll have to see how it goes. But I think at the moment, Pakistan will be it'll be a much happier side than New Zealand.
Now, we mentioned how important this game is in the context of the World Cup. We've been crunching the net run rate, the numbers, to look at what could happen, the various results in this game. Andy, you've got all the information we could need. Go for it.
Well, to start with the most simple part of the equation, if New Zealand wins, they will knock out not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 teams simultaneously. Out of the running will go Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Netherlands and England. Bangladesh already eliminated. However, if Pakistan wins, then they will be on 8 points with 1 game to go. New Zealand will be on 8 points with 1 game to go. Afghanistan are on 8 points with 2 games to go, but difficult games against Australia and South Africa. Australia currently playing England, 286 all out. They are on 8 points from 6 games, so if they lose that, they will also be on 8 points from with 2 games to go. So there's a potential for, if Pakistan and England win today, we'll have 4 teams on 8 points. England will still theoretically have a chance of getting up there as well, I think, although we'll need a slightly freakish combination of results. Yeah, so then net run rate comes into play. There's not going to be a huge swing for Pakistan, even if they win this game, because they conceded a large total. So they've just got to focus on winning it, and then whatever net run rate they have to make up, they'll have to focus on in their last couple of games. But currently, Australia has the best net run rate of the teams on 8 points, plus 0.97. Net run rate is your run rate with the bat as a team, minus your run rate conceded with the ball. Essentially, if you're bowled out in less than 50 overs, it counts your entire 50 overs towards that. So that's where you get big swings when teams are skittled or skittle their opposition for low scores. You can see fairly big fluctuations even deep into the group stage. New Zealand, before this game, were plus 0.48. Afghanistan minus 0.3 and Pakistan fractionally under 0. So it could all get quite close, or alternatively New Zealand could knock 4 teams out, and then it would just be between New Zealand, Australia and Afghanistan for the 3rd and 4th spots.
Well, a few things from that. First of all, the nice guys New Zealand knocking out 4 teams at once. I mean, it's quite a harsh thing to do. It goes against the image, James.
Totally. I mean, all I've gleaned from what Andy said there is that right now everyone's supporting Pakistan and everyone dislikes New Zealand.
And secondly, it's quite miraculous how, if Pakistan does win this game, England will still be clinging on to those World Cup hopes. Now, we have a bit of information coming in about these revised game conditions. The power play overs, even though we've passed a certain point, being 8:25 then 8. One bowler can bowl a maximum of 9 overs and the rest can bowl a maximum of 8 overs. So let's reflect on what's happened so far in this game. And first of all, we've spoken a little bit about it so far, but Fakhar Zaman's innings, James, just describe, how he's batted, because it feels a bit against the run of play, really, the way he's gone out there, and I think has broken a record for the number of sixes hit. We'll have to get Andy's confirmation on this, but describe how he batted.
Imposing, aggressive, front foot. Everything was about trying to win a game of cricket. Right from the very first over, he put Trent Boult under an unbelievable amount of pressure. Trent Boult, I think, in his first 4 overs went for 42 runs, which you never see from Trent Boult. So Fakhar Zaman is really the reason why Pakistan are in this position of being able to potentially win this game of cricket. It has been a brilliant 100 so far. I'm sure he and Pakistan and all of Pakistan's supporters will want him to continue on over the next hour, because, you know, if he bats the best part of the next hour, once play resumes, you know, Pakistan are going to win this game.
And he's joined alongside Babar Azam, who we mentioned on 47 off 51 at the moment. Abhishek, how would you describe Babar's innings at the moment? Because we've discussed a lot throughout the innings so far that maybe he's not quite batting with the same aggressiveness as Fakhar Azam. And that's okay, because certain batters play different roles, but when you're chasing a mammoth total like 402, or as it is revised now, do you think he's going along at the right pace?
He'll have to shift gears now. I think he got away with it because Fakhar Zaman played one of the best knocks we have seen in this World Cup so far. But now when they require around 10 and over from here, he will have to shift gears. He'll have to play those big shots. 47 or 51 when you're chasing 402 is just not good enough. Doesn't matter what sort of you're playing a second fiddle or whatever sort of an innings you want to play, you still got to score more than run a ball in this situation.
We've also been speaking about Babar Azam's captaincy across this competition, because there's been a lot of discussion throughout the media amongst Pakistani fans about, is he the best suited person for this role? Is it impacting his performances out on the pitch and the way he's playing? Because ODI cricket is changing, the totals are getting better, but as you mentioned, Abhishek, he does tend to strike just below 100, and he's really struggled against spin in particular in this competition as well. We saw a graphic that he's striking at just 63 against spin. So following up from that, Abhishek, how have you seen Babar Azam's captaincy in this game and also across this Men's World Cup so far?
I think the captaincy will be a big question mark, Babar Azam's, and that has been for a while. But what's done is done. He's the captain in the World Cup, and he will try and change that in the next whatsoever games they have left with. But it all starts here now. He'll have to play a captain's knock. It's a great opportunity because of the rain. I think Pakistan is in a far better situation here. If they had to play the whole 50 overs, it could be a completely different scenario. But now they will treat it as a 20-over game, as James was saying. In 20 overs, on such a good batting condition with 9 wickets in hand, if you're chasing 190, you'll back yourself to go out there and get it.
James, do you agree with?
I agree. I mean, particularly at this venue as well. It's renowned for being a batting paradise, and even more so in T20 cricket. We see, IPL, over the last decade or so, the pedigree of batting performances that have gone on in this stadium has been phenomenal. So, yep, I think right now Pakistan will definitely fancy their chances.
And speaking of batting paradise, of course, looking to that first innings where New Zealand set that total of 401 for 6. It was that partnership between Rachin Ravindra, who scored 108 off 94, and Kane Williamson, who fell just short of his 100 on returning to the New Zealand side. He was 95 off 79. I mean, in terms of the dynamics of that partnership, Ravindra, who's 23, he's burst to the scene this World Cup. He's breaking records left, right and centre, second leading run scorer now in this Men's World Cup, with the experience of Kane Williamson at the other end. I mean, it was a joy to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. He, ironically got his opportunity because Kane Williamson wasn't quite right from a fitness point of view, coming back from his knee injury, which he sustained in this year's IPL. So going into the World Cup, Rachin Ravindra probably thought he might play a couple of games, certainly not all the games, and with Kane being out, he had the opportunity to start, play fantastically in a warm-up match against Pakistan, and then continue that on into the first game against England, got 100, and now today he got his third 100 of this World Cup campaign. And yeah, out in the middle, that fantastic partnership he had with Kane of 180 runs, really cool to see from a New Zealand perspective, sort of not the old guard, because Kane's still got years left in him, but seeing him back with the young pedigree that Rachin is now in terms of landing on the world stage through this world tournament, and hopefully from a New Zealand point of view, they've still got a few years left, with Kane hopefully batting on for 5-6 years, and Rachin obviously now is starting his international career, batting together for a few years. So wonderful partnership for New Zealand, and a wonderful 100 from Rachin Ravindra today.
Now, the players are walking back to the middle, which is a good sign here in Bengaluru, and had a lovely scene there of Fakhar Zaman and Mitchell Santner walking on, almost arms wrapped around each other, having a bit of a joke. And it looked a bit like Mitchell Santner was pointing at Fakhar Zaman, then pointing to the crowd, and then rehearsed the swing he'd like him to see. So there's a bit of teasing going on. Maybe he's just saying, you hit a few sixes earlier, you're going to have to hit a lot more here now. But as we've already spoken about, the ball's going to get a bit wet for the New Zealand spinners, and it's certainly not going to be easy, but we have a really, really interesting game ahead of us. 182 runs needed from 19.3 overs. Pakistan just 1 wicket down. And with those partnerships between Ravindra and Williamson we were talking about, and the fact actually that New Zealand batters, all of them contributed over 25 runs. When you look down that scorecard at one stage where Pakistan picked up the 2 quick wickets of Williamson and Ravindra, it looked like they had an opportunity just to keep them under 350, but shown to be a great batting surface, and they just kept firing. But it's a 41 over game now, and it's Trent Boult with the ball in hand to resume that over. Must say one thing, was it they were quick to take the players off when the rain started as well. There was no fuss, was there, James? They just told them to get off, the sheet came on, and it was all sorted under a minute.
Yeah, generally in this part of the world, when they know rain's coming, they know rain's coming. So let's get everyone off. Let's give the ground staff a chance to get covers out and protect the playing surface. And I admire the officials for making that decision and being able to protect the playing surface. It means we can get out there quicker than what we might not have been able to.
As Trent Boult now running in and bowling outside the off stump. It's guided to point by Fakhar Zaman, and there's no run. So still a big chase for Pakistan. Their current run rate is around 7.3, required 9.4. But they have plenty of things to contend with New Zealand in the field. And one thing we can say about this fixture is the crowd has been brilliant all day, supporting both sides. There's been plenty of numbers in, lots of celebration, and they've been treated to some fantastic cricket so far. As Trent Boult turns at the top of his mark, runs in now, bowls, 4th stump line, it's dropped into the offside. He sets off for the single and sent back by Babar Azam. And I guess, Abhishek, the platform they have now as well, Pakistan just being 1 wicket down, it's something we've spoken about a lot with South Africa in this tournament, with those brilliant opening stands and how it just allows those bigger hitters to come in later down the order. As Boult, 1 ball left in this 5th over. Charges in now, past the umpire, bowls full, and it's driven into his left hand. Gets fingertips to it and keeps it down to a dot. So 22 overs gone, 160 for 1 the score, chasing 342. Zoltz.
James asked me to look at the sort of par T20 scores at this stadium in Bengaluru just over the last 5 years in T20, so that's largely IPL matches. The runs per over in T20 cricket has been 9.33, and when Pakistan came out after the rain break today, the required run rate 9.33.
Shouldn't be a problem.
I'll set you up and you knock it out of the park.
Yeah, absolutely.
Azish Sodhi is going to be coming on to bowl. We can already see a few of the New Zealand fielders just cleaning their spikes out from all the mud from this wet outfield. And, you know, it hasn't been easy for bowlers, Zoltz. In fact, the Pakistani bowlers in particular struggled. There's some brilliant statistics I need you to share with everyone on these bowling figures.
Yeah, it was a fairly brutal day for all their bowlers, 3 of whom conceded 80 or more runs. Shaheen Afridi's 90 is the most conceded by a Pakistan bowler in a World Cup innings.
Azish Sodhi dances in to Babar Azam. It's a drag down and it's pulled away for 4, down towards fine leg. It's really not an ideal start for Sodhi there. He's going to dry his hands and hope that I'll have to pitch it up a bit more than that, because Babar Azam will be saying, I'm happy to receive lots of those. And in fact, he brings up his 51 or 52 balls. If that shot is anything to go by, we might be seeing a bit more intent from Babar Azam.
Yeah, poor start from Ish Sodhi, dragging it down. Looked a little bit nervy to me. Trent Boult started beautifully after.
Sodhi full, driven through the covers and away for 4. Sundaresan with consecutive boundaries. They're putting the foot on the gas here. Pakistan 168 for 1.
So whilst Trent Boult started well after the rain break, starting with 3 dots to complete his over, Ish Sodhi drags the first ball down from his over and gets pulled, and then overcompensates with the second ball too full to Sundaresan, who finds a gap through cover for 4 runs. So pressure already on Sodhi.
174 needed from 18.4 overs in defence this time. There's Bharat navigating that googly from Ish Sodhi. They can't afford too many dot balls. They blocked out a maiden from Glenn Phillips's first over, which was frankly quite strange.
Yeah, the issue is they only have 7 overs left between Boult and Saudi, and the 12 overs will have to be bowled by the spinners unless Darryl Mitchell.
As Ish Sodhi is in on the hip of Baba, who works it into the vacant square leg region. Salvi Fields, a singles taken, 169 for 1. 173 more runs needed. Do you think we'll be seeing a bit of Darryl Mitchell?
Yeah, that's what I said. Unless they use Darryl Mitchell, which I think they will. They're not going to bowl 12 overs of spin because it's going to be too easy. Probably we'll see Fakhar Zaman again going after Sodhi in this over, try and get another boundary. And once you've got 9 in the first 4, you would want to make it a 15-20 run over. And that's exactly what he's going to try.
Sodhi full outside the off stump, and he's going to have to bowl that one again as an easy decision for the umpire. In the end, it's the pressure of those early boundaries, something we've spoken about a lot in the first innings because of how many boundaries the New Zealand team hit off the first ball of each over. In fact, they're a statistical anomaly in some ways for how often they do that. As Ish Sodhi bowls a slower ball, and it's driven calmly down the ground by Fakhar Zaman, who picks up just a single, score to 171 for 1.
This is smart cricket. Fakhar could have played a big shot, but he realized this. We have already got 10. If they get another couple in the last 2 balls, they make it 12 without taking much risk. But I still feel there's an opportunity to hit another boundary here.
As Ish Sodhi is bowling the final ball of the over, it's leg stump line, and it's worked into the onside for a single. Score moves to 172 for 1. And I'm happy to say that we'll be handing back over to Ahmedabad for England versus Australia, where Jonathan Agnew is waiting for us.
Thank you, Melissa, very much. Good game, that. And good to see Fakhar going so well and leading the charge. So that'd be really interesting if they can get those runs. It's a tall order. That still keeps this group alive. Not about England necessarily, but there's going to be jostling for places and lots going on. Afghanistan will still have a sniff, all sorts of stuff. So let's turn Pakistan supporters for the day and let's see if they can win that game, because it will make it very interesting indeed. So here, well, what chance England of getting these? 287 they need. It is not an impossible order. I wouldn't put it as a tall order. I'll put it as a medium-sized order for a team who are playing reasonable cricket. But England aren't, and they're playing terrible cricket, and their confidence is low. They haven't been able to knock off targets against Sri Lanka or against India in recent times. But what can they do? Can Bairstow find some form here? He'll be opening with David Malan, of course, who has one big score to his name against Bangladesh. But really, England's batting just simply has not fired in this World Cup at all. So a very purposeful looking Bairstow. Comes down an awful lot of stairs. I'd say there's more steps there than there are even at Swansea. If anyone is from there, they'll know exactly what I mean. A huge number. You have to go up to the dressing rooms there, and so it is here. You've got to go all the way up the first tier, basically, of seating, which is immense in this vast ground. But there they are. They're walking out into the middle now. I'm not sure if we get a light show here or not. They're quite exciting. You've seen one of those, Michael?
I have, yeah. I'm just looking at Johnny Bairstow. He's walking out with a bit of presence. He's come down those stairs, and I don't know how many stairs there are, but there's a lot of them.
There's a lot.
And he was ahead of Milan. He entered the arena ahead of Milan. He's got those shoulders back,
yeah,
and he's kind of just holding his bat as if he's ready to go. I fancy him playing a few shots here.
He's bristling. He's absolutely bristling. So we'll see how they go. He just, I thought, had a quiet word with Marcus Stoinis there as he walked past him, actually, there in the covers. Stoinis wasn't on the field at Lord's that day, but I don't know.
But
the media does beat these things up, doesn't it?
In a funny kind of way, I think England almost need a fight out there to get them all going. And
yeah, might be right.
This chase against Australia on this kind of wicket a few months ago for this white ball team would have been, I wouldn't say a stroll in the park, but you'd said 8 times out of 10. But because of the way that they're playing, and obviously none of the players are in form throughout the last couple of weeks, now they can just kind of part that and just think about the ball now and react and just play these conditions. If they can, they've got a great chance of getting themselves a second win of the World Cup. If they lose a couple, like they did against India, well, they were 30 for 0, then suddenly 40 for 4. But the problem when you're playing badly, as soon as you lose one, you feel another's going to follow, and the collapse seems to become a common trend, which has been the case. And they're up against Mitchell Starc, who it's been okay, but not so great at the start of the innings.
I'm wary here of the in-swinger, the booming drive, and the stumps going down. Bairstow, he's bristling, isn't he?
You're not being very positive here, John.
I've watched all their games so far. It just feels, yes, Phil.
I'll be slightly less positive as well. Last 3 games, no 50s by England batters, and only 150 partnership. That was Mark Wood and Gus Atkinson.
Should I give everyone real hope in the UK? I believe that England are the only team in the Cricket World Cup history that have been bowled out in 135 overs 3 times. Is that correct?
Right, we're moving on from that. Here's the first ball. 287 to win. Stark's on his way. Bowls down the leg side as a wide. An anticlimactic start. Well, they're appealing for a catch.
Oh, they're all playing. Look at Warner at back. Oh, what's going on here? They're going to.
He's been given out. Caught down the leg side, first ball. It looked like a wide. He got a little tiny feathered edge on it. Bairstow's out to the first ball. Caught down the leg side, a nothing delivery. And as purposeful as Johnny Bairstow looked when he walked out a few moments ago, he's on his way. It was an ugly ball down the leg side. He's tried to tickle it. It's just glanced off the face of the bat. And Inglis has taken the catch. 0 for 1.
Well, can you believe that?
Not really, no.
I mean, Josh Inglis does well because his feet move fastly and he takes it nicely going to his left, but I'm afraid when it rains it pours, because that's unfortunate. Little feather. Wow. Johnny Bairstow, he came in from the left down the stairs, he's had to walk off to the right, and he'll go up those. Is it the same set of stairs?
Yeah.
Oh, it is the same. Sorry, yeah, it's the same stair. He's only just come down them and he's now going back up them.
Joe Root's on the way. He got a first baller the other day.
It takes about. John, you got to stop. It takes about 5 minutes to get back up the stairs. It took him a few minutes to get down them, but well, what a start for Australia.
It's a horrible ball. It's an absolute rank loosener that should have been a wide, but Bairstow's has got a little feathered edge on it. Nice catch from the keeper. First ball of the innings, doesn't know quite where to stand and all that. And England are 0 for 1 after 1 ball.
And this is sometimes the problem when you've got wicket-keeper batters who are the captain. Josh Butler's now got to go and pad up quickly. He's in at number 5 and he's been keeping out there in the heat of the day. Captaining, feels a bit drained. Saw it with Kushal Mendes just a few days ago in Mumbai. He was out there. First ball. Sanko was out LBW to Bumrah. And that's why sometimes batting first is more not as much about the conditions, about how drained you get from being out in the field.
Yeah, and England did throw themselves, and Root he also threw himself around all over the place in that performance in the field, which was very good from England. But look at them now, 0 for 1 after 1 ball. And Stark's on his way again, the target. 287, in comes Stark, bowls to Root on the back foot. He steers that away for England's first runs. Beating the inner field. And it's pursued by Warner, who's not wearing any headgear, which is quite unusually for him. And they take 2.
Joe Root's last 3 scores in this World Cup, 2-3 and that first ball duck. And let me also tell you that Mitchell Starc, that was his 57th World Cup wicket. He goes all by himself in 3rd position in the all-time list. So 57, Murray on 68, top of the list, Glenn McGrath with 71.
Well, you can't argue with the Snicko that we've seen there. Ultra edge, it's quite clearly just flicked the bat. 2 for 1. Still in the first over. Stark comes prowling in and bowls to Root. Lovely shot, a beautiful off drive for 4. Well, that must make him feel better. Perfectly placed, beautifully timed. That's more like Joe Root.
Yeah, you can see what Stark's trying to do, get it nice and full, try and get it hooping back into Joe Root, but it doesn't swing that much. It's a half volley length, which Stark does like the ball, but if it swings, it's dangerous. If it doesn't swing and you balance like Joe Root is and use that top hand, that's a glorious little punch down the ground.
Yeah, really excellent stroke. 6 for 1, 3 balls bowled so far. Stark with 2 slips waiting there, moves in, bowls to Root. A little hurried there this time, shorter in length. And he pokes that away into the leg side, a defensive shot. And there's no run. Labuschagne does the fielding, hands the ball back to Mitchell Stark, who looks at it, gives it a rub on the back of his trousers.
That's an interesting segment in the stand there. What's that little domey thing? Is that a bit of a corporate facility?
Oh, I think so.
That looks quite nice. Looks right in the heart of the stand.
Looks heavily sponsored. 6 for 1. 2 balls to go in the first over. Stark moves in, bowls, and rooted on the pad. Appeal flag before wicket. Bharat says no. Ball runs down to third man.
Stark likes it.
Yeah, did the right sorts of things. Did it do a bit too much? That's a question. Stark's deep in conversation here with the wicketkeeper. Call Cummins over. They're all gathered in. They're all having a conversation on this. He's just usually keep people out of it. Yeah, there they go.
The first thing that Cummins said to Josh Lee, did it pitch in line, and he said yes. I think it's a little bit high.
His head went, didn't it?
Yeah, there was late swing, but I just think it's I think it would have pitched in line, but I think it's a bit high.
Player review for LBW.
Well, Murray Erasmus doesn't get a lot wrong.
Check the front foot, fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
So let's have a look. We'll have a look at the replay from that end. He's bowling towards us. So clearly our vision is restricted. Let's have a look, see if we can tell where this is pitched. It does cut back quite a long way.
Doesn't appear to be any bat, but just go to Ultra Edge, confirm bat or no bat, please.
Did pitch in line, didn't it?
I think so, but it's got to be a bit high.
Please keep going through.
Joe Root's
foot, what? Flat line as the ball passes the bat.
Yard outside the crease.
Ball tracking and
Here we go. Let's have a look. England 6 for 1. He was given not out. Pitches in line.
Decision, not out.
Nips back.
In line, impact in line.
Missing the wicket. Just going over the top of leg stump.
You can stay with your original not out decision. Stand by. You're on screen signal now.
Well done, Murray Erasmus.
Yeah, you're right about Murray. He didn't.
He's a good umpire.
I remember years ago, Ravi Shastri telling me about the Indian team where, when they were out in the field, Michael Gough was umpiring. They always just went with his decision. They trusted him that much, so if he gave it not out, they didn't review it. They just felt he was such a good umpire, and I think Murray's in that category that if you're in any doubt, you look at the umpire, don't you? Think, well, he's high class. He gets very little wrong.
He's very calm. He's got a great smile. Very good rapport with the players. A top umpire. So it's an eventful first over. This it hasn't finished yet. 7 for 1. Had a wicket. Had a review for leg before wicket. And now Milan's facing his first ball. In comes Stark from the far end, bowls, and Milan quite late pushes into the offside. Going to take a quick single there up to mid-off. Cummins is the fielder. And there's 8 runs from it, there's a wicket from it, and there's a review. And it's all going on.
It's all happening. But I'm just looking at the ball, and it's doing a little bit, but it's certainly skidding on, certainly coming onto the bat. So it's the kind of pitch that the England players just need to hold the shape. I think timing a white ball on these kind of conditions will be quite nice. The outfield's quick, so they don't need to overhit it. It's just, can they trust themselves just about a bit of time? I think they'll score. I don't think the rate's ever going to be a problem for them, because it's a fast-scoring ground, particularly under lights. It's just whether they can trust themselves just to bat normally. They don't need to do anything, just play good cricket strokes.
That was the case against India.
Yeah, they got a little bit panicky there, didn't they? A couple of unfortunate drag-ons.
So Josh Hazlewood to bowl the second over. There's a slip and a sort of fourth slip, really. So third man is on that third slip's left shoulder. So blocking off a bit of a scoring opportunity as well. Towering Green there in that position. He blocks off so much. Milan steps in, he's ready, he's over his bat, and Hazelwood's on his way. 8 for 1. Start of the second over. Hazelwood runs in, bowls outside the off stump, pushed across Milan, who doesn't play a shot. He looks a little bit optimistically towards umpire Gaffney to say, was that going to be a wide? But the answer was no.
I'm interested to see this Australian attack under the lights, because I saw South Africa in Pune under the lights a few days ago, and then the Indians under the lights in Mumbai, and those two attacks were electric. They bowled with great pace, skill, got the ball moving around. You know, and it's the great saying, isn't it, that batters can win you a game, but bowlers win you the World Cup.
Raining again in Bangalore. In goes Hazelwood and bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Milan. That wasn't too far away.
Are they ahead of the trend, or?
The umpires take them off. Pakistan now 21 ahead on DLS.
Is Fuckers the man still there?
Is he ever? He's on 126 not out. From 81 balls, 11 sixes. 11 sixes.
It's a beauty.
He was on fire the other night at Calcutta.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did that game.
Well, how extraordinary.
You were at the venue, you were there.
I was there, yeah.
Over mid-wicket, you get some club in it.
8 for 1. Hazelwood runs in now, bowls down the leg side, a wide, I'd imagine, unless he's got a little nick on it, as Bairstow did. But umpire Gaffney singles that as a wide. 9 for 1 in the third over. So there's still some argument there about when the cut-off time is. But it's raining. The cover's got to come on and come off again.
Remarkable victory.
Would.
In Pakistan.
9 for 1. Hazelwood bowls and Milan's on the back foot, chopping that away through the slip cordon down to third man, goes straight to him, so it's perfectly placed. He goes to 2, and now Root on strike.
It is amazing with Pakistan how they seem to be able to cope with chaos more than any other team.
Well, they create it, which helps.
They create it to try and give themselves a little bit of a prod.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden they come out playing great. They played brilliant against Bangladesh, and now they can't bowl very well. They've been hit for 400.
Yep.
But with the bat in hand, they always surprise you. When you think Pakistan are out, suddenly, boom, they're back. And Fucker's doing the job.
Well, he certainly is. But a bit frustrated. Well, I mean, they'll be happy now if it just rains. Hazelwood over the wicket, bowls to Root, inside edge, runs into the leg side. Can they get 2? Root's on the first one quickly. The fielder slips there across the grass. That again suggests there might be a little bit of damp on it.
Look at these chaps on the pitch at the halfway house with the little brushes. There's a lot of ground staff.
Oh, yes.
I noticed. And they had to towel down the roll-up. Clearly a bit of dew as the roller was rolled across the outfield. And then the hammer for the footholes, that gets used quite a lot. I love the little brushes that they use.
Well, if you remember at Vishakhapatnam last time, there were women who did all that.
Yes.
They didn't work the roller, to be fair. They weren't pulling that around. But all the sweeping. 11 for 1. Hazelwood bowls. Oh, gets an edge there. Milan getting very much in front of his stumps.
Where was it where that dog came on the pitch?
That was
Vishakhapatnam. Yeah, it nicked a trainer, didn't it?
Nicked a trainer, shot into the dressing room, and then came out again. Yeah, caused there was a fair amount of mayhem.
And had a Twitter handle within about 2 minutes.
Yes, inevitably. Yes. All these various animals have, haven't they? There was a bird somewhere that had one, wasn't there? Yeah. Oh, duck. The duck at Adelaide. He had a Twitter handle. 11 for 1. 1 ball to go in the second. Hazelwood runs in and bowls and beats Milan. Pushing forward, just a little bit of movement. Took the ball away off the seam. Nice ball. 11 for 1 after 2. And England's target is 276. And they've got to score, well, not 6 and over to get there. But they've lost Bairstow to the first ball of the innings. Unfortunately so, unluckily. A little nick on a ball that was just fading down the leg side from Stark. So a nice start for Australia, but desperately bad luck really for Bairstow. Doesn't need that sort of ill fortune.
No, you know your looks run out slightly when you're getting a little tickle down the leg side. First ball.
11 for 1. 2 overs gone. Root on strike. And Stark is at the end of his mark. He's ready to go. And here he comes in now. There's 2 slips. Root ready, bat raised, Stark on his way, bowls to him now, he's forward, he's caught it, oh, he's dropped at cover.
Oh, that's an easy one.
And not a difficult catch. How's he put that down?
I think it's at the end of his left thumb as well. See a bit of blood just coming out of his thumbnail. Look, he's going to have to go off. Stoinis, yeah.
It was totally mistimed there, Root's shot, and it went really quite gently to him. But that's a
diving forward. It's not gone. He's had to dive forward slightly, and he's just misjudged it.
Yeah,
he's hit the thumb.
Yeah, he has misjudged it.
Yeah, the left thumb. It's just hitting. Oh, Stark's reaction. You can't believe it.
No, no, that's a 9 out of 10.
I reckon more than that.
Well, yeah. 99 out of 100. In goes Stark. Bowls. Oh, goes straight through Milan there. To turn the ball in the leg side. It looked like a very good ball, and Milan's got a smile on his face. Stark enjoyed it. Yeah, he has cut his thumb. But I think you're right. I think he assumed that Root had hit that more firmly than he actually had.
He's going to have to get off Stoinis and get it. When you've got blood, you want to get that. What's the spray called? It's like was it Friar's Bolston or
I don't know. New skin.
Well, you need to make sure that you spray your cuts. Bit of tape on it. He'll get another catch. Don't worry. It'll follow him now.
Yes. 12 for 1, but he's going to have to bowl. In comes Stark, and he bowls, and Milan drives, a sliced drive. Finds point. Zampa. There's no run. Which is his left thumb, isn't it? It's not his bowling thumb as such. 12 for 1. What an eventful start the innings has been. Well, best out first ball. Review for LBW first over, a drop catch.
I think I can confidently say that if England chase this down, I don't think it'll be a stroll.
No.
I don't get the sense it'll be a 287 for 2. If they're going to get it,
no, it won't.
There'll be some drama.
Well, we need a dramatic game. Haven't
Yeah.
seen one yet. Here's Stark, long strides, moves in, bowls, and Milan defends, stealing a single there to mid-on. Very good running. Desperately sprawling into his ground. And they steal one there out to mid-on, so 13 for 1. Milan's on 3. Stark walks.
It was one of the... David Milan's dive wasn't quite there. He got a little bit stuck with the dive, and it was usually the good dives, they go really long and kind of spread themselves out. He got a little bit kind of compact, and his knee got stuck.
Root waits, in comes Stark, bowls to him, and late he tries to dab the ball to third man. Doesn't time that. It's picked up a backward point by David Warner. So it's not often you see David Warner without a cap or a hat on or something. But he's there at backward point. No doubt got a few things to offer.
Well, this catch is going to keep being replayed, and it's the reaction from all the Australian fielders.
Yeah.
Can't
believe it, no.
I can't believe he's put it down.
13 for 1. Here's the last ball of Stark's over. Cruising in, menacing approach. Comes in now, bowls to Root. Steers that away. Warner dives. Oh, there's a mix-up, but they're going to be all right in the end. But for a moment there, both batsmen were mid-pitch, not knowing what to do. They were surprised that Warner had fielded that. It was a very, very good dive. And it suddenly put Root off. And so both batsmen there jiggling about mid-pitch, but they've managed to make it through. At least it took Warner a couple of efforts to pick the ball up, but it was a good piece of fielding. 14 for 1.
Yeah, Stoinis has just had to go off.
Yep.
Let's get a little bit of something on that thumb. Abbott's out there as the 12th man. Hazelwood to Joe Root. He always tries to get that ball to just nip back, trap him in front of the stumps.
The physio's having a look at Stoinis. He hasn't got to go all up those stairs, which he'll be pleased about. He'll be treated down on the at ground level. 14 for 1. Start of the 4th over. Hazelwood runs in, bowls down the leg side, and well, there's a howled appeal for a catch, but he must have flicked something, or surely that would have been a wide.
Yeah, Joe Root just moved over to the offside. Here we go. They got the highlights of our friend Fuckers a man. He's that mid wicket. He's gone. There's three already over mid wicket.
Yeah.
Oh, and another one.
That's his area, isn't it?
And another one. That's 4-5. Just clubs it, doesn't he?
Yeah, great stuff. He certainly answered his critics today, as they say. 14 for 1 in the 4th over. I think it's still raining there. In goes Hazelwood. Bowles. Well, does come cutting back. Gets the inside edge. Root wants to get away. But a couple of fielders come rushing in.
That's the ball.
Yep.
That's the ball that Hazelwood will try to bowl to Joe Root. Trap him on the crease.
Still raining there, Phil?
I think so, yeah.
Like it, isn't it?
No indication that the covers are coming off or any sort of sign of an inspection. Yeah. As we mentioned earlier, 21 runs ahead on Duckworth Lewis, Pakistan at the moment.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Well, if Pakistan can get to 8 points, they'll be level with New Zealand on 8 points. Afghanistan are on 8.
Yep. Hazelwood bowls, and Root looks to fiddle the ball to third man, but finds Warner. No run, 14 for 1, the target. 273 for England to win this game. In front of a decent crowd. I mean, it's, I say, just such a vast ground, this, but there's 30,000, I would think, looking round.
I reckon more.
Yeah, could be more.
That's all right, it's jam-packed on the lower tier.
$14 for 1 in the fourth. Then goes Hazelwood, bowls, and Root nudges him to mid-on this time. Picked up by Zampa at mid-on. He's got a little towel there just in case it gets dewy, but there's no rubbing going on at the moment.
What times does it generally come in?
Well, I think it varies a bit. Luck now, it's there, and then mopping it up during the interval. Two balls to go, 14 for 1. Hazelwood cruises in, bowls, and it's edged, just short and wide of second slip, and goes for 4. And Root, you've got to say, is living rather dangerously here at the moment. He's played one glorious stroke, but that a little bit fiddly outside the off stump, as he wasn't quite sure which way it was going to go. So he just followed it a bit as a wobble seam, moved away a touch. Wasn't a chance. So a nice piece of bowling. 4 runs though to England, 18 for 1. The ball to go in the fourth over. Bairstow out for naught. But not unluckily so. Caught down the leg side of the first ball. Hazelwood bowls and roots it on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket, but he didn't really mean it. I guess tell there, that was rather a half-hearted appeal. And Cummins is wandering up for a conversation, but a leg bye is signalled. And it is 19 for 1 after 4 overs. Michael Vaughan, thoughts from you? And then Geoff Lemon's coming in.
Yeah, Joe Root, that last ball just worked his way outside of off stump to try and work it through the onside. Gets hit on the pad, but I'm pretty sure that the ball would have hit him outside the line of off stump. Playing a shot, so it can't be out. Let's just have a look. It's on the screen now. It nips back. Yeah, it's also a bit high as well. It's all action at the minute. 19 for 1 after 4. There's a little bit there for the Aussies, but it's still a good pitch. Seems nice to be timing the ball on. A big hammer there. It's called the hammer, isn't it?
The what do they call it? The stamper or something?
The stamper, I think you're right. Yeah, the stamper's out there. I think Mitchell Stark's not happy with the footholes.
Stampy the elephant. 19 for 1. Just wonder about that drop catch. They dropped Virat Kohli in the opening game of this World Cup, Australia, and that hurt them. Drop Joe Root here.
Yeah, he should have taken that, Stoinis.
So Stark, wicket with his first ball. How many times he's done that in his career? A wicket in the first over in a white ball international. He's up and bowling. There's swing on that one. The ball is moving for him today. Root keeps it out. So the Australians, if you're watching the vision, you'll note that they're wearing black armbands now. That's in recognition of Mitchell Marsh's granddad, Ross, who has passed away, which is why Mitch Marsh went home. So the early suggestions we're getting is that he'll be back in time for Australia's last group game against Bangladesh. Probably won't be back in time for the Afghanistan match on Tuesday. But thoughts with the Marsh family and everybody else affected. Mitchell Stark wearing that black armband comes in, left arm over to Root, who's driving. A wide ball, hits it straight to point, doesn't get a run. Sean Abbott subfielding where Marcus Stoinis was until he got that ball on the end of his thumb.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Joe Root's record here in ODI since 2022. He averages 21. That's very unlike Mr. Consistent, which he's been for many, many years across all the formats for England. And you can see just out there, he's just struggling for a bit of rhythm. He's not timing it perfectly. He's played that one pure drive down the ground. He's just fighting a little bit at the minute.
It was an awkward shot, that catch that he chipped up to cover point. Waiting for Stark now and fiddling at one outside the off stump. Stark appeals, no one else goes up. Stark is still appealing. He's got one arm raised. Now then.
He heard something here.
Marnus Labuschagne says he heard something, but he always thinks he heard something. Cummins is asking Labuschagne to pipe down. He's saying, is it that?
So there's a massive noise. Marnus Labuschagne, I've heard that before from Marnus.
He just wants everything to be the way that he wants it to be.
One review left for Australia.
That's it. They've already burned the first one on Mitchell Stark with that LBW going over the top. So a lot riding on this. Not just for now, but for the potentially 45 overs to come.
Front on spin vision, please.
They've been pretty gung-ho with their reviewing at times under Cummins.
Well, Joe Root will know himself if he's hit this.
Swinging delivery, it hits the seam and angles across, and has that just brushed the edge?
Can you go to Ultra-Ace, confirm bat or no bat, please?
Inglis takes it just fine. They've got the Snicko ready, and there is a spike. Joe Root will be given out. The Australians rejoice, and Labuschagne is vindicated. He's not just hearing things, he's actually hearing things. 19 for 1 becomes 19 for 2, and Joe Root had a reprieve. Put down by Stoinis, but maybe his last contribution to this evening will be injuring Marcus Stoinis' thumb with that catch that went down. He's out for 13. 2 early strikes. Bairstow, a golden duck. Root for 13. David Milan still there on 3. England 2 down in the 5th over.
Yeah, and it's Joe Root who's just out of sync. You could see him really fighting out there. A really good review by Australia. Marnus has got quite a few wrong. He got quite a few wrong in the Ashes, if I remember rightly. On this occasion, he heard something. I think he was backed up by a couple of fielders close to the bat as well, and he couldn't have hit anything else because the bat was a long way away from the body, the bat was away from the ground. And here comes Ben Stokes. Can he do it against Australia once again? Can he find his rhythm and his competitive nature that we know he has out in the middle to just try and get the job done, get England a victory? That's why he was brought back into the World Cup team. It's not worked out for England. Got the injury and he's just not been in any kind of shape or form in the last few games. Played a really bad shot against Mohammad Shami against India in a kind of circular that he would have been brought in to do, chasing 230. He's so good at soaking up the pressure. And he played a reckless shot, very unlike Ben Stokes. Can he kind of just soak up a bit here and play one of those innings?
He's got 287 to chase today. An update from the other game. This is getting tastier and tastier. So they're off for rain again. The cutoff is about 50 minutes from now. So if they don't get on within the hour, then the game gets abandoned. Pakistan are further ahead on Duckworth Lewis than they were before the first rain delay. They're 21 runs ahead now. They're exactly 200 for the loss of 1. Fakhar Zaman has made 126 from 81 balls with 11 sixes. They faced 25 and a half overs, so they're chasing 402, and at almost exactly the halfway mark of the innings, they're almost exactly halfway there. They've got 200 on the board, and if they don't get back on, well, they're not actually chasing the full 402 because it was reduced to 342. So at the moment, if they got back on, they'd need 142 in 93 balls. But they're ahead of the rate at this point, and if they don't get back on, they win. And then you'll have Pakistan on 8 points, New Zealand on 8 points, and
Geoff,
if Australia lose tonight, Australia on 8 points.
India, Pakistan semi.
It's on.
Still on.
It's bubbling. Mitchell Stark up, and he's bowling. And just coming forward in defence is Ben Stokes. A couple of left-handers together for England. Well, everybody who's been planning their semi-finals in Mumbai might have to switch that up to Kolkata still.
The Joe Root dismissal, the keeper. He wasn't sure at all. It was only Marnus Labuschagne, a little bit of David Warner, who was at backward point.
Inglis is not the most confident appealer, I will say that for him, and that is something that you need in a wicketkeeper. You've got to sell the umpire on your appeals. Sometimes you don't have a review, sometimes you're not willing to use one. Stark up and in at the pads, and Stokes is getting his first run out behind point. Sliding stop from Sean Abbott, the subfielder, 20 for 2. And then especially with the LBWs, where umpires' call is so important, you've got to get umpires raising that finger on the field behind the stumps. So he celebrated heartily, Inglis, when it was upheld, but wasn't much of an appeal the first time around. 1 ball to come in the 5th. Mitchell Starc taking his time. He's got 2 for 11. And he's bowling now to Milan, who's getting in behind the ball and playing it back to Starc on the bounce. 5 overs gone, 20 for 2. Michael Vaughan will be making way for the time being. Former England captain with us through the backstages of this World Cup. David Milan on 3, Ben Stokes on 1. They need 287 to win. Won the toss today, England, elected to bowl, did a good job of it. Kept Australia to 287. Australia just got away from them a bit late, with Adam Zampa hitting some late runs. That would have been frustrating. But they're still well in this game, England. Michael Vaughan off for a spell, and the Australia correspondent for CricBuzz, Bharat Sundaresan, back with us. Good evening.
Evening, Geoff. And Manas is the boy who's cried wolf many, many times and finally got one right. You look at him, he's just beaming. He's so proud of himself.
Finally, a wolf actually showed up. And they still believed him. Hazelwood in and bowling across Ben Stokes, who defends on the front foot. So I think we'll see a fair bit of this for a little while. A bit of absorbing before Stokes and Milan figure out where they want to go next.
Just on Manas, yeah, you can hear him. I heard something. It's been something, not just Pat Cummins, but Tim Payne before him in Test cricket and Aaron Finch have had to endure for quite a while. They generally look away from him, but you could see it in just the reaction of the rest of the Australian
His voice
team.
got higher and higher.
It did.
Hazelwood, right arm over, just outside the off stump, and Stokes shoulders arms to that one. Decent length.
And also started calling him the Scrappy-Doo of this Australian team. Solved the case, they're right there.
Yeah, he did. Whipped off the mask, and who knew it was the caretaker all along.
Yeah, but the ball is moving. And a couple of times that Australia have had the ball moving, they have done damage, haven't they, in this tournament?
What a difference it makes. Hazelwood bowls to Stokes, who gets the ball away off his pads down to mid-on. There was a little movement off the seam there. Won't get a run. So we've seen these Australian new ball bowlers be ineffective. Sri Lanka put more than 100 runs on for their opening partnership against them. So did South Africa, so did Pakistan. New Zealand put on 60 plus in about 7 overs. But Starc getting early wickets today, well, the earliest possible. One with his first ball. Should have had Root caught at cover and then had him caught behind. Hazelwood up to Stokes, who comes forward and defends. This makes such a difference. Mitchell Starc up to 58 World Cup wickets, is it now?
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned Australia. In the power play in this World Cup, they've been wicketless, bowling on 3 of the 6 occasions. And, yeah, that New Zealand game you mentioned, New Zealand was 73 for 2 at the end of 10 overs.
Yep. And the India game, 3 wickets in the first 2 overs, and then they conceded a partnership of 160 or so after that. So most of their bowling in the power play was pretty ineffective, certainly between overs 3 and 10 at that point. Hazelwood up to Stokes, who again leaves. He's happy to take his time. 1 ball to come in this over. Hasn't been scored from yet.
Yeah, ever since that loss against South Africa, it's been about not just Australia coming back, but ticking boxes all along every game that they've played. And this is one box, a worrying box that they hadn't ticked, which is Mitchell Starc getting wickets with the new ball. He's been expensive. Maybe his worst outing came against New Zealand 3 or 4 nights ago in Dharamshala. So the fact that he struck twice and taken 2 big wickets out.
Hazelwood bowls to Stokes, and it will be a maiden over. Just plays the ball out to point where David Warner fields. David Warner is hatless. I repeat, hatless. It is 20 for 2 after 6 overs. Milan on 3, Stokes on 1. So Mitchell Starc in this World Cup, has he got 9 wickets, Phil? You could dig that out for me.
Yeah, because the last game was the first ever World Cup match, wasn't it, that he hadn't taken a wicket across his World Cup career. Mitchell Starc in this World Cup has taken 1, 2, 2 and 1 to make 6, 1, 7, and the 2 makes 9.
There we go.
Well done.
Well, he took 22 of them in 2019 and 27 of them in 2015, if I'm remembering rightly. So he's been a prolific World Cup wicket taker. So it says something that he's had what you would call by his standards, an unsuccessful World Cup so far in terms of wickets, and he's still taken 9. It's not like he's taken none. But he's got the ball in hand and he's looking for a third here tonight. Got Bairstow en route already. Mitchell Starc, the left armour, comes in. 2 left-handers to bowl at. Milan is driving to point, no run.
Now Marcus Stoinis is back on the field with, I think, a bandage on his left thumb.
You would sympathise?
Yeah, completely. But I took my catch, just saying, just putting it out there once again.
Bharat is wearing a hot pink guard on his left thumb because this is radio, it's not a visual medium. That's the reason we're making that reference. A broken thumb that was smashed into pieces and had to be opened up and put back together. Unpleasant to think about. Starc up to Milan down the leg side, and there's nothing on that. That will be a wide. Everybody thought the first ball of the innings was a wide, but Johnny Bairstow had just got the tiniest little touch on it.
And he started walking, did he? Mario Erasmus started putting his finger up, put it down, and then he realized Johnny Bairstow was walking anyway. So
is that why? I thought he was sort of saying to Bairstow, well, you're out, so don't hang around. I'm just going to give a little signal, not the big signal.
It didn't look very sure, to be honest. Umpire Erasmus didn't really quite short with his decisions.
Starc. Left arm over to Milan, inside half of the bat, drags it down the mid-on. No run.
Sure, Twitter would have lit up, social media would have lit up, and Johnny Bairstow got a first bowler against Australia. Australia hasn't gone to bed yet, so a lot of Australian cricket fans still awake.
I expected an angry Johnny Bairstow innings today. You know, maybe not a match-winning one, but a belligerent 40 or something like that. Not meekly tickling one down the leg side. It's 21 for 2. In the 7th over, England chasing 287. Starc to Milan, who's hopping up high, getting over the top of that ball, playing it back to the bowler.
Speaking of Ashes controversies, remember, Geoff, it was me who triggered the whole, the two teams did not have a drink with each other at the Oval fiasco. I was just waiting for a happy ending, really. I sat there with my binoculars, and once I saw the Australian team look through the door and at the Oval, the dressing rooms, and walk away, then saw the English team emerge, I was like, oh, something's up.
A scandal has occurred. Our scandals are pretty tame sometimes in cricket. Starc and hits the pad, half appeals, inside edge. He doesn't bother turning around to the umpire. Steve Smith gets a little bit animated behind the wicket on the offside. No run. 21 for 2. It's still raining at the Chinnaswamy in Bangalore, so the cut-off time is about 35 minutes.
35 minutes away. 7:40 p.m. IST.
Well.
Pakistan.
Would this be a greater escape than the all-out 74 in 1992 that was washed out? This one, I've done something to deserve it. Starc in, bowls full at the stumps. It's driven back to him by Milan, and again there's no run. One ball to come in the over. It's not quite a maiden because there was a wide, but there hasn't been a run off the bat for 6 balls in a row. So Fakhar Zaman on 126 not out from 81. Hit 11 sixes. And the reasons for his recall might not have been great with the politics in Pakistani cricket and Inzamam ul Haq being pushed out as selected, but I don't think Imam ul Haq would have made 126 off 81 with 11 sixes. Different style of play, a very good one as he is. Starc up to Milan, who will play a shot here, thrashes it for 4. That's a good stroke from David Milan behind point. And he has that just a tiny bit of width and flays it away. So a boundary to finish the over from the 7th ball of it. 7 overs bowled. They're 25 for 2, England, chasing 287.
Such a handsy player, David Malan. Needed just a little bit of width outside his off stump. Threw his hands at it. Always a sweet timer of the cricket ball, whether it's the red ball, pink ball, white ball, doesn't matter to him. And just to finish up on the no drinks fiasco, I made up for it sort of last night. I took the English journalists out along with the Australian journalists for a lovely dinner. Of course, no drinks involved even now. We were in Ahmedabad.
Yep.
There was a bottle of red wine, not wine, on the menu card though. So
Okay.
I saw a couple
Fake
of them
wine.
sip on it. Yeah, fake wine.
Okay.
It's fake white wine as well. So.
Non-alcoholic wine. Also known as grape juice. Hazelwood to start the 8th over, back of a length, and Stokes stepping across, dead bats it. No run.
So I've sort of made up for having created a stir before I left England.
Sure. Well, I think the English and Australian media contingents have never had a problem getting along, nor a problem going to after-hours establishments, but it's more an issue with the playing groups. But then, we have these expectations that they should do this, they must do this.
Exactly.
Why, in the end? Let them do what they want to do. Hazelwood, back of a length, outside the off-stump, enough width for Stokes to punch. And he'll get runs here out 3-point. Chase on for Warner. He doesn't give up. He dives and tries to tap back. He might have done very, very well indeed here, David Warner. I think he might have saved this one. They picked up 3. Umpires will have a look for sure. He dived headlong after that ball. Had to catch up to it. Did he tap it back?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
It clips his leg just before his body hits the rope. But he's done it well enough in the end, and that flick off the thigh means that it just rotates like a spinning top on the turf, and they end up with 3 rather than 4. Warner saves a run. 28 for 2. Stokes up to 4. Malan on 7 and on strike.
He's been unbelievable in this field, David Warner, throughout this tournament. 37, putting his body on the line, runs with his hands always.
Hazelwood. In is short and pulled in the air. A little bit tamely down to fine leg for 1. 29 for 2. Running with your hands does sound like you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, I know, but it's something he started doing, 4 years ago. I remember he got himself a running coach thanks to his wife, Candice, and apparently had to relearn how to run. And he spoke about running with your hands, where you get your hands pumping.
That means, if you're listening, including your hands in the process.
Indeed. Not tie your legs
on all
together.
fours.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
You still need your legs to run, don't
Sure. Yes, using the drive of the arms, I suppose.
But it's, I think in running parlance, it's called running with your hands.
Well, in a lot of ways, his fielding, I think, turned Australia's campaign around in that game against Sri Lanka. As Hazelwood comes around the wicket now, just to try to cramp up Stokes for room, but Stokes is driving down to mid-off. There's no run. The couple of outfield catches that he took against Sri Lanka when they were flying turned that innings around. They looked on track for 300. They were all out for 209. Australia chased it comfortably, and that was their first win of the campaign.
Yeah, you mentioned Australia's poor starts with the ball. Sri Lanka were 114 without loss after 20 overs. Australia had lost their first 2 games. Those Warner catches were vital.
He made up a lot of ground out in the deep for a couple of top edges, one off the pace, one off spin. Cummins and Zampa, I think, were the wicket takers. Hazelwood bowls in at the body of Stokes, who stays in behind the ball and then touches his bat back in his ground as a throw comes in from backward point. 29 for 2.
Yeah, we spoke about it a lot during the Ashes when England was 7 for 142 or 142 for 7 in their first innings in the 3rd test. You thought Bazball was coming to an end, the Ashes were over, Australia were going to win 5-0, and that was a turning point for them. And similarly for Australia in this World Cup campaign, that opening partnership against Sri Lanka, you thought, this could be all over.
Hazelwood to close out the 8th over. Bowls to Stokes, wide of the off stump, driven hard, but stopped by Stoinis, whose thumb doesn't prevent him from getting hands on that ball. 29 for 2, 4 runs from that over with a 3 and a single. And England, they need 287 to win, so that's 258 runs away from 252 balls. So you can probably work out the required rate for yourself. It's about a run a ball from here. They're crawling along at the moment at 3.6 and over, but Malan and Stokes can pick up that rate as the innings goes on if they can get themselves well enough set. Malan 8 from 17, Stokes 4 from 13. Joe Root, the last man out, caught behind off the bowling of Mitchell Starc. A tiny little scratch on the outside edge for 13. And as it so often has been in this tournament, it'll be Pat Cummins for an early first change to bowl the 9th over. Mohammad Shami's been bowling first change for India. Cummins first change here. Rabada first change for South Africa. There's some pretty high quality first change bowlers going around. Cummins up now and bowling to Milan, who's driving the ball down to mid-off, runs with the shot, and he has to motor, but he gets through as Starc underarms at the stumps. 1 run added, 30 for 2.
And we saw Mark Wood bowling first change as well, which he's done throughout this tournament. Yeah, Pat Cummins, the one-day bowler, has evolved. He's changed as this World Cup has gone on. Remember, it's a format he doesn't play very regularly, but I asked him this question in one of the press conferences after the 3rd or 4th games, and he said, yeah, I've kind of understood my role. It's to come in the middle overs, bowl cutters, kind of swallow his ego and not bowl like Pat Cummins, if that makes sense. And it's worked for him. He along with David Warner's fielding, brought Australia back into the tournament.
Cummins to Stokes, who thrashes a wide ball but straight at point. Got very good contact on that, but Labuschagne is right in the way. And Cummins, as captain, he's done a little dance, a little flirtation with the new ball, or being first change in Test cricket as well. There have been times when he takes the new ball. There are times when he comes on after Starc and Hazlewood have bowled. Where do you think he's settling in that regard?
I think in one-day cricket, he's decided that Starc and Hazlewood, just the records that they have with the new ball as well in white ball cricket, it's best to just start with them.
Cummins up to Stokes, who punches down to mid-off this time and again won't get a run. Keeps finding the field so far.
And he's got the trust back with his variations. I was speaking to someone who saw a lot of Pat Cummins during that break between Test cricket when he played the BBL, one full season of the BBL. And that was when he was really trusting his off-cutters, even the occasional leg cutter. And we've seen a lot of his wickets in this tournament have come with that off-cutter. Even against New Zealand, when Rachin Ravindra was taking the game away, came back, just went for 20-odd runs in his last 4 overs. He's become a finisher for Australia with the ball.
Round the wicket now, Cummins to Stokes, who's looking for a run to mid-off, hesitates, goes with it eventually, and the throw is horrible from Mitchell Starc. Well, maybe he decided to throw to the wicket-keeper instead of at the bowler's end stumps as he came across straight in line. Stokes wasn't sure initially, stuttered, and looked like he might be under more pressure than he ended up being as he eventually took off, got around Cummins, who just stood still and said, please don't mow me down. 31 for 2 with that single. Stokes has 5. Milan 9. Cummins back over the wicket for Milan, who's driving down to a fairly wide set mid-off, and again won't get a run. 5th ball of the over, just the 2 singles from it.
And he did take a while to really make an impact on this tournament. The first 2 games, he was expensive, and at times even the great Pat Cummins looked like not clueless, but you weren't sure of how he was going to get a wicket.
What his job was
exactly.
In this team.
And I think now he's not just understood it, but he's established it.
Cummins up and bowling width, bottom edge as Milan throws his hands at the line of that ball and only gets it through to the keeper on the bounce. 9 overs gone, 31 for 2. You're on BBC Test Match Special and also on ABC Sport across Australia. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan with you. Phil Long, our statistician, here at the stadium in Ahmedabad, the state of Gujarat, where the final will be played. This huge cauldron.
Still raining in Bengaluru. I was just looking at the scorecard so far. When they came back after rain, Ish Sodhi, who's not yet played in this World Cup, went for 20 runs in 1 over.
Ouch.
And as we know, Pakistan currently are 21 runs ahead on Duckworth Lewis.
What an entrance to the World Cup for poor Ish Sodhi. He was put on the field as a substitute against Australia. They had to use him because everybody else was injured.
Mark Chapman back in this side as well. Is James Neesham out of the team in that case? He had an injury problem too, got hit in the forearm when he was bowling. The ball was hit back at him. Hazlewood doesn't bowl because Ben Stokes pulls away and laughs and gives an apology. Some movement down the ground in front of the sight screen. Not sure Hazlewood will find it that funny after running in 30 yards.
Speaking of Hazelwood, I had an interesting chat on the sidelines about just shining the white ball yesterday when he was bowling in the nets, or day before yesterday, I should say. And I saw him look like he was shining the ball. He wasn't doing much with it, and he tried explaining it to me about what they do with the white ball.
Hazelwood, right arm brisk around the wicket, back of a length, in at the ribs of Ben Stokes, who gets in behind it, no run.
Unlike with a red kookaburra or a red dukes or an SG ball, he said the white kookaburra or even the pink one, that's not much you can do in terms of shining the ball. So especially in this World Cup, it's really about waiting for it to get soft so that then you can attack with your cutters and changes of pace and variations. Just thought it was really interesting. He said, he showed me the ball, yeah, it gets scuffed up. The best you can do is just clean it up. There's no point shining it.
Hazelwood bowls to Stokes, who's getting a thick inside edge as he drags the ball away into the leg side. Labuschagne in at short mid-wicket. Revels in the opportunity to be involved, pick up the ball, fling it back to the keeper. Stay energised. So they can try to clean up some, if there's a dirt patch or an abrasion that's picked up a bit of soil or something.
Absolutely.
But aside from that, it does nothing. Apparently, it doesn't retain the kind of moisture you get with the red ball, where you get one side heavy, the other. Hazelwood bowls to Stokes, who's getting a run here out to square leg. Might even think about coming back for a second. Won't in the end, because it's Labuschagne again, who is absolutely full of beans out there. Is sprinting after it, slides, picks up in one movement, threatens to throw. One run out at 32 for 2. Also, nobody can tell. If you've been shining the red ball, you get the big red streak on the trousers. Looks great. If you're shining a white ball on a coloured uniform, no one knows you've been doing it. What's the point?
Exactly. It's no show and tell, but I think a lot of it is maybe just muscle memory, because I saw him try and shine the ball, but it didn't look like it was being... There was no sheet on it, if that makes sense, which is what prompted me to ask him that question. Hazelwood is over the wicket to Milan, who is trying to turn to the leg side, but just getting a small leading edge back towards the bowler. 32 for 2. It is remarkable in the game of cricket just how much attention and focus and how much theoretical difference can be attributed to such minute things as the condition of the surface and the condition of the ball. We spend about 70% of our time in cricket talking about the pitch or the ball, and it doesn't really happen in other sports that the equipment or the arena has such an influence on how the game is played. As Hazelwood comes up to David Milan, who's pushing the ball to point. David Warner does a little backhand flick to Marcus Stoinis. I don't know if that was deliberate or not. He seemed to fumble it as he was spinning a 180 and then flicked it almost behind his back, like a little back pass that you might see in a rugby match. Don't think it was intentional. I think it hit the edge of the last pitch on the square. Just jumped up on it. Well, it worked perfectly as an alley-oop because Stoinis was right there, so it might have been embarrassing if that had conceded a deflected run, but it didn't. 32 for 2. As Hazelwood runs in and bowls, and he's slogged across the line all the way out over the leg side for 6. Ben Stokes finally says, I've had enough, and tees off. David Milan, rather, who just sees the length ball, and he's been patting those back down the pitch, and he says this one has to go, something has to change here. Just dipped his knees a bit, picked it up. It wasn't a bad delivery. If anything, it was a little wide of the off stump, which means you'd expect it to be played on the offside, but instead it's played to leg, it's played over leg, it's mountainous. It's carried for 6. He's got 15, and they're up to 38 for 2, England. Phil?
Yeah, there have been 12 runs off the previous 35 balls. A 6 there off the last ball of the power play. England finished on 38 for 2. It's their least productive in terms of runs, but they were 40 for 4 against India. The lowest power play in this World Cup, Sri Lanka, 14 for 6 after 10 overs. God.
It's not often you see Josh Hazelwood being slog swept, especially with the new ball. Yeah, but also tells you how slow this pitch is, and it wasn't an attempted slow one or off-cutter either. Great shot from Milan.
Well, he's now 15 off 23 balls, Milan, and waiting at the non-striker's end. As Ben Stokes is driving Cummins down to mid-off for no run. If you're just tuning in, BBC Test Match Special or on ABC Sport across the country. England chasing 287. They're 38 for 2 after 10. So they need a further 249 at just above a run a ball. 239 balls remaining is the full equation. So they need 6 and over. They're going at 3.7. Right at this moment, Cummins in to bowl to Stokes, who won't get a run here, driven down to mid-on to Mitchell Stark.
Well, if Pakistan do pull off that victory, which looks more and
16
more
minutes.
likely. Yes, it's 16 minutes to go for that game to be called off. Oh.
Well, the game has been called off. We're just getting word through at the Chinnaswamy. So Pakistan up to 8 points. New Zealand 8 points. Australia currently 8 points. So if England finish off this run chase, the logjam will be on. Afghanistan on 6 points. They have to play Australia and South Africa. 2 tough assignments, but they're in the hunt. Bouncer from Cummins. And Stokes sways back, has a look at the umpire, says, is that a wide? It isn't. 38 for 2.
England stay alive as well. And Ben Stokes.
Everybody on 4 points stays
pretty
alive.
much, yeah.
No, they do.
Yeah.
The Dutch stay alive. Sri Lanka stay alive.
Yeah.
Not very alive. Their run rate's appalling. But
Yeah, it wouldn't be a clean strike. Yeah, Ben Stokes was asked this question. I think Ben Stokes is the only one who doesn't believe England have a chance. He said, like, what's the point of talking about it when he was asked it last evening?
well, thumping win here, and then a couple more to follow. You never know. Stokes digs out a run towards mid-on, and they've been taking these very brisk singles, just hitting them down to mid-off and mid-on and going. It works again on this occasion. Bit of risk involved, though. Just filed that one away. 39 for 2. As Stokes goes to 7. He's faced 23 balls for those 7 runs. One of the slower starts, I imagine, he's got off to in 50-over cricket. But he does often start slowly. Even that World Cup final strike rate was about 50, wasn't it, at one point? He was 42 off 80-something deliveries at one stage. Caught that up in the end.
Oh, we saw him play the conditions and the match situations, even during the Ashes when everybody else was bowling. And he spoke about it as well quite a bit.
39 for 2. 2 to come in the over. Cummins up to David Malan, who slices him away off the top edge for 4. Saw width slashed at it. Travis Head is down at deep third, but set 2 square to stop that one. So David Malan has cleared the rope and then found it in the last couple of overs. He's up to 19. Starting to get moving.
Yeah, I think Malan has decided that I've hung around long enough. This required rate is building.
Someone has to do something.
Yeah, there will be a due. Told you about my ruined footwear the other day.
Cummins up to Malan on 43 for 2, and he drives it out to the deep. He'll get a run out to deep backward point where David Warner does the fielding. And he'll take the score to 44 after 11 overs. They're chasing 287. Bharat Sundaresan can tell you about Dew and his shoes while Jonathan Agnew comes in to join him.
Yeah, I'm rather precious about my footwear and all of the other things that I wear. And 2 nights ago, after Australia finished their training session, I was just walking across the outfield. I was drenched. Felt like someone had just taken a shower without utilizing the shower curtain or that little towel you put right outside the shower. It was completely drenched, Jonathan, and it ruined my footwear, and I was not happy.
Well, I'm sorry, but you should just wear sandals or something, shouldn't you?
I should, yeah.
What?
I'll just go barefoot. It's India.
Well, yeah, but it is, I mean, you're right, it does, I mean, it looks dewy now, doesn't it? There's not much frenzied drying of the ball going on. In fact, Zampa's coming on now, but they've all got their little towels there, draped from their waistbands of their trousers just in case. So spinner coming on, 44 for 2. Bairstow and Root both dismissed. The target 243 from 234 balls. That's what they're chasing. They've got to go now at something over 6. And it's very interesting to see how the way that Ben Stokes is playing here. 7 from 23 balls. The last 2 innings, he's come out and has had a complete hack, really. I mean, Sri Lanka, he did rein it in towards the end because he realised he just wasn't timing anything. He did not time a shot. And certainly against India, as we know, he backed away and had a swipe. So he just seems to be having, at the moment, a bit of a net. Try and get some rhythm into his batting. Because, as we know, Stokes can quickly make it up if he gets in. But at the moment, he's just having a net, getting used to batting out in the middle again for some time. Milan is 20 from 25. It's 44 for 2. Zampa, one of the leading wicket takers in this tournament so far, has had a good World Cup. Bowls on the off stump, pushed away by Milan. Stokes responds immediately. That's fielded by Hazelwood. At backward point, take a single. 45 for 2. In the 12th over, night sky overhead, absolutely pitch black, and the ring of fire lights are beaming down on this vast stadium. It's a nice atmosphere out there, and people are just coming along just to watch some cricket, actually, just to enjoy it, isn't it? They're not supporting anybody in particular. I guess they're probably intrigued a bit by the Anglo-Australian rivalry, so many of them wouldn't have experienced. Here's Zampa bowling, and Stokes on the back foot very correctly and deliberately taps that away out to mid-wicket, and there's no runs. So we now have the updated table. This will be interesting. And the various permutations, which Phil might have to help me out with, sitting alongside me. But in goes Zampa again. Bowls short. Well, he tried to pull it and missed it. I mean, it's just... That's where Stokes is with his batting at the moment. First really hostile shot that he's played, and he's completely mistimed it. Someone described his innings against Sri Lanka as swinging like a rusty gate. And it was about right. 45 for 2. Zampa, reverse sweep this time, finds the fielder though, and there is no run. So, with that victory over New Zealand, albeit on the run rate, Pakistan are level with points with New Zealand. They're just behind on run rate. Goes Zampa, bowls, and Stokes again just flicks that away out to mid-wicket.
New Zealand, of course, have now lost 4 in a row.
Yep. And that's remarkable, really, isn't it? I mean, it's an early tournament favourites, and they knocked the stuffing out of England here. Pakistan have won their last 2. Afghanistan have won their last 3. Zampa bowling, it's a googly, which is hit off the back foot. Scrambling save there, desperate save by Stoinis. Denies Stokes a run, so 5 dots there at the end at Stokes. He just looks utterly out of sorts. He's wandering around there at the crease. He's just swinging his bat aimlessly, really, as he walks up there to have a chat with Milan. He looks absolutely as if batting at the moment is the last thing that he wants to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how long his one-day career is going to last as well, Jonathan. You were there in the press conference yesterday. Someone asked him that question, and he gave the more generic answer of 3 lions and how, till the time whenever you put that on, you have to play for pride. But yeah, at the moment I wonder what's going through his head. But
that is not a happy man, is it?
Yeah.
Just look at the body language there. Not at all. He's trying to get some rhythm and timing back into his batting. Leading on his bat. He's got a big job to do in the new year. He's got to lead England here in 5 test matches. 45 for 2. 2:42 needed then as Cummins bowls outside the off stump. And Milan has a look at it. Takes the bat out of the way. It's taken by the keeper. So this table then. Let's go back to that. India, South Africa, Australia, 1, 2 and 3. India 14 points. South Africa 12 points. Australia 8 points. They want to make that 10 today. New Zealand and Pakistan both level on 8. New Zealand with a better net run rate, but in a trough there as they 4 successive defeats. They play Sri Lanka next. Now this is flicked away into the leg side. Good shot from Milan, picking that up. Well, flies away out to deep square leg, and they take 1. The only thing I find surprising is that Pakistan's last game is against England. That's not for a week. So we're doing that match over in Calcutta again. So they've got a bit of time off. Well, that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know. Having won the last 2 games and a bit of momentum and so on.
And New Zealand's last game is against Sri Lanka. They're down to 1 game left, both them and Pakistan.
Yes. Now there's a bouncer which rather hurries Milan, but he's got it away into the leg side. A slippy, slidey save down there keeps them down to 1. 48 for 2. So India, South Africa, Australia, and then we've got New Zealand, Pakistan. Afghanistan have got a game in hand over them, and they've got Australia and South Africa to play. Big matches. Australia this is their 7th game, so that takes them level with India and South Africa. New Zealand and Pakistan have played 8. Sri Lanka. We're really thinking they have a chance. I would have thought so. 4 points. Bangladesh and New Zealand, they've got. Yeah, well, if New Zealand continue their trough. Cummins bowls short. Oh, he's pulled it away. Not timed at all again by Stokes. I mean, Stokes, when he plays the pull shot, the ball goes for 6.
Yeah, it does.
That just dribbled out of the circle.
Remember those 3 sixes at Lord's to get to his 100?
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
You
exactly.
can't believe it's the same player.
No.
Not at all. He struggled similarly in the T20 World Cup final, didn't he? When Naseem Shah bowled that spell to him. He scratched his way, somehow just survived.
Got through it, didn't he?
Yeah, got through it.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's backing himself to do here.
Yeah. 49 for 2. Cummins runs in, bowls, and that's a meaty sounding pull shot from Milan that finds the fielder on the deep square leg boundary. It's interesting when the mantra is go harder, go harder, go harder, and it's Stokes' own mantra, and yet he's 8 from 29 balls now. But yet it's the right thing for him to be doing at the moment, and that's what I think the criticism has been of England in this tournament, that there's been that go harder mantra, when actually there have been a lot of occasions where they've actually shouldn't be going harder at all. I go back to, well, I can point a finger at lots of things, but at Stokes at least now, in a desperate state, is getting his head down. Now he drives horribly mistimed. Oh, look at him swing the bat, he bashes it into the ground. That was an off drive, cover drive, that ended up in the leg side. And he looks utterly disconsolate. And again, he's wandered up. He's leaning on his bat. Do you know what I think? Should shave his beard off.
Ooh, okay, maybe. I mean, the beard, the weight of the beard might have something to do with it.
I just think it's got to go.
Yeah, yeah, he does look like a mountaineer who's lost his way, especially with bat in hand right now. Yeah, it's thick, it's long.
Yeah. Do you agree?
I agree. Yeah.
Go and tell him.
I will, don't worry, yeah.
I bet you don't.
Thorny knows a man, doesn't he? So
Yes. I'll leave it to you, Bharat. You can go break the news to him. But anyway, no, he just looks totally fed up, really. He's leaning on his bat. Can't time anything. 8 from 30 balls. Worst thing he can do is just have a forlorn swipe and get out, having taken up 30 balls.
Yeah, now he's almost indebted that he bats deep and tries to turn this innings around.
It's 50 for 2. Zampa moves in again, bowls his wrist spin. It's tucked away to square leg by Milan. And there's no run. Love to see you, Bharat. I'll catch up with you later on. 50 for 2 in the 14th over. And Zampa again spins himself a catch. Scuttles in, bowls, tossing it up, a little more air this time. Milan turns it round the corner. And they pick up 1 run there. Fielder running back. So 51 for 2. Stokes on strike. Have you ever seen a frontline batsman, Aaron Finch, so out of form as this?
Well, I think today he's actually hit some really good shots. He just hasn't found the gaps. He's hit some nice drives straight to the field.
And goes Zampa, bowls. Stokes clips that away, gets a single out into the leg side, and they take. Well, I'm talking about Ben Stokes.
Yeah,
I think he's played some nice shots.
he's played some nice shots.
Oh.
Hit some nice drives. One thing with Stokes, you know, that the longer he stays at the crease, the better he'll get. So he can afford to soak up a little bit more pressure. Milan striking at 82.
He looks very miserable. Milan playing that away. Zampa gobbles the ball up. No run there. 52 for 2 in the 14th. Stokes just sitting on his bat down here at the non-striker's end. Zampa licks his fingers. Milan's over his bat. 26 from 33. And he goes again. Bowls. Oh, goes straight through. Another loose shot there. A quicker ball. Fizzed through. Inglis had the bails off there behind the stumps.
Yeah, it was a leg spinner that didn't turn, which says to me that the dew is just starting to set in. And I think that's what England will be hoping for. That's what they'll be prepared to soak up a little bit more time. Try and make sure they're not more than 2 down when that heavy dew sets.
That's a leading edge pushed away into the offside. So Milan will keep the strike there. Stokes trots through to the far end. 53 for 2. So 235 more needed, 216 balls. And, Zampa takes his cap, he's got his little towel there just in case the ball needs drying, but I don't see too much of that going on at the moment. They've all got the towels there poking out the back of their trousers just in case that ball starts to get dewy, but Zampa I think is just drying his hand there as he comes down to third man. 234 England need from 216 balls. And that Pakistan wins open things up a bit, isn't it?
It certainly has. That keeps a lot of teams in the hunt now.
It does.
Makes the next week of cricket incredibly exciting. Can go either way.
No,
that makes this game even more on the line now.
Yeah, it's a really good result for the tournament. That 53 for 2, and New Zealand could just be starting a bit of a slide, couldn't they? So Milan on 27, and Stark again cruises in from the far end. He's there now, and he bowls. That's clipped away out to mid wicket. Interesting that Cummins has brought him back into the attack now.
Yeah, I like the move, especially with two left-handers. Mitchell Stark with the ball now 7 overs old from each end. Probably won't see conventional swing. So the left arm angle still brings in a few modes of dismissals. You've still got LB and bowled, caught behind. Whereas I think the right armers, as they're over the wicket, probably take 2 of them dismissals out of play.
Stark again from the far end bowls. Milan turns him round the corner. A single down to long legs. So what's Ben Stokes going to do here? Marks his guard, looks around. He's waiting for Murray to get into position. He's going to take his guard again by the look of it. Let's check that that's all as it should be. Murray Erasmus says, oh, a little bit away from you, Ben. That's it. Mark a guard there. That's good. So can he just find some timing here?
I think the pace on the ball of Stark will help him. Now that it's not swinging, he'll probably feel a little bit more comfortable just hitting through the line.
Just one shot often just breaks the shackles, doesn't it? Stark comes in, bowls, and he drives there out towards cover. Finds the fielder, and there's no run. But if you are out of nick, well, I was always out of nick, to be honest. But, I mean, just one shot, and suddenly a batsman's away, isn't it? The feet are moving, and the confidence comes back, and so just look at him bleeding on his back there.
Yeah, you're right about the body language. It's almost like he looks tired. I think when you're carrying a niggle, well, it's not a niggle, it's a significant knee injury like he is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can just start to wear you down mentally as well.
Here's Stark from the far end, moves in, bowls, it's short, and it's pulled away by Stokes. Now he'll want 2 here if possibly can. He's running the first one quickly, and they will come back for the second. Field down there, just slightly lost his footing again, perhaps a bit greasy. So he ran those okay. 56 for 2. Stokes into double figures, goes to 11.
And I think one thing that the England batsmen will also be holding on to is that Cameron Green and Travis Head will have to bowl 10 overs between them. Obviously not as proficient as the top 4 bowlers for Australia in Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Zampa. So they might see that as an opportunity to unleash a bit more.
Stark comes in, bowls, Stokes just runs the ball there deliberately to third man, playing it late, guiding it down. And Stoinis, are you expecting him to turn his arm over?
Oh, potentially Stoinis. I was just a little bit worried with him coming back from a calf injury, and it looked like when he was batting that
actually
he was stretching out his calf a little bit. So for me, would Australia risk that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he's on the ground at the moment. Yes, he is actually. Sean Abbott is on the ground for...
He's on for somebody.
Josh Hazelwood, I think, who is a big sweater. So he often goes off after his bowl to change his shirt and change his socks.
57 for 2. In comes Stark. Bowls short. And that's pulls away hard out to deep square leg. Gets on the second bounce. And tossed back again. 58 for 2. End of that Stark over. 15 gone. That usually heralds a drinks break. Here they come. Certainly the Australians walking out there, and there's a lone English drinks bearer coming out. It looks like Harry Brook there, bringing out drinks for the 2 batsmen, and the ground staff come tearing on. Now, certainly at Nagpur, not Nagpur, what do I mean? I mean, where have we been?
Lucknow?
Where was the Lucknow? Thank you. They would get the super soppers out, and they'd be all over the ground at this stage, mopping up the dew, but That doesn't seem to be happening. He's late, this chap. He's late with his plank of wood. Here he comes. Looks a bit like a pole vaulter running out there with his plank of wood in his right hand.
The real gauge at look now was when the bottle came out for drinks, didn't it? It left a very, very definite mark.
Tire marks. Yeah. Well, again, the drinks trolley has come on as such, but it parks up. We've seen all sorts of very elaborate drinks machines coming out. It's a vast rocket one year that used to come out, but of course no one ever actually has a drink. They used to have a drink from it, but now of course everyone has their own bottle. And
the post-COVID era.
Yeah, it's done it, isn't it? It's done it for the drink, for the drinks machine. I always feel sorry for the chaps who are driving it, because they get out as if one day somebody sure will go there and have one of their drinks, just to make them feel like they're contributing something. He's just standing out there, rather a forlorn figure. He's driven out.
The boys are pretty superstitious, isn't the word? Their routine and their hydration schedule and everything is down pat.
All just nailed down. That's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mine also was as a player, but predominantly after the game.
Well, that's what I'd heard. I wasn't going to bring that up. But, obviously so.
You have to celebrate your wins.
Yes, you do. Of course you do.
It's a hard enough game.
Did you celebrate your wins? Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah. I celebrated wins and commiserated losses equally.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Well, you give it everything out there in the middle, don't you? It's part of the camaraderie as well. But they look pretty confident out there, the Aussies, actually. You can see by the way they're gathered together there and enjoying a drink. I think they're in a pretty good place at the moment.
The England batting lineup is so deep, though. So the fact that the required rate is just a tick over 6.5 per over won't bother England at all. Particularly if the dew is going to continue to get heavier and heavier right throughout this innings.
Now, good news. If you want to see Fucker Zaman in full flow, off you go to the highlights. They're on the BBC Sport website and the app. And you'll also find clips from this game as well. So we'll round everything up in the World Cup Daily Podcast. That's available later on BBC Sounds. But that innings, and spectacular it sounded. And if it's anything like, well, it might be even better than the innings that we saw him play at Calcutta the other night. It'd be quite something.
Yeah, it certainly will. He's such a free-flowing player. He's a beautiful player. I can't believe that Pakistan left him out, to be honest.
I don't think he can believe it. I think he's quite cross, isn't he?
Earlier in the year, he got 300s in a row, then he missed out for a bit. But I'd be confident that 300s on the bounce would buy you a little bit of leeway with the selectors.
Well, I think so. You never quite know with Pakistan, though, do you? 126 from 81 balls, you get 8 fours and 11 sixes. I reckon that's worth going to the website to have a look at.
Absolutely.
Well, he hit a fair few the other night. But, anyway, that's a really good win. It was a shame. You don't want games ruined by rain, but they have won by 21 runs on the DLS method. And there'll be all sorts of calculators and abacuses and everything out now.
So does that mean...
Don't ask me. That's not a good... I don't like the start of that question.
No. It's not where you think it's going to go.
Okay.
Does that go down as a 400 chase?
Oh, no, Phil...
Well, they're chasing 400 and they won.
Yeah, that's turned away into the leg side, and they've run the first one quickly. They're not going to get a second. They never really give margins, do they? Well, I'd be surprised they give them 21 runs as a margin.
They chased 400 morally.
Oh, don't say that word to an Australian. We don't want to hear about moral victories in this box, thank you. We've had enough of that.
Moral victories, or whatever you want to call them. The Ashes are still in Australia.
Just don't bring up that word in here. 59 for 2 in the 16th. And Zampa spins himself a little catch there and trots in over the wicket, tossing that up. Stokes rather turns that away down to long leg for a single. But to whatever it does, and actually, I mean, if England do win this game, that will also cause a few tremors, won't it, up there in that group? Not for them necessarily, but Australia, ramifications on. Oh, there's a drying of the ball. First one we've seen. It was the umpire's got a little towel there. Zampa definitely dried the ball on it. 60 for 2 in the 16th over, and he bowls a little googly that's pushed away down to backward point. No run there for Milan.
But yeah, it feels like something's about to give in this game. From either Stokes or Milan. Feel as though there's a big shot coming in the next probably 9 balls, I would say. 3 from Adam Zampa's over.
Right.
Stark next over.
Milan on the back foot gets a single. That'll get a bit of dew on the ball probably. It's thrown back to to the keeper. Yeah, I mean, the worry for me is that Stokes, having faced all these balls, might suddenly do something reckless, which he did against India, really. Just almost out of frustration, just gave his wicket away. But he's 13 from 35, which by his standards, even, and he does start slowly sometimes, is a very slow start. Zampa moves in, bowls to him, flicked away, beats mid-wicket, picks up one. Up to our left-hand side. Toss back in there by David Warner, who unusually is capless. Certainly no headwear on. He normally has something on, but he's out there at deep square leg. 62 for 2, with a ball to go in the 16th.
I've just seen Pat come and signal out to Travis Head to warm up.
Oh, that could be interesting. That could be the
turning point.
Yeah. Then goes Zampa, bowls short. Oh, that's mistimed. Malan got a ball there that has died. He tried to hit it through the offside, completely mistimed it, and just towed it back to the bowler. So, yeah, he's coming up and doing a little bit of gardening. Well, that will be interesting if that's the moment that Stokes perhaps is looking for to try and press on and see how he goes. 62 for 2. 16 overs gone. Stark's going to bowl this one with Stokes on strike. 14 from 36 balls. I think only 225 more. That rate is climbing. It's heading up above 6.5 now.
Yeah, just looking down the batting list of England, though, that the thing that is always in your back of your mind as a captain is how deep that batting lineup is. And you've got guys as destructive as Livingston and Moeen Ali down at number 7, 8. That becomes really difficult. And
Wokes come back. Yeah.
Wokes has got a great record against Australia in white ball cricket. So then you just have to. You feel like you have to push harder earlier. You might have to exhaust some of your frontline quicks.
Now Stark's on his way, bowls to Stokes, who flays across his pad. They want 2 if they can. They won't get it though. The fielder gets there quickly. That's Labuschagne out on that side, who must have very good hearing, because he was about the only person on the field that heard that little nick from Joe Root, wasn't he? And he was so persuasive.
Yeah, it was really strange. No one behind the wicket went up, but a lot of people in front of the wicket. And in my experience playing with Marnus and captaining Marnus, he is so excitable that at times
you've got to ignore him, haven't you?
Sometimes you have to ignore him because he can bluff you into a review.
Yeah,
and he certainly did that. And it was great captaincy from Pat Cummins.
Well, he got it right. In comes Stark, bowls. Oh, and almost chops the ball into his stump. Stokes is coming through for the run. But, again, quite mistimed there from Milan, looking to run it away down to third man. No, I mean, he was adamant, wasn't he, Labuschagne? But then he often is, I guess.
He was adamant when he reviewed his own LBW decision today as well. And that was cannoning into the stumps.
Well, it's enthusiasm, isn't it? You don't want to knock that too much. 64 for 2 in the 17th. England need 223 more. What's Stokes going to do here? 15 from 37 balls. Hasn't hit a boundary yet. And that'll be just gnawing away a little bit. But he's got Mitchell Stark bowling at him with 5 inside the circle. Stark's on his way. Bowls to Stokes, who drives him for 4. That's a nice shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard.
No, just a punch drive straight back down the ground. Slightly over pitch from Mitchell Stark. It's a sign that the wicket is starting to slide on a little bit more. That's a really good shot from Ben Stokes.
That's the best shot he's played in 3 games. Really. That's just through not trying to hit it too hard. Timing it. That was a really good shot. Now, what's that going to do? Is that going to get him ticking a little bit? 68 for 2. Over his bat again. In comes Stark. Is there? He bowls. A flash this time outside the off stump. A little bit of bounce perhaps from Stark. Trying to get the ball away into the offside. But will that bring back a little bit of fluency?
Yeah, sometimes it's just one shot, isn't it? We've seen it so often.
So I'm told.
And all of a sudden, you just start to feel a little bit more comfortable. And that was right out of the middle, that
good shot.
That straight drive.
But he had been trying to, say, Sri Lanka and India's trying to hit the ball so hard.
Which can happen when you're feeling for your rhythm and your form. You're almost searching for that one shot to get you away.
In comes Stark. Bowls short, pulled into the leg side. Has he found the gap? No, not really. So he's got 1 there. Down to long leg. Another single.
50 partnership between these two off 75 deliveries.
Right. A bit of a rebuilding phase as Australia found themselves in too with Smith and Labuschagne after the loss of the openers. Bairstow was out first ball. I mean, he'll hate that little nick down the leg side off a loosener, really, from Stark.
He actually gave himself out, I think.
He walked off, didn't he? He's very sporting.
He started to walk, and Murray Erasmus then went to put his finger up, so he went back, and the finger went right up.
Here's Stark. Bowls, and that's tucked away into the onside, going for a quick single. They'll get there. And going to the far end. Wouldn't be for Johnny Bairstow to cause an argument with an Australian wicketkeeper about a dismissal. 70 for 2, 17 overs gone. Aaron Finch, nice to see him here, and then Geoff Lemon will take up commentary.
Yeah, it's just teetering at the moment, this game. 50 partnership. Saw it right through the Australian innings that every time they started to develop a partnership, they just lost a wicket at the wrong time. Wasn't able to get a huge amount of momentum, and it felt like they were always one wicket further behind the game than what they would have liked to be. But we see now Travis Head does come into the attack. This will be a big moment in the game.
This is very interesting. They've had Maxwell as the spin back up to this point. He's bowled really well through this World Cup. Travis Head, slightly different kind of part-time off-spinner. He turns it more, shreds the ball more, a bit more attacking. We saw him take, was it 4 for 10 in Sri Lanka in that test match last year?
That's right.
Ripped through a few when the pitch was turning in Gaul. Won't get anything like that sort of assistance here. But he is useful. Bowled a fair bit in the Big Bash back in Australia.
Often with a new ball too.
One of those early trick sort of performances. He gets a little turn here around the wicket, straightening down the line, punched away by Milan for a single. 72 for 2.
Yeah, I think the difference between Travis Head and Maxwell's a lot taller and bowls from a really high arm angle. He gets every bit of his height out of his action, so he tends to bowl down a little bit more into the wicket.
Head loops this one, and it's punched off the back foot, a little short again. They'll get one run down to long off. 72 for 2. Milan has 33, Stokes has 21.
Whereas Travis Head gives it a little bit more air. Just goes up out of the hand and expects Stokes to try and Milan to take advantage of that. Milan will be looking over cover.
Head bowls that one a little flatter, and it's pushed away through point. They'll get a run. Stark thought he might be able to stop it at backward point, but can't. But there's protection back on the fence. 73 for 2.
Both of these players like giving themselves a touch of room and targeting that cover area against the off spin. So expect both of them to maybe try and line Travis Head up.
Head bowls to Stokes, who's driving, getting a run down to long off. It's been simple so far. Single every ball. 74 for 2.
It's this time for Australia where you can be caught in two minds, whether to really push and get that run rate up above 7.5, or try and get some overs out of your part-time.
Head bowls a good delivery, straightens down the line of the stumps, and Milan treats it with respect, just pushes it away. One ball to come, and this Travis Head over, his first for the tournament. A lot of flight, and drops it quite nicely just towards the footmarks, in towards the boots of David Milan. He'll get a run down the ground. 75 for 2, 5 singles from it. Just wonder if Stokes gets tempted. We saw the way he really went after Todd Murphy during the Ashes. Was determined to smash the off-spinner when he could. And Murphy created chances against Stokes as well, even when that all-out attack was happening. Can he rein himself in against Travis Head? Does he want to? Would he rather go after Travis Head? 75 for 2 after 18 overs.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think this phase of the game, Marcus Stoinis coming into the attack from the northern end. I think this is a part where Stokes and or Milan will decide that we have to put some pressure back onto Australia. Because if they get after both of these bowlers, what that will force Australia to do is bring back Cummins, bring back Hazelwood, maybe go a little bit more with Stark, and just interrupts your plans. As we see on the TV coverage, there's just a slight bit of dew on the little buggy that zips around the outside of the ground. Looks like there's a lot settling on the leaf, but the curator did say that he sprayed the ground with the anti-condensation.
Interesting.
Which I've got no idea how that works.
I didn't know that existed. Stoinis runs up and bowls to David Milan. Who will get a single down to mid-off. It's a bit slack, Aaron.
Oh, it looked like that Cameron Green was cutting that angle from cover and might have had half a chance of a run out, but very good run. Yeah, that's something that gets sprayed quite a bit in this part of the world, in the subcontinent. You'll see it more so throughout the IPL, where at that time of the year the dew is really heavy on the ground. And there's some grounds, particularly Delhi, the home side always knows when it's been applied, and sometimes the opposition get bluffed by, yes, we sprayed it today, so there'll be no dew, and it comes in heavy.
Stoinis bowls to Stokes, who pulls a short ball out behind square leg for 1. 77 for 2. Well, this is how Stoinis picked up a couple of wickets against Pakistan when they were flying. Used the short ball, got catches behind square. Players playing the cross-bat shot. He's an aggressive part-time, well, sort of part-time in this team. Hasn't bowled a lot in the tournament, but was called upon in that Pakistan game. Is an all-rounder. Has bowled a lot in Big Bash cricket, internationals at times. Digs one in, but it doesn't get up very high on the line of the leg stump. It's tapped to mid-wicket, no run. So I just wonder if he's the kind of bowler that the batters think they can get after, and that gives him an opportunity as well to take wickets.
Yeah, it does, because at times, you know that Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins are so good when they've got the game on their terms. So you have to try and find a way to put pressure back onto the Australian attack.
David Malan waiting for Stoinis and wanting a run down to mid-off. Again, he has to run quickly, but they've taken that one really well today. I don't know if there's anything the Australians can do to be sharper on that, but the number of times that they've pushed to mid-on or mid-off and just gone with it and made it through. 78 for 2.
Yeah, the Australians tend to sit a little bit deeper than a lot of other teams in that area of the ground, particularly against teams like England, where you feel like they're coming hard at you all the time. See that can often be a catching position as opposed to a run saver. So that's the trade-off. You're wondering, do we save 1 or 2 runs or create a half chance?
Stoinis up and dancing down the pitch. Stokes pulls on the bounce to Stark at mid-wicket. Sign of aggression, bit of life from Stokes. The defibrillators have been applied.
Yeah, there's a big shake of the head after he's hit that in the middle and picked out Mitchell Stark at mid-wicket. Shake of the head and the shoulders go down. It's just building. It's just bubbling, and it's a matter of time before it bubbles over one way or the other.
20.
Stokes will get away with a big shot, or he'll get out.
Stoinis up to Stokes, who pulls a slower ball bouncer, and he'll get a run for it behind square. So he's up to 24, but he's faced 45 balls to get there. He's hit the 1 boundary. 19 overs bowled, 79 for 2. You could say that it's unlike Stokes when you think of those free-flowing innings, but it's quite like Stokes in a lot of other ways. We do see these sorts of innings where he takes a lot of time to get set and build into something, and then the explosion.
Yeah, you think back to the Great Ashes innings of his. There was one, I think it was the Headingley one. He was 15 or 20 off 100 deliveries, and he'd taken a lot of time, soaked up a lot of pressure.
He was 2 runs off about 50 balls at the end of the 3rd day there.
Yeah.
Came out on the 4th day and blew up once he got himself into that day's play. Made 135 not out. Chasing 350 odd on the last day. Travers Head gets a ball that's looping up off the toe as he bowls it in full. There's no run. Wearing a fair bit of protection on that broken thumb on his left hand. Next ball's driven down the ground by Stokes for 1. 80 for 2, the score.
It just feels like this could be the over that turns the game.
Waiting. You're waiting.
I am waiting.
Scores 80 for 2, 40 singles so far.
40 singles. Head floats the ball up and Malan gets a run off the inside edge just in front of point there, or square leg rather. So Malan has 38, Stokes has 25. England need 287 to win. They bowled out Australia for 286 in the 50th over. Head around the wicket, gives it some loop, backing away, chips it almost to cover, but instead it rolls away through point for a run. That was almost what you were waiting for, Aaron.
Yeah, that was a big high backlift. It looked like he was shaping up to try and launch that over the mid-wicket boundary, and just changes his shot at the last minute.
Had to punch it off leg stump in the end. It's 82 for 2. Head bowls a little quicker in at the stumps at middle, and it's punched away by Malan to cover. Again, there's no run.
Yeah, very good over from Travis Head, just not allowing the batters to get a step and hit.
Head very quickly getting through these overs, and that's almost through onto the stumps, just backing away. Hits it into the ground hard, David Malan. On the bounce to cover. 20 overs bowled, 82 for 2. So they get through an over of Travis Head's off spin at the cost of 3 singles. I think if they're going after anyone, it's Travis Head, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be. And Stoinis, I think that Stokes showed his intent by using his feet down the wicket, trying to put a lot of pressure back on Marcus Stoinis.
Well, they've had 3 overs from... If Stoinis and Head are the 5th bowler between them, they've just bowled 3 overs and gone at 4 runs and over. So Stoinis 4 from his 1, Head 8 from 2. England need 205 further runs from 180 balls. So
then as a captain, you're always wrestling with how long do you push the 5th bowler or the part-timer, because one over too long can be disaster at times.
Stoinis into Stokes, who gets it off his pads only for a run out to deep square leg, 83 for 2. And how much is there the temptation to go for the wildcard option, to throw a ball to Marnus Labuschagne or Steve Smith and just give them 1 over of something different and see if you can draw a mistake that way as well?
Not very tempting.
No. Too high risk?
Very high risk. It's somewhere in the subcontinent like Sri Lanka where the wickets turn a lot more than what they do in India. You'd be tempted, but probably not to 2 set batters.
Stoinis to David Malan, who just drives the ball back to the bowler. No run. Another dot ball.
There is times when you have some ideas that pop up, and that's when you use your senior players around you, guys that you trust. You go to them and you say, "This is what I'm thinking. Am I way out of line with this thought?"
See what the feedback is. Had 69 dot balls in the innings so far. Stoinis up to Malan, who flicks it away down through fine leg for 4. Well, that was easy. Leg stump on a length. Gets enough bat to it. And off it goes down the ground. 87 for 2. Aaron Finch has gone off, I would say, to have a break, but he never has a break. He's probably gone off to do 50 minutes of commentary on... He's probably doing the Hindi feed. Michael Vaughan is back.
Yeah, they'll try and get him to. I mean, I think he's gone to do the vertical comms, which is for the phones.
It is a bizarre concept. There's an entire different commentary stream now for people who can't be bothered turning their phones around to landscape view. Here goes Stoinis in at the pads, and Malan's in behind it, defending it, out to cover. No run.
Good partnership. It's a partnership that's moved to 68 off 98. Ben Stokes is striking at 55, but he's just hanging in there. You know, the rate's not ridiculous. 6.82 on a pitch like this, which is skidding on. The outfield's fast. 176 balls to get 200. It's a kind of mechanism that a few months ago he just said done and dusted.
Stoinis comes up, short ball, hooks it away off the top edge. There's nobody down there to take the catch at fine leg. Travis Head, the fielder who's out there, is set pretty square. So a boundary, slightly streaky one, but 4 runs nonetheless. 91 for 2. David Malan building into this innings. He's up to 46, turning it into a good one.
Yeah, he generally goes quite big when he gets in. He's one of those kind of players that sometimes it takes him a while to get in, but once he starts to get his rhythm.
He's a player who doesn't mind facing Australia, doesn't mind fast bowling, doesn't mind bounce, doesn't mind the short ball. Remember that 100 he made in Perth a few years ago. Stoinis, and bowls short to him, and he's hooking again, this time straight to Travis Head. Down at long leg. 92 for 2. Malan's up to 47. 21 overs bowled now. So England need 287 to win. That's 195 runs away, 174 balls remaining. So that part of the equation is not too uncomfortable at this point.
So, Geoff, I'm going to ask you, so Fuckers man, do you reckon in a few years' time, when he's talking to his kids, his grandkids, and they're saying, "Oh, what about that day in Bangalore when you were chasing 401 and you chased them down comfortably?" Do you think he'll mention the fact there was a bit of rain?
Got him on Duckworth Lewis. It is an incredibly Pakistan cricket team style of thing to happen. In at the stumps goes Head. In behind it is Malan. There's no run there. So when New Zealand made 400, I think I said on air earlier, yeah, it is a formality. They cannot lose this game. Well, they have, but they'll feel a bit hard done by. Driven square by Stokes. Ball goes out to deep point. 93 for 2.
Well, it's still a great effort from Pakistan to think that they were up and ahead of the rate after 25 overs on 200 for 1. Pakistan 126 off 81.
It's Malan, that last single. Stokes now driving, trying to drive down the ground, but gets it squarer out through mid-wicket. 94 for 2. Well, it's a remarkable effort. I mean, to be ahead on Duckworth-Lewis halfway through the innings needed something incredibly special. That's a different kind of chase than batting the full 50 overs, but it's still a remarkable one. Head bowls a little quicker. Cut out to deep point. One more run to the score. 95 for 2. Upper Malan on 49. Doing a job here for England. Made 100 against Bangladesh, otherwise he's had a pretty poor tournament. Stokes comes down the wicket and he hits big down the ground. That was always going to come at some point. He can't face off spin without trying to hit it eventually, and he raises England's 100, and they're manoeuvring themselves into a stronger position here. Stokes up to 34. He's faced 51 balls. He's hit 1-4. That's his first 6 of the night.
Yeah, the 452nd 6 of the tournament.
There you go. Head. And he tries again. Inside edge. It nearly bowls him. Nearly plays it onto his stumps. And Travis Head just has his hands on his head. Looking a bit bemused. Looking like a puppy dog who's been shown a bone and that's been put back in the fridge. 101 for 2 at the end of the over. Malan 49. Stokes 34. 22 overs bowled. They need 287 England to win.
Yeah, and just looking at the overs left, I mean, Pat Cummins has got 7 overs remaining. Stark's got 4. He's bowled beautifully, 2 for 29, and then you've got Hazelwood who's got 5.
Cummins is coming back on now.
Yeah, he's got a few to bowl. I'm pretty sure they'll target him with a few short balls, try and get his skidding on. I don't think there's any shape or movement or zip, so he'll be wary of pitching it up. He'll try and get the bats in it square of the wicket. Really chanting. Who's popular down here to our right? Who is that?
Can't quite pick that up. Cummins will start his next over to Malan, who's getting a thick top edge down to deep third. Just throws the bat at that width. Fairly low risk shot, and that raises his half century. 63 balls faced for David Malan's 50. 4 4s and a 6. He's batted really well today. Needed to. His opening partner was dismissed first ball. Joe Root didn't last much longer beyond that. And David Malan is the one who needs to bat through. It is the kind of thing that he does when he gets set. So half century for him. Well batted. Been out there for just over 100 minutes. Round the wicket now. Cummins to Stokes, who pulls the short ball out to deep backward square leg. 1 run to this sweeper out there. 103 for 2. 184 to win.
Yeah, there's that short ball, just trying to get Ben Stokes to top edge one. Australia know that Ben Stokes has got such a strong mentality that when the game's hot, he seems to get a bit hotter. Seems to thrive on these kind of situations, even though England are not having a great World Cup. It's England versus Australia.
Cummins over the wicket to Malan, who tries to launch him. He's launched him high. It might not have gone far enough, and it's caught by Travis Head at deep backward square leg. Malan will not be the one to bat through. He's out for an even 50. Tried to smash that squarer more over mid-wicket, but in the end it just hangs up high in the night, well above that ring of fire, those floodlights around the roof canopy of this stadium. Third wicket goes down. 103 for 3 now as Malan is out. Caught Head, bowled Cummins for 50.
Yeah, that's a very unlike Malan's shot. When he's in, he generally just sees it through. Bats a bit longer. I think he's taken that on a bit too early. Cummins is such a threat, such a danger for Australia. brought himself on because they needed a wicket, and he strikes in his first over back. The England captain, Jos Buttler, is strolling out there. He could do with a score. Such a wonderful white ball player. Struggled in the World Cup. Can he just find a bit of rhythm, just to hang around for a while? We know he can explode into life when he's at his best. And I always think when you're just out of the runs, it's worth just giving yourself a bit longer, a bit more time. You know, just give himself time to get used to conditions, the pitch, the Australian bowlers. And if he has to catch up in 20, 30 balls time, you know, he's got the gift to be able to do so.
Phil Long?
Yeah, made 43 in the opening game against New Zealand. Since then, scores of 20, 9, 15, 8 and 10.
That is a strange run for such a commanding player. And he's got out in conventional kind of ways, mostly fishing outside the off stump, nibbling through to the keeper. 3 of those that I can remember. Got that terrific ball from Naveen ul-Haq, the Afghan quick, who managed to jag it off the seam back through the gate. That would have got a lot of players out, but he didn't play a good shot to it.
Yeah, and that's why Pat Cummins straight away has put the huge Cameron Green at first slip, so you could say that they've got 2 slips in place with the wingspan of Cameron Green. He pretty much covers 2 people.
Yeah, he's about the size of 2. I'm not the shortest person in the world, but when I stand next to Cam Green, I still feel small. He's just an enormous human being. So he's about 2 slips. He's at about 2nd slip, but he can be everything from 1st to 3rd. And Cummins will look for another wicket here, bowling to Buttler. Back of a length, just hopping up. Buttler drops it away to cover. 103 for 3. So they need 184 more from 164 balls. But Milan gone now. Stokes well set, 35 off 53. Need him to bat deep. Stokes and Buttler, that partnership from 2019, of course. The ease with which Jos Buttler scored that day on a pitch where everyone else had struggled, came in and peeled off a run of ball 50. Made it look so simple. Cummins bowls to him, and he's defending a ball back of a length. Away to cover once again, Mitchell Stark Fields.
Yeah, he always kind of study the screen when a batter goes out there, because he always gets the run of all the dismissals in the competition. And it's been the seamers that have done the job against Buttler on every occasion, actually. He's been caught behind a couple of times, bowled. Just lacked a bit of rhythm, particularly with that front foot, just moving that ball back towards the line of the ball.
Cummins to Buttler, who's edging along the ground to slip. Well, there you go. Had a little fish outside the off stump. Gets a thick edge. Soft hands enough to keep it down. Not a huge amount of carry in this surface, you would think. It's not like that ball would be flying through its slip. Green takes it cleanly. 103 for 3 after 23 overs.
Have we had an announcement of the attendance today yet?
No, we didn't get one for the first game here either. So I don't know if we will get one for today. I don't know if they do attendance at this particular
Were
ground.
you at the first game?
I wasn't here. I was following along remotely.
I mean, it's such a huge arena. I reckon there's at least 40,000 in today.
It seems about right. They can't actually agree on what the capacity is, though, because there are 2 plaques here at either end, and one says 130,000 and the other says 105, 110.
It's quite a difference.
Yeah, the odd 20 or 30,000 people difference. But, you know, near enough is good enough sometimes. So Adam Zampa will continue. He bowled 3 overs earlier, none for 7. Stokes might be a little more aggressive now. Punches off the back foot down the ground for 1 to long on. Gives Buttler the strike. Stokes has 36. England 104 for 3. They're 183 runs away from victory here. They've got 27 overs left in which to do it. So are these the kind of things you're able to pick up when you're watching Jos Buttler bat? You can see the little technical issues that have...
I just think sometimes he gets shut off with his front foot. It doesn't allow him to get back towards the ball. Head falls over to the offside.
Zampa Bowls to him. A teasing leg break that dips on him. Might have been the wrong one as well.
And I like him when he dips. He's actually just done it there. He dips, so he kind of sits back on his heels, so his weight's going more through his heels rather than through his toes. When it's through his toes, he kind of falls over to the offside. You'll see him now. He'll just dip. Watch this. Yes, the spinner, yes. There you go.
Zampa bowls him. That is a leg break on the line of the leg stump, and he turns it away to mid-wicket.
Yeah, just give himself a bit of time. That's what the skipper should be doing. When you're out of form, out of runs, just spend a bit of time in the middle.
Zampa to Butler, who's looking for a run. He'll get one here just in front of point, places it between the two fielders. 105 for 3, and the required rate is still under 7. For someone like Joss Butler, that's a walk in the park if he's in.
Yeah,
he could score at 17 and over if he wanted to at times.
Yeah, and they bat pretty deep in this game, so you know, they've got Liam Livingstone, they've got Moeen Ali, they've got David Willey, Adil Rashid, Mark Wood. They've got plenty of Chris Wokes, plenty of batting.
Zampa, 2 to come in the over. Bowls to Stokes, darts it through right at the middle stump, and Stokes punches it back to the bowler. Can't score there. 2 singles from the first 5 balls. Zampa with 16 wickets in this World Cup so far. They'll need to take some runs off him at some point. In now to Stokes, the left-hander, who whips across the line out to deep square leg for 1. 106 for 3. 3 singles from the over. 24 overs in to this England run chase. They need 287, so they're 181 runs away. How much do you think it might have an effect for Butler having to lead this team? Because he's such a free-flowing player when he's at his best. It's been one of the delights of cricket over the last 7-8 years, has been watching him, especially in white ball cricket, the way he's destroyed teams at times. Some of the hundreds that he's made have been outrageous. He scores at a rate that very few have matched in the history of the game.
Yeah, but I think when you look back to all those kind of performances, it's generally when he's got in quite early. You know, I think he's a better player when he can just give himself just a bit of time to get in, get used to the conditions.
Cummins round the wicket to Stokes, looking for the pads, and Stokes just keeps him out. Almost falls over going forward, trying to jam the bat down in time.
Yeah, and once he's in, you know, he can just hit pretty much any ball wherever he wants. He's that good. You know, this is a different role in T20 cricket. He's at the top of the order. You know, that's why, you know, in the Rajasthan team with the IPL, he's got such a good record, but he's got a completely different role. His record in India in 50-over cricket is not very good. Not played a huge amount of cricket, but you know, he certainly hasn't got the numbers that he has elsewhere around the world.
Cummins to Stokes round the wicket, cramps him up, played back to the bowler, and goes and fields from his own work, which does seem strange because he's played so much IPL cricket. He'd be more at home out here than most non-Indian players.
Yeah, and a lot of the England white ball 50-over team, they've played a lot of IPL, and you know, but this is a different format. You know, it's almost a different sport these days to what it used to be. I mean, this is a format now that...
Cummins to Stokes, short ball, and he just gets out of the way. Doesn't sway much, but just sways enough. 106 for 3.
I mean, the batters that have had a lot of success in this World Cup, like Quinton de Kock, they haven't been explosive at the start. They've given themselves time, and then they've just had great boundary options in the middle of the innings, and then they can flourish at the end. But they're willing to bat for quite a long period of time, which is hard work in the heat. Now, you've got to be fit. Not saying that the England players aren't fit at all, they all are, but that's the kind of qualities that you need in these. Look at Virat Kohli, how fit he is.
Cummins in at the stumps again, and Stokes defending 4 dots in a row. Yeah, someone like Kohli made fitness into his calling card.
Yeah.
His key characteristic was, I will be fitter than everybody else. I'll run 2s better than everybody else. I'll have the stamina. David Warner's similar.
Well, I reckon in time, and Virat Kohli will get a great mention, not only for his runs and obviously his expertise, but he really was the driving force behind India becoming a very fit cricket team.
And a good fielding side at last, which was something that took a long time to catch up. Cummins up to Stokes. It's another bouncer, and this time it goes just over the helmet, and Stokes looks at square leg and expresses his dismay that it's not called a wide. Murray Erasmus says that's above the shoulder and no more than that. 5 dots from Cummins.
This has been a class over. It really has. Around the wicket, squeezing Ben Stokes for any width, just the angle from around the wicket into Ben Stokes, ball dead straight, good length, then the bouncer. So 5 dots, pressure building. Stokes now 37 from 61. He's striking at 60.
Cummins on that long run in. Bowls to Stokes, who's almost getting a run. Tries to work it through square leg, but can only get it to Mitchell Stark at short mid-wicket. So maiden over from Patrick Cummins. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15 for him. We're at the halfway mark of the innings. 25 overs bowled. England need 287. They've got 106 for 3. They need 181 more runs from 150 deliveries. And to take you through the next half hour, it will be Jonathan Agnew with Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, just looking at the rate now. It's gone to 7.24. The original rate was 5.74. England 150 balls to get 181. And the DJ's going. He's obviously after a response from the crowd, but I can't quite work out what he's trying to get them to sing back.
Seems to work better when we've got a full house, doesn't it? When there's, what, 100,000 empty seat.
Now Butler's down the pitch. He's driven it straight along off, and he's caught. Oh, and he's turned his back and he's walking off furiously. Down the pitch, first ball of the over, and it's picked out Cameron Green. There's bucket-like hands. He certainly wasn't going to drop that. It was waist high.
Well, I'll go back to the last over. Cummins bowled a maiden. He's bowled a maiden to Stokes. And I think Butler thought, you know what, I've got to get this going. I don't think he needed to go so soon. When you're not in great form, and he's such a good player, I think that's too high a risk in the situation. England require just over 7s. In this area of the game, just over 7s is not a great deal. And he's just chose the wrong moment to go, the England captain. He's not having a great World Cup, the skipper.
No.
And that's a mistake. That's a poor option at this stage. But I do think it's on the back of that maiden, the last over. And I think he probably thought, oh, we better get the boundary count going. I don't think he needed to do that. Moeen Ali's coming in ahead of Liam Livingstone. England in trouble, 4 down.
1 from 7, Butler. And Stokes 37 from 62. They're just batsmen in bad form, aren't they? Root, Stokes, Butler, 3, 4, 5 just aren't in nick, and Stokes is taking his time here to try and get a bit of touch.
Well, generally when you're out of form, you end up making bad judgment calls. You know, when you're in clear, calm thinking mindset, you just play and you kind of rotate the strike, and before you know, you're 7 or 8 off 15, but you're not worried. You know you can hit a boundary or 2 and you're away. That was just a little bit of a panic from the England captain, but it does come on the back of that maiden.
Yeah.
And that's welcome to the Ashes, it says on a young boy's poster here in the stand.
Gujarat edition, it says. That's nice, I like that. So, nearly 7.5 and over needed, and England have got 6 wickets left.
Yeah, Josh Butler's World Cup now reads 106 runs across his 7 innings at an average of 15.1.
Yeah, and he's batting at 5. You know, it's key, isn't it? 106 for 4. Got a bit of a feel about this again. Zampa, spectacles on, spins himself a catch. Moeen's in, presumably to try and hit the leg spinner into the leg side, but he does bowl quite a good googly as well. 106 for 4 as Zampa scuttles in. He's there and he bowls. Moeen as leans forward.
You've had a little bit of a feeling of Jeffrey today, Aggers.
Maybe I've just seen
on the
nothing,
bus we had a little bit of a video of our predictions, and I half fancied in them because of no Mitchell Marsh and Glenn Maxwell. You just went straight, no chance.
It was a bit like that, wasn't it? I'm sorry. 106 for 4 on the 26th, and that's clipped away out to mid-wicket. Well, you gave a very long answer, first of all, and then someone else gave a
fresh
very
out the
long
box,
answer.
you see. I thought I would arrive with full of energy.
Someone else gave a long answer. I thought, no, they're going to lose. It just felt like it. But anyway, well, from an English perspective, so they don't. 106 for 4. Zampa bowls, Moeen's forward, creeps away into the offside this time. But half the battle is persuading themselves that they could win and getting themselves over the line. That's the hardest part when you're in losing games. And it gets to a pressurised state like this. Zampa bowls. I mean, again, tucks him away into the leg side. And it's about those decision that decision-making process that you talk about. You know, you get it wrong, don't you? Just make a wrong decision.
I'd much prefer to see Josh Butler try and play the reverse sweep, you know, rather than the big risk down the ground. Zappa's bowled 4.5 overs, 1 for 10.
Yeah, he was nowhere near the pitch of that one either. Right, here's the last ball of the over. Moeen clips him away for a single. So that's one off the last 2 overs and a wicket.
Well, this is perfect for Cummins to bowl to Moeen Ali now.
Yeah.
Bowl a few short balls.
Yeah. I suspect that's what he'll do. He's mopping his brow. 107 for 4. 26 overs gone. Stokes 37 from 62. And as you see how, I mean, he's got to keep batting now, isn't he? I mean, he suddenly, if he got out, having eaten up all this number of balls.
Yeah, but he's got to be proactive. He can't just play a maiden out. You know, when you've been out there for nearly an hour and a half, to play out a maiden is just building more pressure and putting the other batters under too much pressure. And your job when you're a player that's in is to get your partner in. You know, by playing out a maiden, you're putting your new batting partner under too much pressure. Butler made the wrong option, but you know, I do think that maiden before just was a bit too much pressure.
6 runs off the last 4 overs and lost 2 wickets. In comes Cummins then, bowls, and that's an edge from Moeen. Sends the ball fine and for 4 runs, beating third man. Can't get there. So it was a moral victory for Cummins. It was a genuine edge. It just flew away through the slips and down to the boundary. So, well, a rather lucky fall for Moeen, but they'll all do. He goes to 5. 111 for 4. 26.1 overs. It's Cummins. Round the wicket again, moves in, bowls to Moeen. There's no slip there, and he gets another thick edge. This time it runs to third man. They take 1 run. So, Stokes, what are you going to do? How's he going to play this?
Well, he knows it's going to be angled from around the wicket. Pat Cummins isn't going to offer him too much width. So he has to work out a method of either getting it fine down to third or working away to that mid-wicket. There's a big vacant space in mid-wicket.
Stokes on strike, bowls short and pulls are not timed. Dragging the ball out to mid-wicket. This is so frustrating for Stokes. He's such a clean hitter, but he just can't time the ball.
Adam Zampa's 17 wickets now in the World Cup. What a shanker for Sri Lanka. 18. He's bowled great, hasn't he? The left armour. Bowled brilliant against India. Got hit a bit towards the end, but bowled a beauty to get rid of Rohit Sharma.
112 for 4. Stokes waits. Cummins bowls to him. Another bouncer. Stokes this time isn't interested in and just allows it to sway away. Latest crowd figures 55,000. And there's still more empty seats than there are with seats of people sitting in them. It's such a bizarre
There
place.
must be a lot sat above us that we can't see.
55,000.
Wow.
So that's not even half full. It's barely a third full.
80,000 empty seats.
Well, I don't know. 112 for 4. In the 27th, Cummins runs in hard, bowls a slower ball. Stokes tries to run it to third man, can't get it there.
Phil, when was the last time Ben Stokes scored? How many dots on the trot is that?
That's 9.
An over and a half.
Just looks so unhappy. Look at his body language. Look at him on the screen.
39 dots out of 65 for Ben Stokes.
Here, really crashing his bat into the ground there in frustration. 112 for 4. In comes Cummins. There now, bowls short. Now there's a single. Pulling it around the corner. He might even get 4. He does get 4 for it. Fine deflection. Head couldn't stop it. And a very welcome boundary for Ben Stokes. Only his third. He also hit a 6, but 41 now from 66 balls. And there were 9 runs from that Cummins over, so 116 for 4. England need 171 more. Those balls are ticking away. Those 138 left, so they need to score at 7.4 runs per over. Pakistan have beaten New Zealand in a rain-affected match which just keep things ticking along a bit as far as qualification for the semi-finals is concerned. Still more matches to play, of course. England's next game is actually the Netherlands on Wednesday. 1-1-6 for 4. Ali on strike. Zampa bowls him down the leg side. It's a wide.
It's been...
Hello, Bharat.
Oh, hello.
Welcome
Hi.
back.
Thank you, Jonathan. Pat Cummins and Adam Zampa.
Let's watch Zampa over the wicket. Bowls another wide down the leg side. Moeen just looking at it dismissively.
It was this couple that brought Australia into the tournament against Sri Lanka when that opening partnership was taking the game away. They took 2 wickets each, both ends, and didn't let Sri Lanka get away.
Zampa again, bowling his wrist spin. That's a better line. Moeen, who might be tempted to hit that away over cow corners. In fact, he's gazing in that direction now. He blocked that one, but that was pretty much in the arc. Hit with the spin. Zampa's flexing his leg. I think he's okay. We'll see. 118 for 4. There he goes again, bouncing in bowls, and that's flicked by Moeen Ali out to mid-wicket, who's quite straight.
His body's been in the wars. He's hurt himself.
Yes.
Had a big gash on his nose
in the swimming pool. Yes, that was extraordinary, wasn't it? 118 for 4. I think he's okay. He just seemed to flex his leg for that last ball. He goes again, bowls, and Moeen on the front foot finds cover this time. All these dots is incredibly difficult to get away. 1 for 13 is almost completed his 6th over. Moeen on 6. He's faced 10 balls now. Zampa bowls, so he can flick that away, but again finds the fielder inside the circle.
Quite an interesting character. Adam Zampa has been referred to as weird and different throughout his career, throughout his life. He doesn't like it, though. Doesn't like it at all.
Doesn't he?
He says, I'm the most normal person you'll ever meet.
I wouldn't like to be called weird, though. Who's calling him weird? Journalists. Then goes Zampa again, bowls, and there's a wrong one. Moeen, I don't think, spotted that. And it runs out to mid-off. 1 ball to go in the over.
Oh, it's a word that's been used for me as well.
I'm sure that's for me too. I think we've probably all been called it at some stage in our lives.
He was pretty insistent that Sean Abbott and Alex Carey he picked out as guys who were stranger, quirkier than even he is.
Quirkier. 118 for 4. Here's the last ball of over 28. He moves in bowls. Oh, again, Moeen gets a thick edge, and there's a desperate diving save there by third man just inside the boundary. Labuschagne has had a good day in the field. Keeps them down just to 1 run. So Moeen will keep the strike. But what a spell this is now from Adam Zampa. 6 overs, taking 1 for 14. And England needed 168 more runs from 132 balls. Their target is 287. Seems a long way away at the moment. 119 for 4 after 28.
Mitchell Starc seems to be coming back on to maybe take this game further away from England. Just on Adam Zampa, lives slightly off-grid. He used to live in this beautiful house in the Adelaide Hills when he was still based in South Australia. Obviously, he's moved back to New South Wales. He owns this farm, lots of animals. He's obviously very proudly vegan. And I asked him, what his plans are after retirement. He just wants to go to his farm, build a lot of huts and little flats, run Airbnbs, and be the maintenance guy.
Is that right? Do the maintenance? Oh, okay. So he's obviously handy with all that sort of business, is he? 119 for 4. Mitchell Starc is back. There are 5 in the circle, and he's bowling to Ali. I suspect you might see some bouncers coming up in the course of this over, but the first ball is a reasonable length. A loosener, I think, from Starc, and Moeen plays down to mid-off. And there's no run. What have we got out there? Because a bit out of my view, we've got 2 out on the leg side boundary. I think he's going to try and tempt Moeen here to go for that hook shot. Doesn't surprise me.
It's just coming, isn't it? With Moeen Ali on strike, that short ball. Also as a South Indian, I'm very proud of Adam Zampa's Indian food choices. Loves the dosa.
Oh, okay. 119 for 4. In comes Stark, left arm over, bowls, and Mowing drives him out to cover. And there's no run there. 119 for 4. Well, the food in this country is so good, isn't it? I mean, I go veg here to really enjoy it, I must say. It's a nice change, isn't it?
Have you had a bun masker yet, Aggers?
A bun masker?
Yeah, bun masker.
A masker. I don't think I've been. I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of things I've eaten and I'm not sure what they were. Because unless there's a sign there that actually says a label, I'm a bit lost. 119 for 4. Stark bowls. There's a short ball, but didn't go up very high. And Moe swung it away for a single. Down to long leg. Well, what's one of those then?
Oh, because you can't get a drink in Gujarat. I went out last night for a chai and a bun masker.
Perfect. Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's sugary chai, so you get the sugar hit. But also, bun maska is basically just a bun, and maska means butter.
But it's a kind of sweet, almost like icing. Almost, it's a strange, yeah.
So you went out for a cup of tea and a bit of bread and butter,
and then you dip it in your chai.
Right. I see.
Yes.
Go high. Much sugar.
You can't sleep.
It's that sugary, is it? 120 before. Stokes on strike. In comes Stark. Bowls to him, and he carves this into the offside. There should be 2. A long chase to the fielder. He dives, just keeps it in, and then throws it back again. David Warner having a very good day in the field today. In fact, he's having a very good tournament, full stop. He didn't get any runs today, but rather rejuvenated David Warner, it seems. Joy's playing over here, of course. 122 for 4.
Oh, the way he gets the Indian crowds going.
Yeah.
He knows how to play them.
Yes, he does. No, he does. He's had a great tournament, isn't he? So Stokes picked up 2 there, 43 from 67. In comes Stark, bowls to him, and he gets an inside edge there, slow ball, get the pace quite right, and picks up a single. Down to Travis Head, down to our right. And now Mowing, twiddle of the bat. Let's see if that short ball that Stark gave him was just a little bit of a gentle tempter, and actually this one is going to be a bit of a rip snorter. The field is changing. Makes me feel that's going to be the case, because there's a man coming out a third fielder now at a deep backward square leg. So is this just a bluff? We shall see. But that first short ball there felt like a bit of a gimme from Stark. He can bowl a much quicker bouncer than that. And Mowing to the situation where, in a way, he's going to have to start thinking about taking it on. There's 1 ball left in the over. Deep point comes in. They're making a lot to do about this short-pitched field setting here. Almost to the point where he's going to struggle to pitch it up, because mid-on and mid-off are in. Last ball of the over. What's it going to be? Everything says short. Moves in, bowls. It is short and almost caught at mid-wicket. Mistimed. Cummins there, not too far away from that. He's applauding Stark, saying well bowled. Yeah, didn't get up terribly high. Wasn't quite the really lethal bouncer that I thought Mowing might get there, but it still produced a mistimed pull shot. 125 for 4. And Cummins suggesting there, I think, that they've got to get on with it a bit here, because they don't want to get into a situation in which England were, in which they're behind with the over 8 and therefore had to bring a fielder in for the last over. But drinks being brought out for the batsman. Sort of an unofficial drinks break, if you like.
Well, like 2 naughty boys running out. They ran onto the field, Jonathan, and they looked at Barry Erasmus, and then he wasn't looking at it.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're bringing a new bat out for Stokes. So he's obviously decided that's something he's got to try and do. It's simply not timing, but the thing is that the bats all these days are all the same. I mean, I don't know, they obviously have a favourite one, or one they're going to use for the match, or one they're using the nets and so on, but there's not a lot of difference between the bats there. They brought 3 out for Stokes. Maybe he'd broken one. Anyway, he's trying them out. Sends, I think that's Gus Atkinson there on his way with those replacements, and Stokes has a new bat and he's taking guard with it. He's going to face Travis Head, who's bowling from our end. 125 for 4. England need 162. That rate nearly 8 now. His Head bowls short, pulled into the leg side again. No timing. The ball runs out to deep square leg. And he may have heard Stokes. They go, oh, again, that one just didn't get through to him at all. He was through the shot so early. And he let out sort of a cry of exasperation, really. He was looking at the replay in a horrible position when he played that shot. 126 for 4. Head again. Bowles, Moeen's forward, finds the gap there in the offside. And they trot through for a single.
They just have to take Travis Head down.
Yeah.
They left themselves with no options. It's the 6th over that the Head-Stoinis combination would bowl. With the runs not coming at the other end, they have no option but to go after him.
So what's he going to do? He goes back and just picks up a single now. Playing it away for Hazelwood down here. No, it's Green down here to throw it back. 128 for 4. The target 287.
Speaking of bats, Pat Cummins gifted one to a net bowler the other day. This left-arm spinner kept getting him out in the nets, and he said at the end of the session,
you can have it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. And Head bowling and pushed away to the offside, but no run there for Moeen. That's a very nice thing to do.
Joe Root is the best, of course. He gives away a pair of gloves after every net session. He'll find someone.
It's Head, and that's flicking the pad now. Boundaries needed. Just 3 singles off this over. And yeah, they're filling in these overs between Head and Stoinis. So it's the 6th over of that combination. Head again bowls, Moeen on the back foot. Again, can't get it through that field. Straight to Stoinis at point. Very frustrating for England here. There's 3 off that over. And 20 overs remain to be bowled. 128 for 4. And that rate now very nearly 8. 159 from 120 balls. And the batsmen have a conference, a bit of a conversation about things. I think Cummins has captained really well with this bowling attack today, by the way.
Yeah.
This is what, Stark's 3rd spell, I think now. Yeah. He opened, got a couple of wickets, came back for a little short spell. Now he's back again for a short spell. There's been pressure on that far end all the time. Right, Stokes gave that bat a twiddle then. Is he going to take him on? 128 for 4. Stark's on his way, bowls, and hurries him, and a rather cramped defensive shot there, and coming, it's fielded by Stark.
And the run rate goes above 8 for the first time.
There it goes. It's always a bit of a landmark, I think. 8 and over. In the old days it was 6. I think it's gone up to 8 now. There's been that point where the batsmen do start to feel squeezed. They might bring it down again. 3 or 4 good overs, but I think it's always the point, really, where you feel it's just getting away from you. In comes Stark, bowls, and Stokes goes for a huge hit into the leg side. It's been signalled a wide.
Walking right across his stumps, wasn't he, Ben Stokes? He's decided to go for the big hoo-ha shot. They have to line someone up. Travis Head, pitch is slowing down, the ball's not coming on. I think ever since Pat Cummins has established his role as the middle overs operator and enforcer, I think he's allowed himself the need to use the other bowlers cleverly at the other end.
In comes Stark again. There's long strides. Stokes waiting for him, and he tries to get at the 3rd man and can't. And again, these dots are building up. And Stokes is doing some gardening.
105 dot balls now across the innings.
That's remarkable, really, isn't it?
Just to spend some time outside, I can tell you when Cummins took that wicket, more than half the crowd is Australian, or they're supporting Australia.
Just for the day.
Just for the day.
There are some Aussies here. I've seen them with their shirts, waving their flags and so on. 129 for 4. Stark bowls short again, tucked away by Stokes. Should just be a single. To Abbott down here, isn't it? At fine leg. 1 run.
And you're speaking about the Anglo-Australian. You spoke about the Indian fans coming to watch the Anglo-Australian rivalry. When I was growing up in the 90s in Mumbai, it used to be a thing where we used to have our own little ashes in the backyard.
Really?
And the older boys would always be Australia, obviously, and us, the underdogs, were always England.
Is that right? Should we do that rather than play India against Pakistan? Here comes Stark then. Bowls to Moeen, who carves that into the offside, slashing sort of a square drive. Fumble out there, I think, because the ball might be a little bit damp by Warner there. But, they only take one run, 131 for 4. You'd all fall out.
Yeah,
I mean, Pakistan
exactly.
couldn't win, could they?
No. Nobody was allowed to be Pakistan.
Just in case they won.
Yeah, and the parents would get involved as well.
Oh dear, no, you don't want that.
Oh.
I think Australia's safer.
It's safer, yeah, it's safer. Yeah. I can tell you, the English team that I represented won more Ashes Test than the actual England team did in the 90s. I'm sorry to
really? Well, yes, that's not hard. 131 for 4. And here we have Stark bowling. Oh, it's a big hit. Where's he got that from? He's barely timed a shot throughout. But Ben Stokes has launched the ball into the stand to bring up his 50. That came from nowhere. Just slightly short. And he's swung that away into the teeming crowd down there. Wow. It's extraordinary how that was just perfectly timed.
73 balls he had faced before that without timing a single delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. And then he produces that. Well, how's he going to follow that up? Stark again comes in, bowls, and Stokes defends, pushes towards mid-on, takes the single. So he's kept the strike, showing some intent there. 138 for 4. 31 overs gone now. That's bring the rate down below 8 again. So 114 needed after 31 overs. Again, just to remind you that Pakistan have beaten New Zealand thanks to run rate down at Bangalore, we would like to call it. There's a chap there enjoying some dancing. Crikey, is that what do you call that? That's not break dancing, is it?
Oh,
it might break a leg dancing, but he's a Sikh gentleman with a turban on who's having a tremendous time dancing to this music.
It's not Bhangra for sure, so it's a fusion dance.
If you put his back out, if he carries that on for much longer. 138 for 4. 19 overs to go. Stokes on 54. He's going to face Travis Head and his feel. I think this is the over he's going to go. He got that single. He's taken the strike. Then goes Head, bowling his off spin, and Stokes just plays that calmly into the leg side. There's a sliding, desperate save there from Cummins. And so no run, a dot. Stokes taps his bat on the ground. Head bowls to him. He goes for the big one out towards deep mid wicket. It's 6. Little bit short, wasn't much of a ball. And I think Stokes has decided it's time. 144 for 4 in the 32nd. And if he has decided that, we're in for some entertainment.
This had to be the over. And
yeah, I think so.
Stokes versus Australia, it's like a James Bond movie.
Head again, moves in, bowls, he's down the pitch, hitting it hard. A skimmer down to long on, very well fielded though by Abbott. A bit slippery out there now. That was suddenly he's timing the ball. That was out of the middle of the bat.
It just keeps reprising that same role over and over again when Australia is the enemy.
Yeah. Moeen on strike. Head bowls to him now. He flicks into the leg side, but doesn't get that gap. I thought he might have just made sure he planted the ball down here and gets a single, but a bit wristy there, and it's gone out to mid wicket. No run. And now this time flicked into the leg side and there's no run. Moeen thumps the face of his bat with his fist in frustration.
They need another boundary at least in this over.
They do. 145 for 4. It's the last ball of the over. Head goes in, bowls it, and Moeen on the back foot plays a forcing shot into the offside. They've taken 1. That's all they're going to get though, because Labuschagne's got that on the way. End of the over. 146 for 4. So 141 needed. There's 18 overs to go. More from you, Bharat, and then Geoff Lemon's coming in here.
We've seen this movie play out many times before. Cross formats, Ben Stokes, we Australia, and we've seen him build up to a special knock in this fashion as well as the drinks come onto the field. The slow start, the scratchy start where it looks like his innings is going nowhere, England are going nowhere. Then all of a sudden, against the run of play, maybe no longer against the run of play, he starts doing Ben Stokes things.
It's a bit Vin Diesel, isn't it? The same role. The actor gets a little bit older every time. He does look craggier and more washed up, the long beard. He and Kane Williamson, I just have this vision of them both stranded on a desert island, leaning up against a coconut palm, chatting about whatever it takes to fill the time, hoping that a ship will come along.
Yeah, if those two involved, maybe they use the coconut palm to then carve out a cricket bat for themselves. Maybe two.
Have a game on the beach. Kane Williamson doesn't do much bowling anymore. Was pretty useful at it for a time. 146 for 4 is the score. They've got the ropes going around the outfield, so they're due increasingly an issue. You wonder if that will start to play into the hands of England. They've got an opportunity here. 141 needed from 108 balls, so that's 7.8 and over. It's steep, but it's not unassailably steep, and Stokes is the kind of player who can bring that required rate down very quickly. He's hit 3 sixes. He's on 61 from 78 balls. At one point he was more like 20 from 40, so he has accelerated. He's got Moeen Ali for company. There's 6 down. Livingston to come, who's powerful, can score quickly.
And David Willey's had a good tournament with the bat as well, so again,
Chris Wokes.
Yeah, how many times have we said there's still Stokes is out there? England will believe. Just some news coming in from the Australian camp, Geoff, that Mitchell Marsh will be arriving in Mumbai on Monday.
He'll be back for the Afghanistan game.
He will be available for the Afghanistan game, so it's only one match that he will miss out.
That is interesting. Well, if England were to do this tonight, you'd have Australia on 8 points, New Zealand on 8 points, Afghanistan,
Pakistan.
And Pakistan. We'll have a logjam of 8s end to end. It'll be a bit like it was in the Dutch game when Adam Zampa, who wears number 88, was bowling to Aryan Dutt, who wears number 88, and the score was 88 for 8.
Indeed, and just looking at the Australian fielders as well as they go back after the drinks break towards their positions on the boundary. Marnus and a couple of others just rubbing the ground, the outfield, to see how wet it is. It was around this time I was talking about earlier when we walked across the outfield and it was extremely wet. And you can see the super sopper and all sorts of other gadgets being used to get as much moisture off the outfield as possible. You can see how drenched one of the blankets is that they're using.
So Travis Head has bowled 5 overs, 9 for 28. Stoinis has bowled a couple. So they need 3 more overs out of their 5th bowler shared allotment if this game goes to 50 overs, which it may not in either direction if Stokes gets a run on or if Australia take another wicket. Those are the tipping points at the moment. It'll be Moeen Ali on strike though to start the over after drinks, and Josh Hazlewood to bowl it. He's got 5 overs left. Mitchell Starc has 2 left. Pat Cummins has 4 left, and Hazlewood bowls to Moeen, who guides the ball away, does it nicely. Good touch down to deep third where Zampa fields. They'll take 1 run. It was almost stopped at backward point by Smith, but not quite. 147 for 4. Moeen Ali up to 14.
Yeah, we've had one unexpected result already today. And the thing with Ben Stokes is, scratchy as he looked in the first half of his innings, first 50 balls he faced, the longer he stays, his timing just does get better and better. And then he reaches a point where every ball he hits seems to somehow travel over the fence.
Hazlewood coming up to Stokes now, who drives down to mid-off, who's set very deep at the edge of the circle, won't get a run. I was just watching the reconstruction of that 6 that Stokes hit, where they, on the TV screens, they show you how high it's gone and how far it's gone. On the computer animations, the one thing that's not accurate is they have a crowd of people wearing Australia shirts and England shirts celebrating. Everybody at every game in this World Cup has been wearing a Virat Kohli shirt. It doesn't matter who's playing. There is one shirt that is worn by 80 to 90% of the patrons, and that's the one with Virat on the back. Wide, slashed away by Stokes, but stopped at short cover, can't get a run. Stoinis hurls himself across despite that injured thumb. It's got some plaster on it from where he dropped the catch earlier from Root. Was caught on the end of the thumb, broke his thumbnail, I think. It was bleeding. Unpleasant one.
Yeah, 55,000 people, the official attendance today. learned something about the makeup of the stadium in terms of seating and everything else. So apparently there are 112,000 seats at this stadium, but they can fill up to 132,000 if there's a concert or something where there will also be people on the ground. And for a cricket configuration, you can get a maximum crowd of around 97.5.
Given the sight screens
Yes.
and the seats that are covered by the black material. Here goes Hazelwood around the wicket this time. Stokes does get it past Stoinis, who dives, gets a hand on it. So they'll only get one run with Warner bustling in from the deep. Pocket dynamo that he is, 148 for 4. Stokes has 62. So the old 130,000 figure we've been hearing, that's had some gravy put on it, because that's if you put everybody in the pitch. Everybody out to the middle on the surface.
For example, the Donald Trump event, the famous one that's done the rounds on social media.
Virat Kohli
and Suchin
Tendulkar.
Exactly, that's the one.
Hazelwood will come over the wicket to Moeen Ali. He's driving back past the bowler, back past the stumps. What a shot. That's crisp. It beats it on striker's stumps by about 2 inches. And Hazelwood nearly got hands down to it, but it was too well hit. Moeen is up to 18. 152 for 4 England.
Oh, when Moeen Ali drives, you sit up and watch. Such a beautiful timer of the ball. Lovely hands. And he always likes to hold the pose as well. Straight down the ground. If it had hit the stumps, Steve Smith, wherever he stood, would have said, best fielder in the game. It just missed the stumps. It's a boundary for 4.
Steve Smith catchphrases is a book that you would be able to write once his career comes to an end. Pitched up Hazelwood again, driven down to mid-off, no run. 33 overs gone, 152 for 4.
So to finish off on the capacity of this ground, so for the Donald Trump event, where you can imagine there was a podium similar to the one that we saw earlier this year with the test match, and then all the dignitaries and the people who would have sat around the ground. So now that comes up to around 132,000.
Okay.
But the seating capacity, there are, I think, 112,000 approximately, just over 112,000 seats, and around 97,500 can be fit in while a cricket match is on.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense, because there was a significant grain of salt to be taken with that 130,000 figure every time it was rolled out. Didn't seem quite accurate. So if you counted that, I mean, the last AFL Grand Final at the MCG got just on 100,000 people in, and that's seated. So if you opened up the playing arena for a rock concert or something, you'd probably get 130,000 there as well.
Exactly.
I think they were sort of 110 or 115 or something for Ed Sheeran not that long ago. Not sure what the Taylor Swift concert will get in March, but that one's tipped to be a huge crowd. Nonetheless.
Meanwhile, out there in the middle, Adam Zampa was almost about to come on. Pat Cummins, after the 2 overs from head, went to Zampa, but then there was a change of mind. He's bringing on Marcus Stoinis. Maybe he just wants to finish off that 5th bowler quota. And Stoinis will go short, get Ben Stokes to hit into the wide spaces on the onside.
All right, well, let's see how they're setting up for Marcus Stoinis. Wicketkeeper standing back. Mitchell Stark, who's on the leg side, is being moved to the off, being swapped with Cameron Green, who's coming across. So they'll have a fine leg set relatively square, plus a deep square leg that allows Stoinis the short ball. A bit of protection if he gets pulled or hooked. And then the other leg side players will be a mid-wicket inside the circle and a long on. Pat Cummins sending himself back in that position. Then he'll have mid-off, cover, deep point, backward point, and a short third. So any sort of dab, glide, scoop could go for runs. Stokes gets a Yorker. Well bowled first up by Stoinis in at the toes. And can only play it to that short mid-wicket position where Labuschagne fields. 152 for 4 is the score.
I don't think Ben Stokes was expecting the ball to be bowled that full, was he? Like, he had the weight on his back foot, he was waiting for the ball to be shot.
Yep. So he can try to go over cover, down the ground over mid-off. Or he can try to go over those fielders on the offside. If he gets any width to cut, he gets a Yorker again, drives it back past Stoinis. Only 1 run as Stark comes across it long on. 153 for 4. Stokes up to 63. England need a further 134. They're down to 100 balls remaining.
Saturday night in Ahmedabad. To be hoping 55,000 who are at this ground that it's a close finish. They've been making a lot of noise, though. They've enjoyed themselves. Like I said earlier, festival season, a lot of holidays, a lot of families getting together. And the night is very, very young from an Ahmedabad standard. With food open till the wee hours of the morning.
Full again from Stoinis. Slight change of pace. Glanced away fine. He gets too straight and gets punished. Moeen able to pick that off and get it fine enough to beat that fine leg position. 157 for 4.
Speaking of food, there was a sweet treat offered by Marcus Stoinis to Moeen Ali. Tried the off-cutter, tried rolling his fingers over the ball, just ended up on Moeen Ali's pads. All he had to do was get some bat and flew away to the boundary.
50 partnership for these two off 53 deliveries.
So that's a decent clip. They need 7.9 and over from here. Within the realm, Stoinis, short ball, pulled, square, in front of square, he's picked up 4. Well, Moeen has powered that away in the end. They do have Warner at deep square leg, but it's hit far enough in front of him that it reaches the boundary, and Moeen Ali brings up his 4th 4 of the evening. He's got 26. 161 for 4. Phil?
Yeah. Sorry, hit 1 off his first 26 deliveries, 1 for off his first 26 deliveries. He's hit 3 off his last 4.
The 5th bowler has to be taken out. They have to make these overs count, and they are at this moment.
Stoinis. Up again to Moeen, short, hooked in the air, down to fine leg. It bounces in front of Josh Hazlewood, who then parries the ball back in, won't let it out of play, but he was in the frame for a minute there. That's how Stoinis got his wickets against Pakistan. Cross-bat shots down there. 162 for 4 with the single. Moeen to 27.
Yeah, there was a little more venom with those short balls, wasn't there? Marcus Stoinis wasn't really happy that Josh Hazlewood didn't go for the catch.
He said, come at the ball, mate. You could read the lip reading there on the replay. There was no way Hazlewood was going to get to that for a catch.
Wide of him.
It was too wide and it bounced so far in front. That wasn't a close one. Stoinis, Yorker, well bowled, almost falling over to the offside. Stokes digs it out, and Stoinis is very fired up. He yells something, I don't know what that was that time around, as the 34th over comes to an end. 10 runs from it with the 2 boundaries. Might have just been an old-fashioned single-syllable expression of displeasure. 162 for 4 is the score. England need 287. That means they're 125 runs away. They've got 96 balls remaining. They've got Ben Stokes on 63. They've got Moeen Ali on 27. And they've got 16 overs ahead of them. They've got a warm night in Ahmedabad to see if they can get on the board in this World Cup.
It's interesting that finish to that over. I wonder what Marcus Stoinis was yelling out. I tried lip reading it. It wasn't what we thought it was. And Ben Stokes looked bemused. So did Moeen Ali. Marcus Stoinis can get himself really fired up, can't he? That's when he turns. I remember him telling me once, from Marcus to Stoin, the big rig.
Hulks out, as they say. Rip the shirt off with the flex. 162 for 4. That'll be Hazlewood, who's a different kind of operator. Doesn't get as visibly fired up. Highly competitive nonetheless. Bowls outside the off stump, steered away by Moeen. Nice contact, but straight to Smith at backward point. Couldn't have picked him out any better. But the sound that ball made off the bat was sweet. 162 for 4.
Now all of a sudden, and Pat Cummins actually asking Marcus Stoinis to calm down. We're just seeing some replays here. The end of that over.
I think, yes, Cummins was saying, well bowled that last ball. Thumbs up for that. Let's take it easy. It is something that Cummins does well. Tries to keep his cool out there. Hazlewood to Moeen, who's flicking the ball fine. There'll be work to do at fine leg, and sliding across. Travis Head is able to turn his whole body into the longest possible barrier. Stop that ball getting through. 163 for 4. Moeen Ali to 28. Phil?
The win predictor now. England 31%. Australia 69. It's gone 7 percentage points in England's favour in the last 5 overs.
I don't think they're in that bad a spot here, England. They're working the ball around nicely enough. They need a bit under 8 and over. It's pretty manageable with players like this in the middle.
And Dew is taking effect.
Dew
the umpires also.
It'll be more and more a factor. Hazelwood will come around the wicket to Stokes, looking to cramp him. Stokes backs away and tries to slog over the leg side like he was doing at Lords in the last innings of that test match, and misses completely. Inglis behind the stumps tidies up.
This combination, wasn't it? Hazelwood to Ben Stokes, trying to hit him or get him to hit over the long boundary. That's how we got him out.
Well, went for a few before then.
From the other end, though, if you remember. Yeah, with Liam Livingstone still to come, Willie, arguably England's most consistent performer this World Cup. They're still in it.
Hazelwood to Stokes, full, and he swishes. That's down the leg side, though, and a wide. 164 for 4. Stokes on 63 from 85 balls. But he's had these flashes of aggression.
He swung at a few and missed. When he has connected, the ball has flown.
Waiting now for Hazelwood. Tap of the bat. Round the wicket, Hazelwood bouncer. Stokes goes underneath it. That one's fine, says umpire Erasmus. Correct length. Would have been just about the top of the helmet height. Moeen Ali leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. Chews gum. Looking as calm and cool as he could like. Ben Stokes walks up, kicks at his mark. Wanders away to square leg, comes back.
And you think the next 2 overs from Stoinis' head or either of them has to go for at least 10 each, if not more.
Hazelwood. Up to Stokes, who's hooking. Might have been a slightly off-pace delivery. Up behind square leg, only for 1. 165 for 4.
Some of these short deliveries have just stuck in the pitch, haven't they? So many of these pull shots have been attempted throughout the day's play. Haven't come off the middle of the bat.
Well, that one there, the speedometer read it as being almost full pace from Hazelwood, 135 k's an hour, but it just sat up like a slower bouncer would have. So the ball, it didn't come on during the Australian innings a lot of the time. Labuschagne and Smith particularly struggled for timing. Hazelwood looking for anything like that. Some variable bounce. He's back over the wicket to Moeen, who drives him through the covers for 4. It crosses the rope now as David Warner in the deep gets around and tries to save it. Can't do it. 169 for 4 after 35.
Oh, when Moeen Ali plays the drive, you just have to stand up and leave.
Bharat Sundaresan literally drops the mic and goes off air. Michael Vaughan will come back in, and that's classic Moeen. Little bit of width, not that much. Angled across him. Minimal sort of shot. Effortless, just placed the bat there. Lifted that elbow, and away it flew, Michael. 169 for 4. He's got 32.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the comparisons. Australia 190 for 5 at this stage. 169 for 4. England 118 off 90. I don't think it's just down to Ben Stokes. You know, I think there's many in the bag, just particularly the Australians. They know Ben Stokes in Australia, what he's done to them in the past, but England bats so deep. Liam Livingstone, Willie, Wokes, but if one of these two can bat another 10 overs, you know, both of them bat for 10 more overs, I think the game will be pretty much England's way, but just one of them can bat for another 10 overs. A couple of cameos around it. This is the key, Zampa. He's bowled beautifully.
1 for 14 from his 6 overs, Adam Zampa. It's been very frugal so far. So Stoinis taken off after one expensive over, and Zampa darts it through. It's a little bit short and trying to pull. Stokes can only drag it into the ground. Short mid-wicket fields, no run.
Sorry, Jeffrey, I'd had a biscuit coming on air and just got stuck in my throat.
Dangerous. Dangerous times to eat a biscuit. Zampa. Australian leg spinner. Pushes it through. Flat outside the off stump. Stokes finds short cover. No run there either.
So far, Zampa's been ahead of the batter. Just seems to be able to see when the batter's coming down. Bowls the googly at the right time to the left-handers. Fires it in at the right time.
Zampa. That is flatter. Picked up to short, fine and caught. There's the wicket. Adam Zampa gets the breakthrough. He's had a wonderful tournament after a couple of struggling matches early on. And there is his second wicket for the night. He's got 2 for 14 Adam Zampa into his 7th over, and it is Ben Stokes who goes. The vital wicket for England. He had 64. He'd taken a few on. He'd hit a few into the crowd. He was thinking of more. But he looks to sweep that fine. He gets it a little bit squarer than he intended. Airborne. And with 169 runs on the board, the wickets column now reads 5, Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, you can just see how angry Ben Stokes is. He's left his bat on the boundary, just beyond the boundary edge. Ripped his gloves off his helmet. He's walking up the long stairs with just himself. No bat, no gloves, no helmet. Marcus Stoinis dropped Joe Root. A similar catch early on in the innings for England. On this occasion, he makes no mistake. Ben Stokes, 64 from 90 deliveries, and he was just starting to tick. He was just starting to purr. And you can just see the faces of the Australians when Ben Stokes starts to purr. They know they've seen it so many times before.
Well, they know the risk, they know the danger, and they know how significant that was. The celebrations from Zampa reflected that. So Liam Livingstone to the middle, 118 needed to win. I was going to say before that wicket had fallen, if you get that required runs down to about 80, then you're at the point where a few cameos from your lower order all-rounders who are more bowlers than batters can get you there. A 20 here, a 30 there can get you home from the likes of Wokes and Willie. But 118 is steeper than that. Zampa's got 2 for 14 in his 7th. Just how well he's built into this tournament after struggling with dew in the first game. Back spasms. Smashed his face on the side of the pool. He floats a tempter up for Livingstone first ball, who drives it down the ground rather than looking to put it into space.
Yeah, I think it's quite big innings for Liam Livingstone, just in the grand scheme of his... not saying his whole career, but I think he needs to remind everyone of how good a striker of a cricket ball he is, how he can cope with the pressure. You know, he's had some really good times in the past. He's not quite been at his best of late.
He's not someone who's batted for a long time very often. He made 100 a few months ago, didn't he, in one of the England white ball internationals, where he did play a long innings. It was unfamiliar. Zampa, quicker and flatter to Moeen after floating it up more to Livingstone. There's no run pushed to point, 170 for 5. So Livingstone with a fair bit of time left to bat. 14 overs plus 1 delivery. So 85 balls remaining in the innings. They need 117 from them. Zampa finishes his over to Moeen, who drives almost back to the bowler, but he collides with Livingstone. And I think Zampa would have stopped that ball if he hadn't crashed into the non-striker. But in the end, they get a run for it down the ground. There are no remonstrations, and everybody goes about their evening. 171 for 5, England, after 36 overs. They need 287. That's 116 runs away.
Adam Zampa's got an equal top in terms of most wickets in the World Cup, level with Madhushanka from Sri Lanka. 18 wickets. What a tournament Adam Zampa's having. As I said before, he just seems to always be ahead of the batter. You know, he sees a batter just dancing down, so he either goes a bit slower and wider, or he fires it into the pads. He kind of bowls that suit to the skiddy one quite consistently to make sure that the batter realises if you're going to try and sweep, he's got that kind of skiddy one that can do anyone that's going to be sweeping the ball. Very smart. Very clever bowler.
You mentioned, Geoff, the slow start he had to this tournament. After the first 2 games of this World Cup, he had 1 for 123 from 18 overs.
Yeah, didn't have a good outing against South Africa in the second match. And looked like he was struggling with the responsibility of being the only specialist spinner in the squad. Not so now. Cummins in, bowls a short ball. Moeen hooks it away. They've got protection out at deep back with square leg in the form of Labuschagne, 172 for 5.
And this will be the target for Liam Livingstone. Pat Cummins into the attack with a few short balls. You saw there to Moeen Ali has 3 fielders on the onside boundary for the top edge pull shot. They've got square leg back and fine leg back for Livingstone. Certainly going to have to see a few short balls, I think.
Looks like a bouncer field. They've got deep third and deep point, as well as the deep square leg and the fine leg. Those are the 4 they're allowed outside the circle until we pass the 40th over. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and backward point. The rest as Cummins pitches up. The bluff. Flicked down to fine leg by Livingstone for 1. He's got 2 runs, 173 for 5.
Yeah, the bluff. You could see actually from the way that Livingston played that delivery that I think he was expecting the short ball. He kind of just jabbed his bat down. He gets it down the fine. 114 from 82. Moeen Ali's played beautifully. He's 34. 5 fours from Moeen Ali.
Cummins. Right arm over to the left-handed Moeen, who's hooking this ball and getting a decent piece of it, but again it goes to one of those boundary riders. The 3 of them back. They fancy getting Moeen Ali on the top edge. Got him a few times during the Ashes hooking that short ball.
Well, there's a poster in the crowd there, Ben Stokes, and it's Ben Stokes walking around Lords, I think, at the end of the 2019 final, celebrating the England World Cup win. It said at the bottom, the man for the big occasion.
Well, if the big occasion is putting his feet up in the dressing room, that's what he's doing right now. Cummins pitches up this time to Livingston, who drives the ball to Stark at mid-on, no run. Stokes has given them a chance in this game at least, but he would have wanted to, well, of course he would have wanted to take them all the way, but he needed to take them 30-40 runs closer than it might have been a possibility.
Yeah, but just on what he did when he walked over the ropes and he left his helmet, his gloves and his bat. I just wonder if that bat will ever make its way back into Ben's back.
Is it a bad luck bat?
I don't think it was working for him today. I think he's just left it.
Livingston bails out, but bails out early. That's very considerate batting etiquette. He yells to Cummins as Cummins had taken a few paces, sorry, as he's backing away, instead of waiting right until the bowler's passing the umpire, as other players like to do. So there's a bit of good community work from Liam Livingston. Cummins bowls a length to him, and it's just played back to the bowler.
Cummins has been excellent. He's just hammering that heavy length with the odd short, sharp ball. Every now and again he bowls an off-cutter. 7 overs. Well, it will be after this last delivery of the 7th. Only gone for 27. Got that key wicket of David Milan, who was looking set on 50.
Cummins to finish the 37th. Steams in, and Livingston pulls it. He's caught, brilliantly caught at mid-wicket. Unbelievable catch by Sean Abbott, the substitute fielder, who is mid-air. He takes off, kicks up his heels, and gets both hands around that ball. Livingston collected it. That was travelling. It was fast, it was flat, it was furious. But the fielder is in exactly the right place, and Abbott takes it almost behind his body as he claims that catch and goes to ground. 174 for 6 now, England, as Cummins gets his 2nd.
I reckon that's the best time ball that Liam Livingston hit throughout the whole World Cup. He's nailed it. He picks up the length quickly, he plays the pull shot, goes about head high, and he's probably thinking straight away, well, that's a boundary, that's 4, and then all of a sudden he saw the flying Abbott, and it went right in the middle of his hands. Brilliant catch.
We've heard about the flying nun. Now you've got the flying Abbott. The whole religious fraternity out there. Ian Bishop involved. 174 for 6. Last ball of the 37th. Cummins has 2 for 27. You have to feel for Liam Livingston. The look on his face as he walked up. He's devastated at that dismissal. He looked like he was about to break down. So frustrated.
Yeah, he was one of the, I guess a month before the World Cup squad was announced, he was one of those kind of players that were being talked about potentially to be left out, and then he had a good time of it. Against New Zealand, Philly got a nice score, and that was him done and on the plane to India. Boy, he'll be disappointed with his return in the World Cup. He prides himself on being that aggressor in the middle, going out there and causing a bit of chaos and hitting the ball to all parts, making it very difficult, but he's just not managed to find that rhythm. None of the England players have. I mean, even Ben Stokes, 64 from 90, he really didn't find any kind of rhythm out there in the middle.
That's been the disappointment, I think, is that so many players in this England side are so good to watch when they're on, when Butler's flying, when Livingston is brutalising bowling.
Yeah, Liam Livingston, 60 runs across 6 innings in this World Cup. I don't need to tell you that's an average of 10.
One that even those not blessed with arithmetical skills can probably figure out. Well, it'll be Adam Zampert to continue. There won't be any more of that fifth bowler allotment. Heads bowled 5, Stoinis 3. So Cummins would need to find 2 overs from somewhere if this goes the distance. Maybe he's hoping that it won't. Zampa, lots of flight to Moeen, who chips it in the air into the leg side. It's Abbott into the action again at long on. They take a single. Moeen up to 35. England 175 for 6. They need 112 more runs. Chris Wokes will be on strike.
But even that first ball there to Moeen Ali, Zampa, he knows that Moeen Ali's going to have to play shots. But he just slows it up and says, go on, then if you want to try and play a shot, I'm going to tempt you. Just give you a little bit more flight.
Enjoyed that.
Having a nice conversation, Moeen Ali and Adam Zampa.
Swapping a few tips for the trade. Spin bowling.
Who's off the park? How come he was on Abbott?
Abbott.
That's not fair. How dare you have a substitute field like that?
Not going to mention Gary Pratt. Hello, Gary, if you're listening. Flight again from Zampa, driven by Wokes, and he nearly chips it up for a catch as well at short mid-wicket. Doesn't quite lift it to Cummins, 175 for 6.
Adam Zampa's going to over 2s. 7.2 over 2 for 17.
Tremendous evening. Flight again, strikes him on the pad, appealing Zampa down on one knee. Sliding down the leg side is probably the ruling. And Wokes survives. Zampa won't appeal to his captain.
Yeah, it's very unlike an England side not to sweep, reverse sweep. That's what they've been known for quite a few years, just causing a little bit of madness with the spinners.
Wokes yet to score, waits for Zampa, quicker, flatter, and he tries to drag it over the leg side with a pull shot, but hits it straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run there either. 3 dots for Wokes.
Yeah, the rate's gone over 9s now. 9.08.
112 more runs required. Zampa gives it flight again on the leg stump, picked off finally by Wokes out to Warner in the deep. Now he's just burning in from the rope. No, that's Travis Head out there, I beg your pardon. 176 for 6. Wokes off the mark. Moeen back on strike. 1 ball to come in the over. Zampa's drying the ball out there, so the dew is starting to take more effect. He's got the towel running. Forearms covered in tattoos. Adam Zampa wears the long sleeves but has them pushed up most of the way to the elbow. Got his clear goggles on, and he bowls to Moeen. He'll take a run out to deep mid-wicket. This is Warner coming off the rope on the far side of the field. 1 more to the score. So it's 177 for 6 now, England. They need 287. That's 110 runs away. They've got 12 overs in which to do it. 72 balls for 110 runs. To see how they go in the next little bit, Jonathan Agnew will join Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, it's Moeen Ali now. Moeen Ali's got to take this game deep. Not easy when you need over 9s, and Chris Wokes just arrived at the crease. David Willey, Adil Rashid, Mark Wood to come. But Moeen Ali's going to have to bat the majority of these overs. You can't rely on players that are just coming out there to strike it near on 10 straight away.
He's played well, but he just felt if one went down and there'd probably be another. It's unlucky for Livingston. He did hit that well, and Sean Abbott, he's constantly on the field substituting for somebody. I don't know who he's on for that particular moment. Anyway, in comes Cummins, bowls, and Moeen gets a top edge on this, a hook shot, and gets 4. A flailing bat to a bouncer. It's flown away wide of the keeper and down into the boundary just below us here. So 181 for 6. Can Moeen do it? 41 from 41 balls. He's got his bat over his shoulder. They've got 3 out for the short ball, so I think he knows what's coming. Mid-on and mid-off are up. It's going to be short. Here comes Cummins again, bowls, and he's on the back foot pulling a ball that was short of a length rather than bouncer length. And Green fields.
I reckon Chris Wokes might have to duck and weave a bit here. He worked away at Headingley, didn't he, in the test match when he was there at the end. He just kind of managed to always kind of ride the bouncer.
Well, they got 2 out. And again, mid-on and mid-off are in the circle. England up against it. Wokes on 1. Cummins comes in, bowls to him, short of a length, dabs it away, looks for a single, it's not there. Picked up at backward point. 182 for 6. Lights burning down, not the floodlight variety, but that ring of fire I talk about, all the lights there. In the leading edge of the roof above the stand, that goes all the way around this perfect circle of a bowl, vast bowl. 55,000 in here, and yet it's still nowhere near half full. 182 for 6. Cummins moves in, bowls to Wokes on the back foot, a defensive stroke. Picked up a cover. But it's a good modern ground, isn't it? I mean, all around here.
Yeah, it's nice.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to get into.
Yeah.
Have you been to Pune yet?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's lively.
Yeah, I find it quite bizarre. They've built the most amazing cricket ground, but they have dirt tracks.
That's a excitement.
Yes.
What's the tuk-tuks going through there?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Not good on the tyres.
182 for 6. 2 balls to go in the over. Cummins bowls and Wokes wants a single, but he's not going to get it again. He's playing it down to mid-on. 182 for 6. 105 needed. The rate nearly 9.5. Another prodded defensive stroke. I think we'll be up to 9.5 and over required. Began at just over 5.5. Bairstow was out to the first ball of the innings. Root out fairly soon after. Cummins wheels round to complete this over, which is his 8th. In he comes again, bowls a nasty short ball. He's got it away, almost for 6. Sort of a fending shot with a little bit of the up and under about it. The ball flew away through the slips and down to third man. So a boundary prevents it from going up to 10 and over. 186 for 6. 39 overs. I love the competition there is up here. Who's the nice lad that you were talking to and was sitting here who works with you at Fox?
Mark Howard.
Mark Howard. Well, he announced to me as he went into the television box, I'm going to get Stokes out.
He
said,
did.
No, not you. I'm going to get him out. So when he went there, there's a young lad from Melbourne. He's got him out, and I saw him through the glass. He was waving at me. Proper competition.
He's got a fantastic podcast, Howie Games.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, it's really good. He interviews all sorts of sporting people and a few musicians. They've changed the ball. It must be a bit damp. I like that box, though. That's a nice... Is that a wooden box that they bring?
It looks more like the box that you have snooker balls in, rather than...
we could go to our snooker club just down the road.
Probably where it came from. Yes, it's not like the attaché case that we have back at home, but are they choosing a ball for each end?
I'm not too sure.
I think so. They seemed to choose one, didn't they? And then the box got halfway off and...
Yes, umpire Gaffney said, well, I want one as well. Yeah. The umpires are wandering around all over the place. Beret's off to the left. Chris Gaffney's coming up here for Zampa's 9th over. 2 for 19 he's taken.
Yeah, this is a big over because Moeen's going to have to try and strike him.
Well, he's going to have to hit him deep mid-wicket, and they've got someone absolutely there. I think that's where he's going to try and hit him with the spin, drag it across. Is it Warner there? I think it is. Just absolutely in the prime Moeen hitting position, I'd suggest. 186 for 6. Crowded offside circle. In goes Zampa, tossing it up. There he goes. And who's underneath it? David Warner. Well, I'm sorry. You couldn't really call out anymore, could you?
No, it was obvious that Australia had set the plan. Fine leg was in the circle, and they had 4 fielders on the offside, so they had a kind of short third, a backward point, a cover point, and an extra cover. And I think the Aussies got it and said, tell you what, we'll toss him. He'll take it on because he's got to. Let's see if we can get him out and win the game. And you'd have to think that that's pretty much game over.
Yeah.
Zampa's figures are ridiculous.
Well, they
3
are, really.
for 19 from 8.1.
I have to say, the dew's not affected him too adversely, has it?
No.
And with that, he becomes the leading wicket taker in this World Cup.
Well,
seems to be... I think England restricted Australia to a score that they could have chased down. They were all playing well. I think that they got a lot closer, and who knows? You never know. Chris Wokes has done some magic stuff in the past with the bat, but I do think if England's top order at the top of the game, this is the target that they would have chased. in these conditions.
Well, I agree. Like India's last week or early in the week, wherever it was. I mean, it's the same. They are gettable scores. But when you're so low on confidence, and you got key people out of form.
But we'll go back to what we said at the start of the day, where lots and lots of captains are feeling that the chase is the best option to win the game because of the dew factor. The dew factor is not having the effect that these teams think it's going to have, because the seamers have been able to hold the ball. Zampa's just got 3 for 19 with dew. They've just swapped the ball because the balls are a little bit slippery, but it's not affecting the game as much as these teams are thinking it's affecting the game. Get the runs on the board, put the teams under pressure. It's not a massive score, 286, but it's enough when you bowl nicely, feel well, take your catches.
So I've been on every ground. The only one that was affected was Lucknow. Whether that's because there's a bit, I don't know, more inland, I really don't know why that should have been more dewy, but that was the only one really that you could say was affecting the bowlers. Anyway, David Willey's arrived. He's marking his guard, he's having a look, and having taken his catch, David Warner's got back to that position there, he's waiting. It might be that Warner clumps one there as well, Willey clumps one there as well, but that was just so predictable, I'm afraid. It sounds a bit ridiculous listening back to that. 186 for 7 in the 40th over, and Zampa over the wicket, moves in, bowls, and Willey comes forward. Rolls up the pitch, Zampa picks it up. He's got a smile on his face, I'm not surprised.
Oh, he's bowled beautifully, it really has.
He could be man of the match here.
Good shout.
186 for 7. And he goes again. Bowls, floating it up. Yorker. Dug out by Willey. Dribbles away. Stoinis picks it up.
I just think England are low in confidence in many facets of the game, but an England side against Zampa, I've always thought they sweep the ball, Get down and sweep, reverse to it. I've not seen one.
No. Oh, I'll follow it up in a second. 186 for 7. Zampa again. Bowls. Just played away down to long off. What got me about the India game particularly, was just the lack of energy about running. And I do go on about it a bit, but I think that's because I was a bowler and I know how frustrating it is, how effective it is if you're just busy, push run, and it doesn't take much of that scoreboard to get ticking along, does it? You're pushing 3 and over, 4 and over, and then a boundary comes along. But you're being busy and you're thinking in a busy way and you're just energetic. And then we haven't, that's not been visible when Stokes is, blocking those balls, all those balls to try and get in. There's plenty of gaps there to block it into gaps. 187 for 7, and Wokes forward, defends it. Zampa picks it up. 3 for 20.
The only team that's actually won really in the last few days, trying to chase a big target, is our friends from Pakistan today.
Yes.
Fucker Manu.
Well, there's a bit of a one-off, isn't he? 187 for 7 with a ball to go in the 40th over. Wokes has 5 runs to his name. Zampa goes in, bowls to him, and he just defends it. So 40 overs gone, 10 remain, and at required rate exactly 10. It's 100 from 60. And Zampa's figures, wow, 9 overs, 3 for 20. He has to be man of the match. He's bowled brilliantly. He's taken key wickets.
Well, he has, because he got the key wicket at Ben Stokes, who was just starting to flourish, and obviously Josh Butler's always a massive wicket, and then Moeen Ali, who was playing nicely. It's not just his bowling, it's his tactics. I think his tactical manoeuvres of his field are very, very clever. Just for that Moeen Ali, it was so obvious that they pat the offside, he was going to toss it up and he was going to try and get him hit. It's a big hit down to that cow corner, and I think he was going to give Moeen Ali the chance. Go on then, try and do it. He knew that Moeen had to try and take it on.
He didn't move, Warner. He didn't move an inch. 187 for 7, then 10 overs to go. Mitchell Starc is back again. This is his 4th spell. I think Cummins uses bowlers very well too. He's 1 down. And we've got Starc from the far end on his way now, and he bowls to the left-handed. Willey clips it in the air. He's got it actually in the gap as well. And Hazelwood's chasing that and can't get to the ball. So nice shot from Willey. Goes to 5.
Under 100 now, I guess. 96.
Well,
count them down.
Yep. There's only Wood and Rashid to come, but Woody's in nick, it tells me.
Well, he is. He's whacking it. Played great in the summer. He's at throughout the tournament.
Got a first baller in the last game, but
but that won't matter. Won't affect him.
I think it will. 191 for 7 in the 41st. Willie on 5. In comes Stark. There now, bowls to him outside the off stump. A massive swipe. Fresh air taken by the wicket keeper.
You just look back at Adam Zampa's innings. That little cameo knot. What did he get, Phil? Lovely knock towards
20 odd.
Yeah, they were looking like getting 265, 270.
Yeah, 29 off 19.
Yeah, that was
nailed on, man of the match.
Yep. I think you're right.
He had a really good
Finchy
game.
up presenting it, wasn't he?
Finchy were down. We're going to the far end. You'd have laughed at it. I mean, I hope he gets any joke at home, but poor old Aaron Finch is everywhere at the moment. That kept a bit low, and Willie plays it back. I mean, he's new to the job, and he's absolutely. I mean, his agent's committed himself to everything, hasn't he? And one moment out there, just Adam was saying, "Finch, you're due in on BBC radios." "Oh, mate, I've just." Then the Indian producer from next door, "You're on portrait television, or what called vertical."
Vertical TV.
Vertical. So muttering loudly, Finch is led away out to go and do vertical television.
He'll be back soon.
Well, he will. He's everywhere. He even took the trophy out this afternoon. 191 for 7. Here's Stark. That's a good shot from Willie. Really cracking that off the back foot. Long chase for Warner. Can't get it. Really good shot.
Oh, that's a tremendous shot. Length ball. He just kind of rocks back and then comes forward. Times it perfectly.
Yeah, that was one of the shots of the day, to be honest. Haven't been many in blue shirts. That was a fantastic shot. Balanced. Hitting hard. Bit of intent in that, I think. 195 for 7. Stark. On his way again. He's got those dark skins down his arms. Moves in, bowls down the leg side. It'll be a wide. Murray will let him off with that one.
Josh Inglis is a tardy keeper.
Yes.
Moves his feet really, really well. I mean, just the first ball of the innings where Johnny Bairstow clip went down the leg side, he made that catch look very simple because his foot movement was excellent.
Yeah.
Well, that's trendy. Look at that coming down the side. He's got a, what do you reckon that is?
Ice creams.
He's got an ice cream box that he's balancing it on his head.
He's swivelling it round on his head too, which is actually quite amazing.
Yeah, that's skill.
Yep. 196 for 7. 2 balls to go in the 41st. Stark cruises in, bowls to Willie. It's hit on the pad. Ball runs away into the offside. Goes out square.
We got some ice creams thrown up from the stand in Mumbai for all the team.
Thrown up?
Yeah. The vendor with his big white box.
Really?
And, yeah, the cornetto's been thrown up.
Because you'll know that next to the box in Mumbai, there's the little glass bit where you can look out.
The
into
open
the
bit.
crowd now.
Yes.
That was Vaughan's ice cream
came
spot.
in there, was it?
My ice cream parlour, lobbing them up.
Well, it's not bad. It reminds you how hot it is when you sit on there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's and it's loud because the DJ is local.
Yeah,
he's
oh,
only
right.
about not even 100, probably 50 yards away.
Oh, it's like Jumbo throwing his nuts up at Trinidad. Oh, it's terrific. Oh, yeah. Let's go around and throw them right up. In comes Stark, round the wicket, moves in, bowls now, and Wokes drives.
Who's Jumbo?
Drives, dribbles down to mid-off. Jumbo was a nut salesman in Trinidad. Yeah. Honestly, and well, it's not as big as this, but there'd be like 2 tiers. And he'd get his nuts up into the top.
Would he?
Yeah.
What, throwing them?
Yeah. Bags of nuts.
What was
Up
the guy in Antigua called? Gravy, was it?
Gravy, yeah.
Gravy up in the stands, the DJ.
He just, well, that was Chicky was the DJ.
Yeah.
Gravy was the transvestite dancer.
That's right.
They were happy days, and there's a lot of people I know who love that recreation ground in Antigua. And go to Trinidad. We haven't been to Trinidad for years, and Guyana used to love going there as well. Totally different, but it seems that it's Barbados, Antigua, and well, St Lucia or Grenada now, isn't it? The tourist places.
Yeah, I think Gravy was there for Brian Lara's 375. And,
he was,
and the 400. Was he there
certainly there for 375? He probably would have been there for 400. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he would have been. 198 for 7. 9 overs to go. Wokes on 6. What's he going to do? Zampa's starting his last over. Wokes just blocks the first ball. He's going to end up here with about 3 for 20 from 10.
3.
Might get a fourth. But he's got to do something, hasn't he? He's got to block the over back. That's not easy. It's 4 in the circle, plus the keeper. Zampa tosses that up, saying, go on, have a go at it. Wokes just turns it away. Keeper picks it up, and there's no run. 198 for 7.
You can't can't be bowling your 10 overs at 2s against this England team.
Well, he has. Been used well, isn't he? In, out, in, out. Zampa again bowls. Now, go on. What's he going to do with that? Well, he drives it on the bounce to cover. By Smith.
Yeah, none of the England players have found it easy when they've just got out there. Wokes is 6 from 14.
He's going to have to try and hit him somewhere. 198 for 7. Zampa bowls, and he's flicking it into the leg side. He'll get 2 here. Will he get 2? No, only going to get 1. Hazelwood got there quickly.
Well, David Willey, I think he might be revved up here for the leg spin. The leg spin has now got 2 balls remaining. Will they put... Let me have a look at this onside field. So they've got middle...
Warner's there again.
Cow corner's kind of there. The sweep's on. It's a vacant space beyond square leg.
They got some extra man out on the offside. I quite liked it when he was in, because it was before the 40th over, wasn't it? 41st over. So, anyway, let's see what he's going to bowl here. There's 2 balls left in his last over, and he bowls, and Willie just defends it, pushing out to cover.
Well, there's no point in risking for the last ball now. Just see out Zampa and just try and get him off the rest.
He's looking out at deep square leg. They're bringing one in, and they're bringing one in and putting one out, so long leg comes up, and deep square leg goes back. So there's a ring of 3 on that boundary. Is he going to toss it up, or is he going to bowl a little dart? And he goes, bowls. Well, it was a darted one, and English had the bails off. And what a terrific spell that is by the wrist spinner Adam Zampa. He batted well, and he's now taken 3 for 21 from 10 overs of wrist spin. And that's, I mean, that really is a fabulous performance. And various Australians going up and slapping him on the back, notably David Warner, Marnus Labuschagne saying well done. That really is a fine effort.
I mean, the late great Shane Warne, I don't know if you can look up, Phil, but I don't know how many times he'd have bowled 10 overs in a 50 over game for 21. And if you think about the era that Zampa's bowling in,
yes,
against these players who just whack it hard and out the ground.
Who was bowled out? He bowled at Butler, bowled at Stokes.
Yeah, it's Zampa's most economical bowling in his ODI career. He also goes with a 3 overs, no maidens, 4 for 8 earlier in the tournament.
Now Stark is starting his final over. Comes in round the wicket, bowls down the leg side. It'll be a wide, surely. Yes, it is. Murray Erasmus thought about it, but really there's no leeway at all down there. England are 200 for 7. Need 87 more runs. They've only got 48 balls left. The required rate nearly 11.
Any chance, Aggers?
Well, I don't think so. I think it's unlikely. I mean, I've got a lot of faith in Mark Wood. I'll send him in next.
Yeah, I do, yeah. Need some 6s.
Yeah. Stark cruises in, bowls, and has a lofted shot. That's a fine stroke. Out over extra cover for 4. Perfectly placed by Wokes. He does play that cover drive well, but he got underneath that and lofted it. And, well, there's a bit of resistance at least there from Chris Wokes. Goes to 11.
They give it plenty in the stands, don't they? A lot of Indian fans here, but they seem to like the boundaries. As soon as the boundaries arrive, didn't matter whether it's for England or Australia, they like to get up and dance. Tremendous strike, just check driven over extra cover.
Absolutely picked his spot there, didn't they? 204 for 7. 83 needed. Change the field, and that square man's coming round a bit. Wokes over his bat again. 2 out in the leg side. Starts coming round the wicket at him. Here he comes now. Bowls, and well, a drive that ends up at mid-wicket rather than cover.
I'm just looking at the Champions Trophy qualification. England are going to have to win their last 2 games, you would think. So the Netherlands...
Well, I think they can... If they beat the Netherlands, they can... And they beat them well... They can lose to Pakistan. Sounds awful saying it's a negative, doesn't it? But they can lose their last match to Pakistan and still get into the top 8, can't they? I'm pretty sure that's right, Phil. Depends. We go down to net run rate. But if they slip up against the Netherlands... Stark bowls, tucked away into the leg side. Willie calls in for a single. I'll be interested to see what they do against the Netherlands. Do they bat first and aim to get a big score and bowl them out?
Well, in Pune, I mean, South Africa batted first and got a monster score.
Yep.
And if it's hot and it's dry, just get a big total on the board. Win the game convincingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they beat the Netherlands, they would and lose to Pakistan. The Netherlands then lose to India. They both finish on 4 points.
Yeah.
England would need to win convincingly for their run rate to overtake the Netherlands.
That's what it's come to. Good grief. In comes Stark, left arm over, bowls, and Willie heaves him away into the leg side. And they come for two. Yes, they do. The throw's on the way, but well run by Willie. It's coming down to England needing to possibly crossing fingers to beat the Netherlands by a substantial rate to qualify as 8th place. To beat the Netherlands on run rate.
Double world champions.
Grief.
Got to beat the Orange Army.
Yeah.
In Pune.
So they can beat them by net run rate.
On a Wednesday.
You're really selling that.
Well, it'll be good fun. I'm sure many people will listen in. I hope they will. Prakash's hometown. He'll be on good form there. 207 for 7. 2 balls left in the over. In comes Stark. Bowls very full. That Yorker in the boots. They've got 1. Willie's got his eye on 2. Won't get it though. Inglis gets there. And so 1 it is. 208 to 7. 79 needed from 43 balls and 3 wickets left.
I don't think it's going to be straightforward against the Netherlands.
Oh, Michael, stop it. You've only just arrived.
At the end of the tournament, the one game that you'll look back on and you'll see all the results and you'll say, how did that happen, was the Netherlands beating South Africa. That is the result you'll see and go, what? How did that come about?
They just thought they were going to win it, didn't they? Then took their eye off the ball. 208 for 7. Last ball of the over. Stark round the wicket. Comes in, bowls to Wokes, who drives him. Nice shot that. He's slithered away. Square third man. That's gone. And the fielder who had been moved round a bit as a result of that boundary couldn't get there. And Labuschagne's in a bit of a heap. Hope he's all right. But he went over the boundary edge there. He's looking at his hands. And it's the end of the over. 212 for 7. 10 runs per over needed. 75 and 42 balls. Michael, thoughts from you, and then Geoff here.
Yeah, that's Chris Wokes' favourite area, that square of the wicket drive. The commitment from the Aussies in the outfield has been incredible. The diving, both in the ring, on the boundary. Labuschagne covers some ground. It was against New Zealand, actually, when Neesham in the last over hit a ball to deep mid-wicket. I reckon any of the, maybe Warner, probably Warner and Labuschagne would have been the two that would have stopped that boundary. Labuschagne, full-length dive.
Spot on. There was one from Maxwell dead straight at long on, and the one from Labuschagne next ball at mid-wicket, where they showed absolute desperation and saved boundaries. Might have been the difference in the end. Neesham was hitting them so cleanly, deserved 4 for those shots and didn't get it. So Labuschagne, commitment to the cause. 75 needed from 42 balls. It's not impossible. It's difficult when you're 7 wickets down. They're 212 for 7 at the moment. David Willey and Chris Wokes can both smash the ball. It's Hazlewood bowling round the wicket, digs it into the pitch, and Willey's pulling it out into the deep. He might have split the boundary right as he has. There's another 4. That's helpful. 71 needed from 41.
Well, Willie's been a danger in T20 cricket, particularly in the county game. He used to open the batting and whack it to all parts, so he's a dangerous player. That comes off the bottom of the bat, the toe end.
It's a little cutter from Hazlewood. Just rolled the fingers over it, dug it into the pitch. Willie spotted it. 3 out on the leg side for him. Deep backward square. Deep square, long on. Mid-wicket in the circle. Hazlewood pitches up full. Willie lifts it over the leg side. High into the air. Is he caught? He's brilliantly caught. They have done so well in the field. It's Adam Zampa. If he wasn't player of the match already, he is now. Huge smile on his face as he comes flying in from fine leg. Running to a squarer position. Has to dive. He would be the least celebrated fielder in this Australian team. It was a pickup shot more than a pull from Willie off the pads, and Zampa got it in the right palm as he dived forward. Absolutely ate dirt as he landed, but he hangs onto the ball and he's roaring in celebration even as he goes to ground. David Warner chasing him, couldn't catch him. They've wrapped him up in the huddle, and they might just have wrapped up this match at 216 for 8. England needs 71 more from 40 balls with Chris Wokes, and it'll be Mark Wood to come. No, Adil Rashid will come out at 10.
Yeah, I reckon, you know, apart from the Stoinis drop of Joe Root early in the innings, this has been an incredible fielding display by the Aussies. That Abbott catch, that catch now that we've just seen from Zampa, the diving on the boundary, safe pair of hands from Warner, Cameron Green. Every time the ball goes high against the Aussies, you pretty much just know. You know that it's going to be taken.
Well, it wasn't the way in their first couple of games this tournament. They dropped plenty, but they've managed to get that sorted out in the games since. A wicket for Hazlewood, who has bowled well enough to deserve more than he's taken in this tournament so far. He's got 1 for 35 into his 8th over. Stark has bowled out his 10, 2 for 66. Zampa bowled out his 10, 3 for 21. And Cummins 2 for 36 off 8. So, 2 wickets away, Australia, from wrapping up this win. Just about wrapping up a semi-final spot. Hazlewood in to bowl to Rashid, who defends. Ball ends up at backward point. No run there.
Yeah, a semi-final spot and probably a 2nd or 3rd place finish. You would think. Looks to me like India's going to finish top of the tree. So India will play the 4th place team. I guess if South Africa beat them well tomorrow, that could change. But I think it's a really big game tomorrow for South Africa. To see them play so well, but if they can beat India, that gives them a huge boost.
Hazlewood bowls to Rashid, who plays a wristy cut shot out behind point.
There you go.
Very well timed, and David Warner ends up lying on his side, a la Rose in Titanic, as he slides across the turf, stops the ball and ends up staying down on the ground because he's got some help out there with the fielding.
There will be some data available to how many runs Australia have saved. I reckon it's 10 or 15, maybe more. The diving that they point, and it was diving in the inner ring. Ben Stokes did some good shots early, timed it nicely. I'm finding the fielder.
2 runs for Rashid. Hazlewood bowls to him again, and he jumps up in the air and plays the ball out through square leg while airborne. A little bit of a spacewalk for Adil Rashid. 219 for 8. He's got 3. Wokes on 15 has strike. 1 ball left in this over. Seeing some replays of the Zampa catch. He does drop a few, Adam Zampa, or has in his career. They usually put him down at fine leg, deep third.
Oh, I like this graphic. So he's run 27 metres to take that catch.
That's a fair bit of work. Hazlewood bowls to Wokes, short ball pulled away, out through mid-wicket. He picks up 4. So there's still a pulse. They need 64 from 36 balls. We've seen more outrageous things happen. Chris Wokes is up to 19. 223 for 8 is the score with 6 overs to go.
Yeah, it's just the wickets, isn't it? 8 down. If you're 6 down in this position, just 2 mistakes and it's game over for England. Great strike again from Chris Wokes. He's played nicely for his 19 from 20. Pat Cummins, the captain, turns to himself. He's used himself wisely. 8 overs, 2 for 36. I think he's captained really well, Pat Cummins, tonight. This is a good song. Like this one, Phil?
Big fan of this.
Yeah. Do you get music at these hotels you stay at or on the trains?
No.
You get it on the trains involuntarily from other people's phones.
Yeah. Bollywood classics.
Cummins into bowl to Rashid, who's just coming forward and defending, looking for a run. Doesn't get one, almost run out. Could have been maybe if Green had released the ball, but he didn't because nobody was backing up. And he gestures and says, come on, where's the support here? That was a cutter from Cummins, the last ball of the previous over.
So, Geoff, who misses out for Australia when Maxwell's back? Is it Stoinis?
I think it's Green.
Green?
although he did bat well today, but he's had a problem with strike rotation. There's that shortcoming in his game. Cummins in, short ball, and every shot that Rashid plays, he does a helicopter whip of the wrist. He's done it to deep point, he's done it to square leg, and he's done it to a short ball to get it behind square. Loves the Dhoni style chopper. He gets a run for that. Behind square leg, he goes to 4, 224 for 8.
So if India beat South Africa tomorrow, they guaranteed top spot.
Yeah, they're already ahead on net run rate of India, so they would go top, and they would stay top unless India could beat Afghanistan harder than South Africa beat the Netherlands in their respective final games. So a bit to play for.
India-Pakistan still on.
Still on. The great escape. Cummins, short ball, slower ball, and it's almost edged through to Inglis. It lands short of him as there's a little wafting cut shot from Wokes that meets fresh air. England need almost 12 and over from this point, 63 from 33 balls. There's still 2 overs of the 5th bowler, though, Michael, that need to be bowled. Heads bowled 5, Stoinis 3. So if they do push this into the 49th and 50th, it has to come from somewhere. Cummins only has 1 left after this. He's bowling. He's being driven and stopped at cover. Not quite stopped. Quarter stopped, but they're able to scramble through for a single. Wokes goes to 20. 225 for 8. England needs 62 from 32 balls. But 12 of those 32 will have to be bowled by someone who's not Mitchell Starc, Adam Zampa, Josh Hazlewood or Patrick Cummins.
Yeah, so maybe a bit of Stoinis. Can't think Travis Head will be bowling.
Cummins up again to Rashid. Slower ball again, cut hard, nicely timed in the end, but he finds Smith at backward point and can't score. Dot balls mounting, 3 of them so far in this over. England have faced 150 dot balls in the innings so far, so more than half the deliveries bowled haven't been scored from. It's 225 for 8. Cummins with the field well spread. Deep third, deep point, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, long leg. Gets stopped a few paces into his run-up and has to go back and start again. The umpire sticking out one fuchsia-clad arm. And Cummins now will bowl to Rashid. Short ball, and he's pulling it fine for a single. Adil Rashid will keep the strike. Adam Zampa throws the ball back in from the boundary. 226 for 8. England needs 61 from the last 5 overs. Well, you sometimes see a big over, an over that goes for 20, 18 or 20. Something like that could change the calculus.
Yeah, well, they need 3 of those.
And then they'll win with 3 overs to spare.
Yeah. Oh, it's a long shot from here. The Aussies have... and I think today I'll give the Aussies a big boost because there's no Mitchell Marsh, no Glenn Maxwell. They'd probably got a score that was a little bit short of what they would have expected. They've done it without that opening partnership working, which has been so fruitful for them. And I think they've had to dig deep in the field in terms of tactics and really being switched on in terms of a team collectively. So I think this will give the Australians a big boost, even though the England side aren't anywhere near their peak in terms of performance levels, to kind of scrap back and calm the situation down. The Aussies have done nicely.
Hazlewood to Rashid, who backs away and slaps wide of mid-off. He'll get through for 1. He goes to 6, 227 for 8.
And I guess, I think the World Cup's that long, but I do think you need games that aren't quite in your favour all the time, and you lose a couple of players and you've got to work without a couple just to see how your team and your squad cope with it. You know, the only thing I'll say about India that they haven't really been challenged yet. And then you get into the knockout stages. If you've not had that real tight test, it may come at the wrong time for India. I don't think it will because they're too good, but you just never know. They've got a habit of recent times of losing the knockout games.
Hazlewood pitches up, beats the top edge as an angled bat is thrown at that ball by Chris Wokes. If they were to lose one, you'd think it would be the semi-final. There might be that possibility of a slip there. I think if they're playing the final here in front of what would be a full house of 90,000+ seated and 99% of them Indian cricket fans, wearing the Virat shirts and getting involved in the chanting and so on. It's hard to see how another team could overcome that. But a semi-final, you never know.
Oh, they lost in the semis in 19.
Hazelwood comes across the stumps, does Wokes, and tries to lift it over short fine leg. Can't do it. Things just haven't worked out for England tonight.
2015, Australia.
Yep, they lost the semi-final at the SCG to Australia. Mitchell Johnson was involved. Dhoni played a strange innings, batted very slowly, too slowly, deep into the game, got run out.
Yeah, they've won 25 of their last 28 World Cup games. Those 3 defeats, the 1 group game against England in 2019, and those 2 semi-finals.
There you go. Hazelwood pitches up, and this time Wokes gets a decent bit of bat on it, but David Warner's out there at deep cover, so again it's only 1 run. They've gone single, dot, single in the over so far. Hazelwood bowling his second last. 228 for 8. Australia with 1 over of Hazelwood and 1 over of Cummins to come, just hoping they get the 9th and 10th wickets in those overs. $228 for 8. It's Hazelwood with Adil Rashid in his sights. Short ball pulled away by Rashid. He's got a good piece of this with the helicopter wrist. Green sprints around, dives out at deep mid-wicket, loses his strides. Luckily he's wearing the skins under those that go all the way down to the knee, so modesty is preserved. The ball goes for 4 though, so runs are not. 232 for 8. Rashid goes to 10.
Oh, it always makes me chuckle. This is a great effort, and then oh yeah, the strides come straight down. No, he's got a nice pair of skins underneath, fortunately.
Sort of black leggings that Cameron Green is wearing under his bright yellow trousers.
Just a report on Ben Stokes' bat. Marcus Trescothick has it.
Hazelwood up to Rashid, who clears the front leg and clobbers it out to deep point again to Warner. Won't take a second. 233 for 8. They need 54 from 24 balls. Rashid on 11, Wokes on 21. Throw a 20 run over in there and it would come down to 34 from, say, 18. Doable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Trescothick used to always be the Batman in the dressing room. Loves playing with bats, so it doesn't surprise me that Trez would have seen Ben just kind of leaving his bat, and he wouldn't have that. He wouldn't allow the bat to just go without a bit of love it.
And you know what he would have done? He would have picked it up, he would have felt the weight of it, and then had a little tap on the ground.
Yeah, he would. And
nothing surer.
He'll have given it a bit of a stroke and a little bit of a chat. Probably just make sure it looks tidy. Probably got a little bit of a wipe to wipe the face to make sure it was clean.
Start of a new over. Cummins up to Rashid, who clobbers across the line. Out to wide, long on. Starks there. That was a cross-bat shot from Adil Rashid. They'll only get a single. 234 for 8.
Of all England's losses, I think this has been the one that they've competed the most in. Just trying to give Afghanistan, they weren't really in it.
No. Ended up being a comfortable
loss. The Kiwis here chased them down easily. India weren't in it. 40 for 4.
Sri Lanka, obliteration.
Yeah.
Cummins to Wokes, who tries to smash a slower ball bouncer through point and misses it. 234 for 8. Phil?
Conceded 399 against South Africa.
No, that's not a good
weren't
day.
In that one. He got bowled out for what, 170? Yeah, you're right. This has been, at the halfway mark, it seemed like a game that they very feasibly could win and maybe should win. Chasing 287. Gettable score. Cummins up to Wokes, who digs out a slower ball wide of the off stump to point. Green fields. 235 for 8. And that big over isn't coming this time around. But what happens next? There'll be one more from Hazelwood. And then how many can they try to take? Because that's the thing. If Hazelwood bowls the next one, well, Travis Head has to bowl an over. They'll have to bring Stoinis on to bowl the next one, then get Hazelwood, and then Stoinis again if they want to avoid Travis Head. So the next over critical. Cummins up, and again it's that slapping pull shot from Adil Rashid, and he goes square of the wicket and finds Warner in the deep. 236 for 8, Rashid 13. They need 51 more, 20 balls remaining. Boundary or two here would help a lot.
Yeah, I'd say a couple of sixes is what's required. The rate's at 15.3.
You just never know. You've seen teams do it from here. Cummins to Wokes, who tries to find one of those sixes, hits it down the ground. He has got it. He gets it over long off, and he throws his head back and says, thank goodness. It has been so frustrating. He picks up the length ball and slams it down the ground. Is there a flicker of life?
He smashed it straight into the dugout. What's this one? He's gone straight into the England dugout. They've all had to jump out of the way.
A jump for cover. He was trying to get the ball on Ben Stokes' bat, perhaps. Cutter from Cummins, full slot in the end, outside off stump. It's 242 for 8. England 45 from victory. Cummins bowls a short ball, and it's a good slower bouncer again, because Wokes can only tug it out to deep square leg for 1. David Warner fields. Chris Wokes keeps the strike. 47 overs have been bowled. England need 44 from 18 balls.
Right, who's bowling this over? Let's have a look. Is it going to be Hazelwood? Just see, it's going to be Stoinis.
Hazelwood's walking down to the field, to the boundary. Stoinis will bowl this over. 3 to go. 44 needed from 18. Wokes on 29. Rashid on 13. To take you through to a glorious England victory, it'll be Jonathan Agnew with Michael Vaughan.
Marcus Stoinis to bowl the 48th over. England require 44. 3 overs to go. 14.67 required. Chris Wokes on 29. Rashid 33. The partnership's good. He's 27 from 22. Stoinis, what's he going to do here? He's got all the fielders on the onside boundary. So square leg, cow corner, mid-on back. Square leg's just gone behind square, which suggests he's going to bowl slow ball cutters into the pitch. 2/3 men in the circle. A fine leg that's going to stay on the circle line. Mid-off back, cover point back. Can Chris Wokes just hit a couple of sixes this over?
Well, it's going to be full, isn't it? Looking at this field, the guy's dropping third man back, actually. But what a terrific shot that was off Cummins, by the way. Absolutely out of the middle of the bat, straight into the dugout. 6. So, what can Wokes do? 29 off 29. That was his only 6 so far. There's 3 overs to go. Hazelwood's got 1 left. 243 for 8. In goes Stoinis. Is there any bowls on the leg stump? Tickled away. There's no one down there. Long leg. A fielder rushes round for deep backward. Square leg picks it up. Throws the ball in. They're going to run in for 2. Almost. They've been a couple of yards finer. That would have been 4. But the fielder was just able to get there. Look at the options here then. Who's going to bowl the last over? Or who's going to bowl the 49th?
There's Hazelwood to bowl 1. And then it'll be Stoinis to bowl the last.
Yeah. Because the real frontliners, Stark, Cummins, they're done. Zampa 3 for 21. Fine leg up, third man up. There's little off-cutters of Stoinis's here. In he goes again. Is there now any bowls? And very full. Wokes digs it out. Only for 1. Towering figure of Green picks it up on the edge of the circle. 246 for 8. So 41 from 16. 2 wickets in hand. Mark Woodaway sitting in the dugout, batting gloves on, chewing the bat handle, no doubt.
Well, working out of Rashid, find a boundary. He's got 1 off his 12 balls. He's on 13. Fine leg's going back for Rashid. Looks like mid-on's coming up. No, mid-on's been sent back, so they need 1 more fielder. Looks like mid-off's coming up into the circle, so they've got mid-off, extra cover, a wide third, and a fine third in the circle. It's got to be slow ball bounces, doesn't it?
It looks like it, with 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Stoinis on his way, dark head, bowls, full toss, skied in the air. It's gone for 6. How's that done that?
No, he as well.
How has that happened? It was a full bunger down the leg side that Rashid has tried to hit into the leg side. It's got a leading edge. It's flown over slip. It's gone for 6. And now, is that a no ball? Because I think Chris Gaffney there is having a word with Cummins.
He's talking about they've got 3 minutes to bowl this over. If not, they're going to have fielders in the circle. They're behind on their over rate.
How did that go for 6?
Did it come off the back of the bat?
I think so.
252 for 8. What a ridiculous shot.
Off the back of the bat.
It's gone absolutely where he didn't intend. Was off the back of the bat. 252 for 8. Stoinis bowls, and he's got another way into the leg side now. The fielder there on the boundary. Just for 1.
Oh, another 6 now.
How did that get out there for 6? It was an incredible
Stoinis
shot.
is 3.4 overs, 0 for 34. So he's having a day where the ball's travelling.
He's got the last over to bowl.
Can Chris Woakes hit another 6 here?
A bit of a worry, that full toss from Stoinis' point of view too, whether it was damp. 253 for 8, 34 needed, 14 balls, 2 wickets. Woakes on 32. Stoinis runs in now, bowls to Woakes. It's a short, slow bouncer that completely deceives Woakes. Very well bowled. Sweat pouring out of Woakes' helmet. As Stoinis quickly walks back to his mark. Good delivery that, dug in short, but all the pace taken off. 253 for 8, 1 ball to go in the 48th over. Stoinis directs his field. Not sure what all that motioning meant necessarily. In he goes now, bowls to Woakes, a full toss again, hit high into the leg side, fielder out there, takes the catch. Another full toss. Not high enough to be ruled out though. And I reckon that Steve Smith out there has taken the catch on the boundary. 253 for 9, that's just Labuschagne. Running around, takes the catch. Took it on his knees actually.
Yeah, they're so solid under the high ball, aren't they? That's a delivery that Chris Woakes would have dreamt of.
Yeah, it's not above waist high. That they're looking at the replay there to see.
It's a knee-high full toss on leg stump.
Had 2 of those in this over. Well, a few yards to the left, right at the middle of the bat, that would have gone.
He's had a good game though, Chris Woakes. He bowled nicely, he got the wickets. You know, he'll be disappointed with his World Cup return, but he's had a really good night tonight. Here he comes, here he comes.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man.
Here he comes.
Mark Wood, he thrashed around magnificently against South Africa, much to their frustration. He top scored, didn't he, from memory? And that
He did.
He thrashed about. He got first ball the other day. So he's having a mixed time with the bat, but he's walking out there now, looking as if he's full of confidence. 34 from 12. I mean, it's a very, very tall order.
43 off 17 against South Africa.
It was. How many 6s were in that?
It was 4.
I'm going 4.
He's averaging 28 in the World Cup.
But he's not on strike. That was the last ball of the over. Big over this, and Hazelwood just looked to close it down. But calm, fine leg, third man, both up on the edge of the circle. And England need 34 for the last 2 overs. They've only got 1 wicket in hand. Hazelwood bowls, and Rashid skied it. It's going to be caught. Caught by the keeper. And England lose again, and they are now officially out of the World Cup. It seems as if they've been out for some time, to be honest. But there's no amount of calculations, playing around with abacuses or anything else that can save them now. They're out. And the reigning champions go out from the position of bottom of the table, which has to be unique. And Australia win by 33 runs, and they've done well to do that. It wasn't the hugest target in the world that they set, but they've stuck to it. They took wickets at the vital time, and they look good for a semi-final place, but that's still not entirely confirmed yet. That's all going to be in the lap of the gods over the next few days or so, as we enter the penultimate week of this World Cup. But they've got the smiles on their faces, and I'm afraid England again will be facing the music, the questions, and the inquests into what has gone wrong here. They're taking nothing away from Australia, and Adam Zampa in particular, a terrific game. bat, ball, and in the field too. As England there are, well, at the moment they're shaking hands with each other. It's not. I don't see many smiles there. In fact, I see none at all. Jos Buttler going round his players and those who weren't involved, and then they'll go out and they'll go and shake the Australians who are walking over towards their dressing room. Pat Cummins there, towel tucked into his waistband of his trousers, says a few words there to Jos Buttler, some slaps on the back as they all go back past there and shake each other by the hand. And well, it was a thoroughly sporting contest, but as well, all that build up about well, all the nonsense in the Ashes. That was a game played in a very good, fair, clean, competitive spirit, and Australia deserved to win it. So we'll wait for we'll have an interview with somebody or other. I'll just look at the bowling figures briefly there before we look at that. Mitchell Starc 2 for 66 from 10, Hazelwood 1 for 49, Cummins 2 for 49, Zampa 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 21. Travis Head and Marcus Stoinis, between them, had a bit of filling to do. They were quite expensive, but Head bowled 5 overs 28 and Marcus Stoinis 3.2 overs for 27. Was spared having to bowl the last over under pressure. And England were bowled out for 253 in 48.1 overs. Phil, do you want to add statistically to that?
Very quickly, Agus, yeah, that's 5 consecutive defeats for England now. They've been bowled out on each occasion. They've lost 6 games in the World Cup for the first time. Adam Zampa's figures today of 3 for 21 off 10 overs are the most economical in this World Cup so far.
Well, that's remarkable. Michael, you got something to add before we do our review?
No, the Australians are on a bit of a roll. I think they'll be delighted with that victory because they've done it without Mitchell Marsh and Glenn Maxwell. They've been challenged by England. This is the best England performance, you know, I guess, after the Bangladesh display. So they've given themselves, you know, I guess the inquest has started a few days ago of what's gone on, the culmination of many things. I thought England gave it everything tonight. They just got too many players out of form. You know, an England team in form with, you know, the likes of Johnny Bairstow playing well, Joe Root playing really well, the skipper playing well, Liam Livingstone striking well, Ben Stokes within better rhythm. England would chase down that target all day in the last few years. They've just got a group of players that they've just lost their mojo in terms of confidence and rhythm, and you know, when you're in that kind of state you make poor decisions. You know, you look at Jos Buttler's dismissal, that's just a poor decision. That happens when you're out of form, out of mind. You know, the England side now have got 2 games. They have to beat the Netherlands on Wednesday. That is a real banana skin. You know, I'd hope that they can you know, not just beat the Netherlands, but beat them convincingly. That's probably what the England team need, a convincing win. And even if it's against the Netherlands, it's just worth doing it. Get back on the winning streak in a convincing fashion.
Can you believe that table that we're looking at, though? England bottom.
No. I don't know any pundit or any person at the start of the World Cup would say that England wouldn't have made the semi-finals. No. I think everyone had England in the top 4. You know, I look at Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka have got 3 or 4 real quality players that are injured. The only person that I think would have added to this team would have been Jofra Archer. So England haven't got that many. This is the best group of England cricketers that they could have picked. You know, some would argue that Jason Roy could have added more of a dynamic approach to the top, but Jason's not been playing great for a while. This is the best group that England could have picked. They've just, for whatever reason, arrived here. That first game obviously knocked them. I think it was the Afghanistan game that really hurt them because, you know, they were expected to beat Afghanistan and they made a poor decision at the toss, and then when they came out to bat against the spinners, they just didn't play the England way.
It's a great pleasure to announce the player of the match is Australian Adam Zampa for a wonderful all-round performance tonight. He'll receive his award from Urvi Thakur, who is the senior PR manager for Booking.com India. Adam, congratulations. There's a couple of things to talk about. First up, let's talk about your bowling. 3 for 21 in 10 overs. You just keep churning out these magic performances. What was the key to tonight's success?
Yeah, I mean, just summing up the conditions was really important. I thought we put up a really competitive total in the end, but it was always going to be tough to defend that. The ground got really dewy, got really wet, so for me, length control, attacking the stumps, yeah, trying to read what the batter was going to do was really important. The ball has probably come out as good as it ever has tonight. Like my length control was really satisfying, so yeah, it feels good this one.
Leading wicket taker in the competition as well with 19 scalps. Let's talk about your batting, which was wonderful to see. Coming in at 247 for 8, you scored 29 runs off the 38-run partnership. What was the discussion with Stark at the time when you got in?
Really just to stay fairly positive and try and bat out to the 50, not throw it away. But yeah, I mean, I think we came in at about 240 odd. It was important just to rotate the strike and try and get to the end of the innings, really.
Well, you just couldn't keep you out of the game. How about that catch? Talk us through it.
Yeah, obviously one of those days. So yeah, it feels good, satisfying to have a day like that and be on the winners board.
The best of you still to come with ball, bats and whatever else you can bring out in the field?
Sorry, what was that? I missed that one.
Is the best still to come from you in this competition?
Good question, hopefully. Yeah, I hope so.
Congratulations to Adam Zampar, player of the match tonight.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Here we are, no surprise there. He had a terrific game and lifted that score along with Mitchell Stark up to something that England were unable to get close to. So just to run through that table again, if I can get it up on here, which I will in a second, but England bottom of the table, but it does mean that thanks to Pakistan beating New Zealand today, albeit in a rain-affected game, those final positions still have to be decided going into this final week. England's next game, by the way, is on Wednesday against the Netherlands down at Pune. We saw a glimpse of Matthew Mott there, Michael. I don't know, I suppose a coach is the obvious person to start pointing fingers at and so on. What do you think of his position at the moment?
No, it's the players. I mean, the players got all the credit for winning the World Cup in 2019. Obviously, Trevor Bayliss was the coach. He gets credit as well. But, you know, this group of players won the T20 World Cup with Matthew Mott.
Yep.
You know, so I think we've got to be a little bit careful that we don't just point the finger at certain individuals. I think, as I said before, there's a culmination of why this team has played in this fashion. You know, I don't think the contract situation has helped. I don't think that's the main reason or just the only reason. I think you look at a lot of these players' record in 50-over cricket in these conditions, it's not great. So skill levels aren't quite as good as they can be in these parts of the world, in particular India. You lose confidence in India. You know, we've been here for Test series. You start losing, it's a hard place to come back from if you don't start well. So I think when you're playing catch-up, you lose against New Zealand, you lose against Afghanistan early in the competition, you're playing catch-up, and it's very, very difficult. I can't see how Matthew Mott could have done so much different here than what he would have been doing in the T20 World Cup that they won in Australia. I wouldn't want to see him lose his position. I think England have got to stay calm. They have to reset the 50-over team. I do think there's a number of players that need to be brought into this team to be allowed the 4 years preparation for the next World Cup. You know, Owen Morgan's team in 15 to 19, they pretty much stuck with the same players for 4 years, and by the time they got to the 19 World Cup, they had a very experienced set of players, lots of good combinations, that they all knew each other's roles. At the minute in this team, I think there's one or two people that you're looking at. Are their roles really identified? You know, do we really know who's going to be bowling when and who's going to be batting when and what combinations are going to be working? Which partnerships can you see? I don't see many in this England batting lineup in the minute, so that's understandable when they're all playing so badly. So they've got to reset, get some new players in, give them 4 years build up to the next World Cup. A part of that's got to be the 25 Champions Trophy. They have to qualify for that. They have to beat the Netherlands on Wednesday. But with the T20 World Cup in a few months' time, surely you'd want the coach who won it with you last time to be part of your management team, because he knows how to win a T20 World Cup.
What about the message? What about this go harder, go harder, go harder? We hear a lot, obviously, with Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum. Personally, I think that's failed this World Cup. I just think that actually the message more from players who are used to playing T20 cricket and have got that little voice in their head going, hit it, hit it, hit it, smack it, smack it, smack it, hit it harder, hit it harder, hit it harder. I just think that's confused them. I would much rather have seen England, as Ben Stokes did today, play the common sense game rather than the, I don't know, this desperation to show this macho game that I think's let them down here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to that Afghanistan game. I actually didn't think they played aggressively enough. I thought they were too timid against Afghanistan. I thought they were getting out on the front foot, LBW. If England, you look back at England in the last 7 years, when they've got out, they've been got out, being aggressive. That's what's worked for them. It won them the World Cup. It's won them a T20 World Cup. Nearly won them a T20 World Cup here in India. So I think there's been times when they've not been aggressive enough. But there's also been times when you look at India when they probably took too much of the aggressive option when they didn't need to do that. And 1 or 2 times today, I think this was a chase that they should have got a lot closer. They got to within 33, but with Stokes in and Moeen Ali playing nicely, Milan gets to 50. I look at Milan's dismissal. For him to get to 50 and get out in that fashion, that's not a Milan kind of way of getting out. He's the kind of guy that you just know you're banking him batting 40 overs and the firecrackers back around him. It's very, very hard to point the finger at one thing of why they've had such a poor World Cup, but it's just so many things that are added together. Maybe a bit of a dynamic difference in the dressing room.
Well, Mike Atherton's got the short straw again. He's got to interview Joss Butler.
Reaction to that?
Yeah, disappointment. I feel like we're having the same chat after every game at the minute. Improvements again today, getting back to more like the stuff we can play, but still short of it. To lose by 30 odd. There's plenty of ways we can find those 30 runs we needed.
Sport offers the broadest of emotions. You've experienced the highest of highs in this game. I wondered whether it feels right now like the opposite end of the spectrum, the lowest of lows.
Yeah, it's certainly a low point. I've had a few, but definitely as a captain, to be stood in this position when you arrive in India with very high hopes is incredibly tough, incredibly disappointing. It hurts a lot.
Are those feelings heightened by the fact that you know how much work that went into gaining the trophy in 2019, and that this terrific bunch of players who played great cricket over a long period of time have just not managed to do themselves justice here?
Yeah, we certainly haven't done ourselves justice. Coming into the tournament, fancied ourselves to have a real go at it and push whoever it was going to be all the way. We haven't done ourselves justice. It's incredibly tough, to reach those highs. Absolutely, everyone knows how much hard work goes into that, and even when you come up short, there's so much hard work that goes into that. So we feel like we've let ourselves down. We've let people down at home, the people who support us through thick and thin, and that obviously you wear that on your own shoulders.
And that is where we'll depart Ahmedabad with Australia winners by 33 runs over England. They've still got Afghanistan to play on Tuesday and Bangladesh on Saturday. Stay tuned tonight from 7:15 Eastern Daylight Time on the ABC Listen app for India and South Africa as the ODI World Cup continues on the World Cup button. Thanks for your company. We'll see you tonight for India and South Africa. Australia winners by 33 runs.